it's going to be fun to crown our first champion of this brand new format.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it, brother. Every time I open, there is always some kind of like cut off on the audio. I want to apologize, everybody. I come in with so much energy and I just crash the audio for what it is. I am reading that the broadcast can't hear us. That's all right. I'm hoping that the audio situation's fixed on the back end. But nonetheless, what are we playing for the prize pool? It's a $5,000 smackaroo every open qualifier we get. And you want to compete and win at the highest level, $2,500 will be your prize pool for that first place spot. Second, no scoff, it's $1,250. Third, $750. Fourth, $500. Right now, here in EU, I know you said there were some shakeups, but there has been a definitive number one at the moment. I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. I'm always open for it, but it just seems like it has been free $2,500 every time we see exclusive play. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? You have a team that's so dominant. I mean, that was the case in North America, right? One team has dominated the first couple of tournaments, and it doesn't look like that's going to change. Sybarites seem to be the number one team out in North America, and a massive gap between them and Undream. And that's starting, I think, to become clear here in Europe as well, where Exclusive are the dominant team. And that's kind of a breakaway from what we've had in the past, right? Because the conversation with Exclusive had always been that they were the second place team for the longest time, and they were always kind of deucing out with another team, be it King's Clan all the way back in like 2024 or Animus in 2025. And Animus is still in the mixer, but they are not the number two team definitively any longer, and I think they certainly are nowhere near number one. Exclusive, they are up there. They are the dominant team, and they are going head-to-head with Wanted in our winners bracket final, which is the big upset, by the way. Verdict, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't get to watch any of yesterday's action, but I woke up this morning, I checked the bracket, Wanted in the winners bracket final. What the hell's that?
Hey, you know what? It happens. You took a look at that last Search and Destroy. Hell, even back to the first open qualifier, Wanted gave them a run for their money. They got eliminated by Animus last go-around. This time, they get to strike blood early, send Animus down to the lower bracket. And that series, first off, could have gone either way as well. So, I don't know if we're giving Wanted enough credit as is. I know that we talked about there being that definitive top four and Exclusive being very clearly ahead of the gap. But Wanted and Animus, that race is a lot closer than we, expected to be and anticipated to be. And again, we're getting a dose of what Wanted is capable of. Now, I'd like to see them close out series faster than making it, a reverse sweep denial or getting reverse sweep, obviously. But as we, progress throughout this event and as we progress throughout the, Call of Duty Mobile World Championship and get into that open qualifier, I'd like to see them be able to handle themselves in a manner that they're not having to, put themselves on the line for game 5. Obviously, they had the ice in their veins to take it out, and, you can partially, 90% of that think that's to Mute. I know we were talking about his shots earlier before the broadcast started. That brother is something different.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the interesting thing about this Wanted team, right, is that ultimately, I think for the longest time we've had this kind of upper echelon of European CODM talent, and that hasn't really shifted that much. We had a couple of additions in the mix, like Sawo was like the notable one last year. These guys have been around, and if you've been following European Call of Duty Mobile, obviously you and I have had a chance to cast some of those kind of lower end tournaments over the course of time. Some of these names will be familiar to you. For those of you guys who don't know the roster, it's Champy, Saucy, Axis, Spy, Mute, and Vuitton. I still never know if I pronounced that correctly or not. I'm assuming it's like Louis Vuitton or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. But, those names are not new per se, but I think they are new to this level of CODM. Like, outside of Champy, who has obviously been up there for a really long time, I don't think anybody expected a player like Mute to have the performance that they did yesterday. I don't think anybody expected the likes of, Axis and, Vuitton to be this high as well. Spy is another name that has been around the ground, but still, like, I think we are looking at this roster as kind of, I don't want to say like a new force in CODM, because that's not the case, but certainly I think they are breaking new ground where they haven't really done it before. So interesting that we've got a new set of names in the mix here that could actually be a potential threat to Exclusive.
Absolutely. I'd love to see it. I know that I was taking a look at Twitter yesterday as I was kind of just, moseying around, and Bobby's like, brother, I might have to spectate this matchup. He's anticipating this one to be a close one. The last time these two met, as a matter of fact, it was Exclusive who was able to take that one pretty seamlessly. I believe it was a 3-1 fashion. But based off of what we're seeing from this Wanted roster, they bring, the arsenal. They piece together a pretty solid roster. As you mentioned, Mute coming through. Saucy, a plug and play coming from a completely different region. You don't see that too often in COD, right? It's just something
Yep.
that you don't see, especially in mobile. But when you do, it's a delight. Now, I know that he was a former sniper, but he has fit in perfectly in that marksman role too. So we're going to be monitoring his progress and his participation, in how he fares in this matchup that's to come. But at the same time, as I was getting off to my, to my tangent, Bobby's spectating. I don't know if he's awake and awake live, but hey, buddy, happy Pappy Day. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Make sure you spend plenty of time with the kids. And everybody else, if you're celebrating Happy Father's Day, make sure you call your fathers, all right? Tell them that you love them. Maybe I will
say
too.
Thank you, Daddy. That's what you need to say to them. That's what I'll say to Bobby right now.
I like that I can be myself around you.
Yeah, it's a fun time. I know you missed me yesterday, but it's okay,
Yeah,
right?
it's always nice to see you.
Oh, thanks, mate. He's making me blush. Oh, God, Father's Day of all days. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know where we're at now. Talk about these teams. Yeah, exclusive. I think, this is going to be really interesting for them. Are they going to get challenged? Because exclusive are kind of an interesting conversation point, right? Because for those of you guys who weren't paying attention to Europe last year, like exclusive were a team that really had to work to get to where they were at. Like previous to that, again, I kind of mentioned it there, like they were the second place team for the longest time. They were not on top of things in Europe. And towards the end of the year, and actually I think this was a point that Bobby did make, speaking of him, back in week 1, they went from being a team that were kind of not notable at all to winning Europe and then being one of the best hardpoint teams in the world. And it's kind of crazy that they're still there. Like, we asked that question back in week 1. I remember, like, are they going to be as good a hardpoint as they were back in week 1? Yeah, they still are. Like, they're still really damn good at the mode. And they are. I know this is going to upset people. People are going to be like, oh, what are you yapping about? CDM teams and Garena teams are way better. But it's like, no, legitimately, like, just watching it. Obviously, their opponents are easier, but, like, they are one of the best hardpoint teams in the world. It's been fascinating to watch exclusive get better. And I think the real thing for me is, I don't know if you're going to get the practice in S&D to be better at it in Europe.
Yeah.
But they need to. They do need to, because I think, down the line, if we're talking a big picture here, keeping track of where exclusive go throughout this season, they could be a real threat come the end of the year this year. Not necessarily to win the championship. I think we're all on the same page that they're definitely not going to win the championship. But I think they're a team that could go much further than European teams have in the past if they just fix that search and destroy and control.
Absolutely. A complete overhaul is needed. And speaking of search and destroy and control, they've lost only one map of each. One search, one control. Oh, yeah, also one hardpoint. They started off the grand finals last event a little cold from coming off of winning the winners finals, getting a chance to take a little bit of a break. Animus come in with a full head of steam. They take that hardpoint opener, and that was basically it. All right, this team is yet to be contested. You're telling me through the 2 weeks that we've had so far, the matchups that they've had well over 10 or so already, they've only dropped 3 maps. They haven't dropped the series just yet, but that can change. You mentioned that this is Europe. They were the number 2 team for the longest, and then they finally started catching stride towards the end of the run, and eventually qualified. Obviously, we've got to see Animus. Didn't really have much to say about Animus when they showed up to champs, right? It wasn't like they were making splashes. They weren't making waves. They weren't making us talk about their hardpoint or their search and destroy control. This is the team that made us talk about it, and they have continuously proved that they are the number 1 contender. However, as we will continue to talk about it, the opportunity for other teams to play them in this event, like it's going to sharpen their craft as well too. So I am excited to see what EU has to bring to the table. I'm excited to see what today's going to include, and I'm excited to see best of 5 will be get ready to rock and roll. As a matter of fact, I know we were talking about it being 10 past the hour and vetos and whatnot.
Generally how long it takes.
I think it should be about that time.
Yeah, 100%. I'm curious about the maps. Obviously, I think it's still a little too early to say, like, oh, X team is really good at this map and Y team is really good at this map. That is a conversation point, actually, that I've always gone back to, is that Europe, generally speaking, has been terrible at maps vetoes, like really bad at map vetoes.
Yeah.
Like, there's this thing that I always talk about, and people will say we're yapping or whatever, but this thing that I always talk about where the best teams in the world don't veto for themselves. Like, they veto against their opposition. So, like, your Q9s, your Galaruses of the world, right? Those teams, they don't veto maps that they don't like, right? So let's just say that they're really not a Summit Hardpoint team, right? They won't just veto that because they don't like Summit Hardpoint. They'll choose in the vetoes maps that their opponents are very strong at, and that makes them a better team in vetoes, right? You've got a deeper map pool as it is, but you don't kind of have an auto veto in a way. Europe has always had this problem where they kind of tend to swing to auto vetoes, like they have hard vetoes is what the actual phrase for it is, where they just won't play a map throughout the entire season just because they don't get on with it. And, you know, at certain levels, you can kind of get away with it. That, I think, is one of the barriers that Europe needs to get over, is just the whole thing where they don't veto properly against one another. So maybe that's something that teams can work against for exclusive, because exclusive, I imagine, probably do have hard vetoes. I haven't checked the data, but I think if I'd spent like 10 minutes checking the data, I'd imagine they probably do have hard vetoes. That is something I think where teams, if you are looking to try and take out the big dogs here in Europe, that's one way to do it, is try and expand your map pool and actually use your vetoes against some of the best of the best.
You know, I don't mean to say this in a negative way, but I feel like you're kind of preaching on deaf ears. You act like these guys are going to come back and watch the VOD and be like, you know what? I kind of want to watch and see what Verdict and Brody have to say about you know, our teams before we get set up. No, they usually skip this part. This is the part that they run through, chat. And if you know, you know. They want to get right to the meat and potatoes. All right, they want to get right to the action, just like we do. Of course, we are waiting, but I completely agree with you. If you are picking for yourself, it is not going to allow you to get better. You've got to play the maps for what they are. And as we see it on our screen, Hacienda is where we're going to be heading. Brody here for map number 1 in the winners finals. Coastal, Crossroads Strikes. Everything after that will be earned. Arsenal and Tunisia to wrap it up.
Yeah, 100%. And this is always a fun one. I mean, obviously, yeah, I can never not sing the praises of the Call of Duty mobile map pool. It's always a fun time, especially coming from Black Ops 7. You know, it's always fun. Hacienda Hardpoint is one that feels like it's in the rotation all the time. It's a great map. It's one of those maps that you really do have to rotate properly on. Coastal, Search and Destroy, my baby. We love Coastal. It's always a fun time to cast a Coastal because it is one of the best Search and Destroy maps in COD Mobile history. And a Crossroads Strike Control. I think that's an interesting one because that's one of those ones that I think is becoming slightly more popular now in terms of picks for Control. Granted, there's not many good ones, if we're being perfectly honest. But people always seem to want to swing to Raid. I think we're kind of seeing more and more Crossroads Strike creep in. So nice to see it here. And, you know, going back to those vetoes, I do wonder, because I don't imagine that Raid Control is a hard veto for exclusive. So I wonder if that's them throwing it in to kind of shake things up a little bit against Wanted.
I think so too. I think as you progress throughout this open qualifier, as well as next one that's coming up, I think you need to start shaking things up. I think Raid needs to, you know, make its way present in when it is available, obviously. But if this is something that you're trying to do new, maybe you're trying to get some exposure on a map like Crossroads Strike so you can show off that you are versatile in that map pool selection, that is 1000% warranted. The great thing about Control is there's only 3 playable maps. So in in all reality, all you need to do is have 2 good ones, right? And then you roll on to the next game modes. Swing modes definitely going to you know, have an impact, but not as much as your hard points or your search and destroys. Obviously in CDM it plays out very similarly, but here we go. Winners finals underway. Map number 1. Brody, we're gonna be dipping back to the lobby. We got a little premature on that call.
Bro,
and, yeah,
why does this happen? Why does this, honestly, guys, why does this happen, okay? I swear this didn't happen at all the first couple of weeks. Now this has happened. Does this happen to you yesterday? Did we like have like lobby fake outs yesterday? I wasn't here, so I don't know.
I was here and I don't remember. I'm pretty sure we had one, and I think we've had one at least once a broadcast, so it happens. It used to happen way more back in the day, though. Let me just go ahead and tell you. You think it's bad now? Try getting these guys in a lobby and it's not an official tournament. Forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this much. I'd rather this than them, you know, spawn in with a banned item, like we've seen happen a lot with Europe for some reason. Why? This is the thing, by the way. It will make people laugh a little bit. Why the hell are Europe so bad at spawning in with items that aren't banned? What is it about Europe particularly? Because it doesn't happen in North America. Europe's just terrible for it.
I'll bring in an old dime, and if you are an OG to Call of Duty Mobile Competitive, you will get this phrase, especially here in EU. You can't spell EU without DQ, okay? It doesn't make sense, but the more you hear it, it's like, yeah, dude, it's exactly right. It rhymes. I kind of coined that phrase back in the day, and if we didn't have 2 or 3 DQs happening in a broadcast day, then we weren't in Europe. So that's kind of where that came from.
Yeah, I've spent you know, a significant amount of time casting Europe over the last like year or so. Europe specifically, obviously with the tournaments you and I got to cast together, and it's just like, man, Why are they so bad at it? Why is it Europe particularly that's just so bad at
Europe
not
rank
using
is
banned items?
extremely toxic, I guess. I don't know.
Whatever. Anyway, let's get into the game. I mean, this is a big, I think, marker for where Wanted could potentially be at. They've already upset Animus. Can they potentially upset Exclusive is really the big question for me. And was it yesterday you mentioned Mute was the guy that we need to be watching here? I agree. I think, Mute has been a player that has had a high ceiling in the past. He's got to hit it. I think he's got to find a different one here versus Exclusive.
All right, let's see if he can kick it into a new level. Something huge. Shout out that cooldown came through. Bal 27, it's rocking. Pro still complaining about Switchblade Brother. I don't know if it's going to continue to be in the meta for too much longer if they can get that mono ban out of the equation. But hey, while we've got it, let's go ahead and rock it. Lighty on the objective. He has been red hot lately, and he's going to continue to plow on through. 3 kills in the feed for himself as the double comes through. He's got time to go along with it. They have been flawless through this first hill, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much worst case scenario for Wanted a hardpoint that, generally speaking, especially with the current hardpoint smoke meta that we have in existence, this hill is always a bit of mix fest. The fact that Exclusive have already managed to scoop up 35 seconds of time is not a good look for Wanted whatsoever. Wanted just sitting with the 1 for the moment. Sawo trying to hold on to that time will not be able to do so. However, Wanted in control of the next rotation. That's pretty huge. You just got to hold the front line, and Veer almost gets away with a kill he absolutely shouldn't do. Exclusive now already starting to push through the lobby. The positioning for Wanted, they are classed up towards a hard point.
Oh, Vatan's been massive. Veer now trying to fill the shoes. Able to find one on through. Still players up there. 2 players on the objective. Make it 3. Veer waiting for the cavalry. Here comes the hit. He's been able to get the hop on 1. Trades come through, and it is Wanted who are all over this objective. But Brody, it looks like they're going to be barking at the front door, and that's going to be the wrong way to go as Vatan's pulled the death machine. He's mowed him down early. And a little bit of Wanted action here in this P2 site. Needed to have a bounce back after that P1.
Yeah, 100%. And that is a good utilization of the death machine coming out there, I think, from Vuitton for sure. You really needed to get something going, especially with the position that they're in. You don't want to be losing a lot of time on P2 when you're the first team to touch it. Worth saying, though, Exclusive have done a pretty good job at contesting for this time. They've stolen away a fair bit of it that Wanted otherwise would have gotten, even with that death machine in play. So I think there's a bit of push and pull there as far as the utilization of the death machine is concerned. Vuitton is actually going to bring out the Predator missile almost immediately. Does so well distanced from the hard point to ensure that there is no trophy system that could stop it from being effective. So that at the very least is going to get Wanted a look at this hill. Now you got to follow up the kills.
Okay, bounce back here. Big money hill there for Wanted. Operators coming through. Saucy at a distance. Not going to find anything. Veer in retaliation. Champy's going to get out of the equation as he's taken out by his on Sparrow. Nades over the top. Veer and Neil combining for 4 in the feed. That's damn near a whole wipe. Everyone's coming off the respawn. Split bit there for player number 4 in yellow. Axis is just not having a good day. Is going to get gunned down for the Predator missile comes through, and there it is on the front patio. Exclusive. Locked and loaded here in this P3 site, Brody. They are running away with this one. Let's see if Wanted can answer back.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they can get it done. There's still 15 seconds left. This is always time that you're going to be fighting for here on Fence's hard point. However, there are a couple of wayward spawns coming through. Good read on towards Neil there, who could have caused some serious carnage for the last remaining players. And actually, again, to be fair, Wanted are actually stealing a lot of time away on hard points where they probably shouldn't be at the moment. So, a lot of time on the Fence's hard point for Wanted. They're still trailing Exclusive, but they have gotten a lot of utility to use, and they are going to dump it in towards this hill.
There it is, Mute. Let him have it. 15 to his name, looking to earn the pred to go. Hits coming through. Oh, he's got a pounce. Able to find another 2. Damn near gets Sawo. I say that. He was 80% health, so maybe not as close as he would have expected. Sawo's finally going to get gunned down. Pred's come through as it's earned. Veer's going to be out of the equation. The hit now getting sustained through the 3rd sweep we go. Veer and crew trying to get onto this objective. Say's going to be there for the contest. But it's been Wanted slaying out. Now it's time for Exclusive to sound off. As they've gotten a little bit of time, Brody. Back and forth we've gone. Lead still in their hands.
Exclusive just about ahead right now. I'm starting to look at some of those players that maybe are going to turn things up for Exclusive. Everybody is actually having a great game so far. Veer is leading the pack at 21 frags, but everyone is doing something for the squad and nobody lagging behind, and that's the specialty of Exclusive. They have no holes in the game plan. Lighty, one of those players that we've given a lot of love to over the first couple of weekends of European action here in the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile season. He has been an invaluable addition to Exclusive. A real surprise, I think, for a lot of people, and he is absolutely keeping up with the rest of the squad at the moment. But as we go into that second set, as you said here, Wanted really not that far behind, and Mute is already on track to match his performance from yesterday.
There we go. Brother is popping off. Hot start there from Vatan as well. Neil through the smoke. Going to be able to find a plethora of kills too. Wanted getting their fair share here on P1. They got bodied off the first set of hills. This is a chance for them to redeem themselves in these open availability, kind of open hard points, right? It's very mixy and a lot of gunfights. If you don't have the proper overlook, it is certainly devastating as well if you don't have 5 smokes to toss on the objective. Trophies going down, you die as soon as it does. Smokes certainly hitting the ground left, right, front, and center. Exclusive getting back into the swing of it here in P1. They're going to be able to maintain the lead for the rotation. It looks like they've got a little bit of an early setup, and operators a dump.
Here we go. This is going to be an important moment here for this in this game. Says just ensuring that they get first look at this hard point. But those back spawns currently locked down by Wanted. They're going to get splits coming through. And this is the War Machine play. Saucy doesn't get anything for it. It's full blue in the feed. You deal with the threat on the other side. And now you know where all of the pressure is coming from. This should be readable for Exclusive. This is where they're going to start to get some serious time.
Oh my days. They've busted it wide open. Axis, next man up, shut down. Nothing in the feed has been yellow for a while. They are getting hemorrhaged. Lighty forcing you back. That switchblade is so absolutely broken. He's going out guns a-blazing there with a J358 to go along with it. As soon as you cross that threshold into Lambo, you are dead. Exclusive really starting to hit their stride. Wanted need to retaliate.
Oh, and again, there's a whiff of Wanted maybe getting to the hard point. A double pred set up from Exclusive ensures that doesn't happen. Wanted are not strong enough to break, but they've got no choice but to invest. One last little shake coming through from Vuitton, and they can only find one. That was a pretty much perfect P2 setup from Exclusive. Everything on point. And now, what was a close game, all of a sudden has been blown wide open. Wanted need to do what they did last time around, which is get still a ton of time away on fences.
Oh boy, come on. They need to get there. Time now being collected. Everything kind of splits. Saucy and crew, they're waiting for the hit. Lighty, he's waiting to push him back in as he finds the 2-piece there with a claw. He's going to go ahead and push on out. Probably the wrong move, but hey, smoke them while you got them. It is hot. And let me tell you, Mute and crew trying to get back into it as well. Nothing found off the operators' utilization here as we progress through this game has just not been there. Exclusive increasing tenfold. And we're really waiting for Wanted to actually step it up here in this second set of hills. It's just looking like they have not found an answer to this Exclusive dominance.
Every single time it feels like maybe Exclusive don't have a utility. They are cycling back into one or two other operators, right? It's just a pretty constant assault that Wanted are on the receiving end of. Even in towards this hard point, right? Vuitton is going to come out with the Death Machine, excuse me, for a few kills. But it is just buying space and buying time that you know Exclusive are going to have a response to sooner rather than later. You need to weather that storm, and you really need to find a way to answer before you get 5 down, which has been the problem for them so far. This is Exclusive now trying to get back through with that War Machine.
Oh, man, Veer. Finally going to get shut down, but he allowed a lot of space to open up. Vuitton trying to fill the shoes back in. Wanted. Desperately need to find some time here. And Rock is not a safe haven. As a matter of fact, Neil's putting you back into Blender to go along with a contest from player number 4 in Axis. And Neil just continued to barrel through you. Champy out of the equation. Neil back onto the objective. Not good for the Mute kill, but did allow for a lot of time to be collected off the back. And now finally a Wanted answer is Mute has found his 32nd. Champy's going to be able to pop the Sparrow to go along with it. That's going to clear a little bit of space on the back line through the last 10 seconds. Contest still going to come through. Threat's going to be dealt with. And if you are Exclusive, you have the time to go ahead and push through old and find yourself a new. We're getting geared up for a third set of hills, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, you can always just waltz straight from P4 straight to P1. That is just the short distance that you have to transition from hardpoint to hardpoint. How that one rotation on Hacienda works. And Exclusive have got such gunny right now going that they can absolutely burn through everybody. Lighty is starting to tear them a new one. And it hasn't just been Lighty, by the way. It's kind of felt like they've silently picked things up about 10 notches. Lighty, Sour, and Veer, respectively, all of them either on 40 or approaching it. They have stepped it up, and Wanted have not really had much of an answer in kind. It feels like Mute has ever so slightly slowed down, and you really do need to find a response to those players.
Lighty. They got the lead. They're not panicking. They're going to go ahead and pop here in P1. They want to close it out. 20 seconds left. Won't have enough time to do so here in the P1 setup, but hey, closer you get to that goal, the quicker you break, the sooner this game's done. Wanted. Waiting for that answer back. Still have yet to really show themselves here after this second set of hills. Third set looking exactly the same. We're gearing up for the P2. This could be the last hill, Brody. And Exclusive have really woke up this morning and shows violence. They have literally put this Wanted roster in a blender.
I mean, yeah, it feels like it's just certain hard points that Exclusive seem to be way better at. And, you know, you can pinpoint, I think, 3 or 4 moments here in this game where Exclusive have got a chunk of time where, inarguably, I think they shouldn't have done. Veton has been really good with this death machine. He's only going to be able to get a couple. Wanted in a good position here for the moment, and they do have the ops to back it up. The problem is Exclusive, they've got so much that as soon as Wanted lose their ops, this game, it should be over.
Should be. 30 seconds left to go. 17 needed to close it out for Exclusive. Wanted. Hold the line. So far, so good. Killing him off spawn. Finding trades galore. Stays at a distance. Gonna get some damage in, but it's a sea of yellow in the feed. Veer on the contest. Gonna be deleted on that one. Vuitton really starting to hit stride. Finally, Lighty's gonna be able to get the break. As he's got his 47th. Looking for his 48th. Brother is hungry to shut down this game. Won't be denied, even pulling out the secondary. 236 and counting. Wanted, still very much so alive in this, but the Predator missile coming down from Saucy might pave the way to success here on this P3 site.
Yeah, you got to get something out of that Sparrow if you're champion for sure. You can't not get anything, again, because Exclusive do have all of that utility to ready to go. It's a triple investment coming through. Sour goes down with the Tempest before he even takes a shot, so should be a charge back on that. 3 other ops still through from Exclusive, and it's just too much for Wanted to handle. There is no getting through this. No matter what you do, you are not touching the hard point, and Exclusive make a statement here on map number 1.
All right. I gotta say, they had us in that first set of hills, Brody. We got into the thick of it, and then the second set just came through, and I mean, Exclusive hit the burners, brother. Didn't look in the rearview mirror. Got to look at that too, because it was a hot start from your SMGs. I don't really think the ARs picked up the slack where it was needed. Vuitton went ham early. Saucy went ham. But then you start to look, Champion kind of got bodied. Axis, I mean, I believe he only had like 10 kills going into the 4th hill. So brother was, you know, not stepping it up. A lot of hill time to be collected on the right-hand side. But ultimately, you get into that second set, and then even closer to the end of that, it's no denying that this roster is the best hardpoint team in all of EU. And it's for a reason. Look at the stats to go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is as well, I mean, if you kind of point a difference in that first set to the second set, it was the fact that the 3 players that do finish with the highest KDs there, 51, 48, and 45 respectively from Lighty, Sao, and Veer. Those guys, I mean, they were playing well, mind you. I kind of pointed out, I think it was on the P4 as we got into that first set, which is that everyone was kind of playing more or less the same, or everyone around like 15 to 20 kills in that range. But it was in that second set where Lighty, Sour, and Veer really started to pick things up. And again, there wasn't really a response from the Wanted players that you want to see come out and step things up against Saucy and Mute. Probably the guys you're going to be looking at. You mentioned Vuitton, he had his moments, but I think generally speaking, that was with the Death Machine, was when we were seeing Vuitton go up, was when he was getting 2 or 3 kills with the Death Machine, kind of paving the way. Good Death Machine plays, not really that great outside of that. And again, I think this is just one of those maps where it's like, hey, if you're just going to get outslayed, there's not really much that you can do. I do want to give some love to Lighty. Again, I feel like this is a good opportunity to talk about that kind of addition of Lighty to this roster, because again, just like many of the players on Wanted, Lighty is one of those guys that's been around the block for a really long time, but I don't think I've ever seen him play like I have this year. And I think he is stepping up, playing just as well as Sao, who is widely regarded as the best player in Europe. perhaps even surpassing him this year. Like, Alighty is showing up. He is playing extremely well.
Yeah, this sophomore and freshman class looking absolutely solid. Sawo and Lighty, the dynamic duos there in the SMG performance. 51 and 39 there for Lighty. Just an absolute masterclass out of him. Found the transitional kills, had some hill time to go along with it. And brother, when you're on a map like Hacienda and your SMGs are putting up numbers like this, it is certainly dangerous. I know that with the bow being released off cooldown, we were expecting this to be a little bit more of an AR-dominated meta, but brother, from what I'm hearing from these pros, they hate this Switchblade meta. It is disgusting. Something about the mono needs to be out of the equation. If the players voted on it and it didn't get banned just yet, I would not be surprised if after this split as well as the next CDM season, it might be out of the equation altogether.
I think we should be fair as well. Like, shout out to the admins for kind of being proactive on banning things, right?
Absolutely.
The R9 was super powerful in the first week of qualifiers. It was gone, like literally after 1 week. So we do have to give some love. And I would say that's the one thing, is that if you guys are saying, all right, something is clearly overpowered, it's really not out of the question that it'll be gone, like, quickly. Like, it could stay. Obviously, I don't want to make a promise that it'll go, but, like, they are really reactive this year to what needs to go, what balances changes need to be made as soon as possible, because they've already made a pretty big one. Like, taking the R9 out of play completely changed the meta from the first week of play. Like, how reliant are people on the R9 in Search and Destroy? Well, now that is no longer the case, and I think we get a lot more balanced meta for it. So I do expect to see changes if changes need to be made. With that said, map number 1 is done in this series. Exclusive, they are taking it away, although we expected Exclusive to win that map because they are a hardpoint team. If Wanted were ever going to win this series, it is going to be in 2, 3, and 5. That has to start here on Coastal.
Yep, absolutely. Said it's one of the best maps in all of Call of Duty Mobile for a reason. It's a classic 3-lane. And if you're looking at EU from this perspective, the complete overhaul of Search and Destroy, it needs to happen at some point. Obviously, we were talking about, we're talking to the Veer, and we're talking to Says last week, talking about how they were going to implement some changes in Search and Destroy. I know that a lot of players have talked about watching CDM as kind of like, well, we can copy and paste that, or maybe we can take something from that. It gets to be a little bit more difficult when you get into the swing of it and you don't have the practice that they have. So to get that complete overhaul, it's not going to happen overnight. It's certainly going to be a challenge, but if you're going to take a map off the returning champions, it's got to start here.
Yeah, 100%. And this is where that European Search and Destroy is going to come into play. I'm going to keep on saying it. European Search and Destroy is pretty bad. And to be fair, it's not just Europe. Like, North American Search and Destroy is arguably worse, I think.
Yeah.
But I think Search and Destroy in Europe needs to improve by quite a large margin at the moment, because everything we've seen from European Search and Destroy has been pretty bad. I think it's just kind of the lack of readability, for one, right? Where it feels like European teams in Search and Destroy don't really do a good job at reading opposition, like, strats. Especially on a map like Coastal, where the strats aren't that varied. It feels like you should be able to read where players are going to be. And then I think the reactions to that have been pretty bad as well in Europe. Again, I don't want to rag on Europe too much, but you know how I am, Verdict. I'm a pretty negative person, generally speaking. I am, the Simon Cowell of the casting group, for sure. And it just, I would just like to see something better out of Europe. But I'll keep on saying it. Maybe I'm being a little bit too positive here on the other side. If you're going to take a map off of Exclusive, it's going to be Search and Destroy. You just have to read those strats. This is absolutely plausible for Wanted to do.
All right, let's see if Wanted can answer back. First map through, had us in the first set of hills. Second set, not so much. Lighty opening up the first blood. It is going to be the crossbow. It is the new meta here, the secondary in Europe. Talked about readability on this map. Let's talk about fluidity as well. I think the overall consensus is the crossbow's here to stay.
We love it as well. I love, like, unique little plays like that, right, coming through. It's not quite, like, it's not like a D13, right? So, like, it doesn't need to be, like, removed. I think it's not so incredibly overpowered. It's just a fun little thing in the meta. And I want to see more crossbow kills. It is Champy that has it right now, so there is a chance if he kind of swings around the corner to take Lighty down. Problem for him, he's going to have to get past Veer to do so. And this is a pretty common setup for Exclusive, to have Veer kind of pushing back from both the middle of the map and that B cross. That is Veer's known position for Exclusive, so it should be an easy read for Wanted.
Something else to mention, too, as well. We saw it debut yesterday. The Striker shotgun come through. Ban of the R9. Where are we going to go? I know we see HSO out here for Axis, but on the flip side, the Striker, that pretty much automatic shotgun that is going to fill you with lead so quickly you won't be able to transition. Obviously, up close it only takes one shot. Reads through the middle of the map. They're going to go ahead and cipher right into this A point on the back line. Says he's bodying them. Champy's one shot. Saucy is going to back down. This is going to be up the creek without a paddle situation. Let's see if Wanda can bail themselves out. 30 seconds left to go here for the retake. Lighty and crew looking to go ahead and push on through. Saucy able to find 2, make it 3.
Oh boy.
And now it's all up to Veer. What was it? 3v5. Wow. I had no hope there for Wanted, if I'm being honest.
I just think Exclusive gave up the side too easily, right? You had man advantage. You had no real reason to do so. You know, even in the 4v3, I'm kind of surprised that they let that rock go down. So yeah, I mean, that's what I was, trying to say was that, Wanted are in a 3v4, they were in a 3v5 prior to that, but, like, you have site control. It is difficult, especially if you're going 1-by-1, and that's Exclusive's retakes coming back to bite them in the rear. And a slightly different setup coming through here from Exclusive, actually. They're getting aggressive down that A-long to really suffocate things in the hopes that they are going to be able to barrel them in, and, like, Lighty gets a tag!
My God.
Oh, he's just got a crossbar up the bum!
Alright, Champy's going to be able to regain its rabbit season. He's running rampant there with a crossbow. I saw it in chat. They said, give me Lighty perspective. Champion retaliation, though. He's got a crossbow of his own. Mute, looking for that first blood. Oh, my God. Doesn't actually able to hit the shot there on Sawo. Trade's not going to come through. Saucy going to be trying to make something happen, but Saucy might just be another victim. Sawo, fearing for his life, is going to back down and reposition. He's going to continue to push the agenda here on this site, and he's going to be able to find another. Brody, 2 already off the deck. Sawo putting in work here in this second round.
And again, Wanted no because of that initial push from Exclusive. They don't really have much of an option in terms of pushing forward. Champy looking too high. Lighty laying down, and we'll get the kill with the Striker. R9's gone. Don't worry, we'll find a new shotgun in the meta to utilize. It is a, what is that? Striker, crossbow, double up coming through. Vodic, what the hell's going on?
This ain't sticks and stones, brother. What's going on here? We have we've gotten some crazy off metas here in Europe. They're pioneers for a reason. The crossbow, I mean, if you're hitting your shots, why not? The J358's absolutely cracked too. I know people were talking about the Renetti being viable here in this meta too as well. The Deagle mod attachment ban come through, and everyone's scrambling to try and fill that role. Well, they're trying to do their own thing. They have solidified themselves here as Striker and crossbow metas, and I'm here for it.
Well, this time around, Exclusive haven't pushed up towards the 8. They know they have to check this little cubby towards the right side as well, which is what they're going to do. Make sure that nobody's there. Positioning has changed, though. Sazer's down long with the SKS. We'll have just got some information through that there are players in that vicinity. Trophy system should catch that node over the top as well. This is a lot of pressure for Saze and Lighty to contend with. And do they check for Lighty? Because his off angles have been insane.
Here comes the contest. Saze able to find one, and there's Lighty. The off angle's going crazy. Backline's now going to be compromised. Lighty's going to be able to fall back. He's got a secondary in the SKS to work with. Sawo really need to get involved here. Mute.
Bravo.
Challenges. Neil cleans house. And in one fell swoop, they had sight, and then they didn't.
Yeah, a beautiful play there from Lighty and Sawo, right? Lighty pushes straight down towards the red connector. Sawo, at the exact same time that they're distracted by Lighty, pops his head up from the back stairwell to get a couple of frags. Just brilliant team play from Exclusive. The comms are absolutely on point there in round number 3. And Wanted right now being kind of thrown around. The one round win they've got is by a 3 versus 5 clutch they arguably shouldn't have gotten. So Exclusive doing a stellar job so far through these first 3 rounds. Same setup from Lighty once again. And I do wonder whether they'll fall for it this time around, or whether they'll attempt that transition in towards A. There's bodies on the site just in case they do, but the way they're petering through the middle of the map feels like that's the play call.
Sawo used to be in the bar hand. Gonna be pushed to force on this box site. Does spot Mute there on the outskirts. Doesn't land the shot. An exclusive. Holding the fort down here in the middle of the map. Wanted, looking to buckle up and take this challenge. And it looks like they're just going to be content with trying to play for a little bit of information. Nobody giving them anything in regards of not even a single pixel. So we're at a dead standstill a minute into the round. 90-second search and destroy would be perfect, but
Oh, mate.
we got to work with it. What we got.
Oh, God. The things I do with those 30 seconds, man. It all accumulates, man. It all accumulates.
It's a long time, Chad. Don't let anybody lie to you.
Yeah, you can do a lot in 30 seconds. Trust me, chat. Wanted. We'll make that transition. Saoi didn't see it, crucially. That smoke, though, should let them know what's happening, and they might go for a double wrap behind here. There's a chance that Neil and Sauer might immediately try and get this double flank through. You'll take a 1-for-1 down long, but Via needs to play his life here. You can give this setup because those flanking plays are being made. Yes, you lose Via, but again, that flanking play from Neil and Sauer, it's working.
It's working. Oh, not so fast, my friend. Mute. 10 seconds on the clock. You don't have time. You don't have bomb. It's done. Smoke through to clear the path. Sawo's here. Sawo's him. That is 3 rounds in a row. Exclusive. Giving up a little bit of a blunder in round 1. They have picked up the slack here in the next 3.
Brother, the proactivity of Neil and Sauer at the moment is genuinely insane. Like, honestly, the heads-up play calls that these guys are making comparatively to what we've seen in the past. Never mind what I said about European Search and Destroy. Like, Exclusive are legitimately playing good Search and Destroy at the moment. And granted, you know, their opposition isn't the best in the world at S&D, but, like, you have to give them credit. Like, they are absolutely playing the heads-up play calls pretty much perfectly. They're playing a number of off angles that Wanted aren't necessarily expecting. Like, if we're asking for great search and destroy from European teams, that is exactly what we're getting right now. Now we're in a different situation, though. Wanted find themselves with the first blood, I want to say for the first time in this search and destroy. They haven't chose to do anything with it just yet because they're worried about the crossfire through the middle of the map. And, of course, they know what Lighty is capable of around B. If they can remove Lighty from the B site, it should be an easy wrap-in.
You know, one tall task and taking out Sawo, who's got 8 so far through the first 4 rounds. We're in our 5th, and he's been dealt with. Lighty, he's another problem. He's got a striker, let me tell you. He will fill you up quickly, find 2 kills. A few rounds back, it was nothing. Nades over the top. Trophy's going to save it. Saucy through the crack. Able to find the second. Now it's time to roll. Here comes the A-hit. Lighty, how much can he find? 1, make it 2. I said it's automatic for a reason. And Neil's there to clean up, too. As you mentioned, the productivity, brother. This one's dead in the water. Vatan and Saucy now left on their own.
And there's no point going to B. Just make this quick rotation. Is Via going to see it, though? Via has to be ready for this play. And he's just going to dip. He's actually going to let it. And that's going to leave the lane open. They think the rotation's already happened. It leaves Lighty absolutely alone on an island. That one little overplay coming through from Via, instead of looking for the rotation, leaves the lane open. And Lighty will fall for it. Now Via needs to go hammer the sniper.
First up. Oh, yeah. That's tough. We saw this one fall flat on its face, but you give up that middle map, they take up space quickly. We're talking about the readability of these teams, and I have to say that was about as great as it's going to get if you're wanted. You clear the middle of the site. You thought the rotation happened. Veer wanders off briefly, just a little bit of doubt, and it went a long way. Lighty, none suspecting to that rotation, gets caught with his pants down, and a round snag there by Wanted. And they're going to continue to play slowly as possible, looking for those opening frags. Last time through, we're able to get some hedgeway on towards this B site, but met Lighty's shotgun. Let's see if the shotguns here for Axis can do any better now, as the nade over the top is going to clear him out. The flak jacket's going to keep him for the alive for the time being. Holy hell, I can't speak.
Happens sometimes, mate. It's all right. Again, stalemate once again in effect here for Wanted. Just looking for a way to puncture the defense. Slightly different alteration here on the defensive setup as well from Via and Neil, or from Neil and Sawo, excuse me, who are playing ever so slightly different angles, and in efforts to try and get both of those players down, you're going to have to check one corner and more likely than not fall via way of the other one. So they're going to attempt the 3 versus 2 hit. Big initial hit coming through. Mute with a sniper rifle could again take one down, but it's about what the second player is going to do on the trade.
Here we go. Buckle up. Sawo. Oh my, they're in a corner. He hasn't been spotted. Mute's gonna chow. Neil's gonna find 2. And this is dead in the water again. Saucy. Let's see if he can bail it out. He finds 2. Makes it a suddenly doable situation, but here comes Lighty. We thought the R9 doof 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 was going to be, ringing in our ears as we slept at night. This striker could be just as nasty.
This is kind of funny, actually, because, those players just swarmed around B thinking that's where the last remaining player is. Veton is literally just... I know there's like a one level of Watchdog. This is a really minute reference, but there's one level of Watchdogs where you have to, like, go through an entire city and not get spotted when there's cops swarming you. That's what Veton just did there. Went through the other side. He is now in 1 versus 3, though, and now he's going to find the first kill. Opportunity here in the 1 versus 3 to perhaps get these guys. They're doubling up on one another, but can only get the shots in towards the foot of Lighty. Veer will be there with a pistol to close out the round, and, well, Veton might be able to evade the players, but not for long.
Yeah, not for long. Bomb goes down. 3 left standing. You got a double chow to deal with. If anything, you had to hit that one head on. So these rounds going quickly now as we see 2 more rounds left standing for wanted. Let's see if they can find a way to even us up before we flip. Right now, a little more decisive out of them. Veer on the back line. Shot's not going to land initially. The play is still coming through. Smoke's going to force him to back down, and he's going to have to play his life. It looks like we're going to be going for a clean 5v5 retake as A is open for free, or they're going to try and clear out the back lines and head towards this back B side. Veer finally hitting a shot, but Baton there quickly for the trade.
Finding something different here from Wanted. Neil takes a 1-for-1 around the back line. Exclusive not able to even the numbers here in this round. Now looking for more. Oh, Sao! How on earth has that happened? Headshots will allow that kill to go by way of mute, and now Lighty needs to do it all. He's got the best setup you'll ever see, the crossbow and the striker. And Wanted know it. They should know what's up here. Unless he picks up a weapon from the ground, they should know that Lighty's options will be limited. And all they got to do here, if we're being perfectly honest, all they have to do is just body up together, make sure that they don't give any kills for free. There is no reason to give away this 1 versus 3.
You forgot to mention that he's got this striker, or you failed to, remember he's got this shotgun. You do not want to bundle up with this thing. He has hit some pretty nasty shots with it. Now he's got to force to push through. Axis going to be the tip of the spear. Axis not missing a shot. And Wanted just so close to taking this one back. Find a rather unorthodox challenge. You clear out that back line. We've seen them connect over to that B side from there. Knowing that Lighty is still alive, you don't want to chow that shotgun in a close space. W comms, W read. Let's see what the payoff round comes through here for Wanted.
Again, this kind of setup, we've seen it before from Exclusive. Push all the way up towards the A long. Don't get too aggressive if you're Neil. You don't necessarily need to, especially with the cover fire being watched by Veer here. The comms should be good if any players turn that corner. However, in overcommitting towards A long, they have given up red. Connector in towards A. So there's a path for Wanted to get towards the A site if they want to. Says it's going to pop an 8, and that is absolutely going to tag. Is it good enough for a kill? Oh, it's not. Saucy barely survives. Return now on towards the site. Wanted, they've got into the site, but do they have the numbers to make this work?
Oh my god, now they're going to deal with mute. Holy hell. Finds a 2-piece. Sawo trying to bully Says out of the equation. Mute's out as well. Vatan does get the trade. We're down to a 2v2, but the bomb is in Narnia, and they've got to recover it. Sawo and Lighty, they realize the severity of this situation, and are just waiting in these choke points for this rotation to collect the bomb. Saucy and crew now trying to make something happen as we slow things down. 40 seconds left to go. They've got to clear both these players or get that bomb and plant.
It's that positioning. That's the difficult thing here, is that Wanted going to have to wrap through. They are actually going to get behind Sour unless he's turning around. He's got an audio cue. He's absolutely got an audio cue. And you'll take a 1-for-1 with 25 seconds left. All Lighty needs to do is not blink, because there's very little chance of Saucy getting that bomb and getting it down in time.
He has no time. He's got to run. Look at this setup here for Lighty. All he's got to do is play the waiting game. 10 seconds. He's got to plant. Here comes a chow. Shot not going to land. Lighty forced to back down. Forced to play time. And I don't know, man. This bomb's going to go down. 45 seconds to hit. Now Saucy has the advantage. Lighty's still in the middle of the map.
Oh my god. He goes to the crossbow! Lighty for the 1v1! Saucy thinks, oh god, he's gone around the other side. Lighty plays the time pretty much perfectly. Oh, he barely got that down. He must have hit that at, like, literally, like, 4 or 5 seconds on the dot. Like, there was... Zero time left to plant that bomb. He did that pretty much perfectly, but Lighty will win the 1 versus 1 regardless. The ice in the veins. And honestly, I'll say this much. For the offense, for the defensive rounds, Exclusive didn't have that much of a lead here going into the half. They're 5-3 up. Considering it felt like they dominated that half, this final scoreline would have actually gotten away with a fair few rounds there.
Yeah, I mean, we could have very much so been evened up at the half, too, as well. That last round could have swayed either way. Timing just not going to go the way of wanted. And when you think that a player is going to get lost in space because time's about to expire, W reads there on the plant, just unfortunate timing as he was anticipating the wrap. So Lighty's going to get able to get the drop, hits the shot there with the crossbow, and I know chat's going to go crazy for that one. There's our opening round here for Exclusive. They're looking to see what they can get away with. 3 players stacked in the middle of the map, 1 playing for the intel on the long side of A, and then you got player number 5, Lighty, who has found 10 kills through our first 8 rounds. That striker, absolutely dominant here in EU.
I can't believe it, mate. We're seeing meta changes before our very eyes. Oh, Europe. We love you, Europe. Exclusive looking for their 6th round hit. Oh, Veer going to whiff. He hasn't actually been that effective with the sniper rifle so far through this S&D. It's more, again, Lighty that's been the biggest problem, and he will continue to be so. It's time for a striker versus striker battle. Hugh will win it, Champion will win it, and now that's difficult to try and find your way through, because Wanted have triple stacked towards the site. Exclusive are going to try it regardless, but you are running straight into a blender, and you're getting chopped up via. Now needs to put on a highlight reel to get out, but it's not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, as soon as you lose, even in a post-R9 world verdict, it turns out the shotgun is still dominating the meta.
Yeah, it's so dominating. I know Axis started off this map with an HSO just because that's a default to go back to, right? It dominated for so long, but he's opted to pull out his and has found one through. Thought Veer was going to be able to find another. Sawo and crew, they're going to smash right through the middle of the map. Mute going to be able to take down one. Saucy's out of the equation. Bomb's going to go down quick. And the advantage now in the hands of Exclusive. Wanted now trying to play for the retake. Mute on the backside, trying to look to make sure no one's wrapping the rear. And surely enough, there is a lone scraggler. He is coming through the middle of the map, and he is surely going to blow this up if he gets the right timing.
Nah, Veer's going to draw that first blood, so all of this now is pretty much one-dimensional. You got to try and deal with Veer on the backline. You do get that kill, to be fair, so bringing this down now to a 2 versus 3. This is more manageable, but time's starting to run out. Mute. Easy first kill coming through. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Neil can't get that clean trade-off. Now has to transition into the second because you've lost your teammate in the play. And to tell you what, Verdict, they almost pulled that 2 versus 4 off. That was sloppy there on the post-plant from Exclusive.
Yeah, I mean, you got to thank Veer for finding that first blood, because if they have 3 there, you're dead. You're dead. Neil able to hit the shots when it matters the most. Veer going to be dealt with as soon as he does find the value. Pretty much solidifying the round now. Smash buckle up for that B-side hit. They're going to try and cut it from 2 different angles. Player number 4, Axis, about to get hit with by a Mack truck. Oh, wait! He's found one. The value's there, but the site is going to be given away. And another quick plant here for Exclusive. Let's see how the retake comes through. Wallbang's not necessarily going to be hitting off the rip. Champion crew waiting for this wanted roster to form the strat. Nades over the top. Lighty's going to be forced to back down. What?
Kills all coming through now. Wanted's really starting to bully their way to the site, and that's going to be all she wrote. And that's, again, I don't know what's going on with Exclusive, the post-plant setups. They barely got away with it last time around. Obviously, you want to give Wanted credit for actually getting to the site and finding those frags, but I definitely feel like things could be a lot better right now for Exclusive here on these post-plants.
Kind of questioning. Lighty, brother, why are we changing, like, shotgun loadouts in the middle? I know that you're probably trying to hit a certain dynamic smash at A site, but Old Faithful was working for you, bud. Opposite dropped the shotgun altogether after unsuccessful round. Now smash through the middle of the map worked.
Brother.
First time around, second time. Mute going to be able to find a first blood to go along with it. Neil out of the equation. This one is going to be given away for free. They're going to play for this retake, and Mute is just continuing to give you the work.
Yeah, Mute is, I don't know how many kills he's got in the last, 3 rounds, but it feels like since the half, Mute has become significantly more effective here. Exclusive right now are getting bodied by that one player, and they are being so cautious. They don't even want to get this rock down, right? In a 3 versus 5, that's the way you play this. You get the rock down, you play around the site, just play together to try and win on 2v1 trades. They don't even want to do that because they're so terrified of potential flank coming through from Mute. All those players now coalescing around the back of the site at Exclusive. They can't even afford to get a body on the site. They have to just sit here and wait for the push to come through.
How did Lighty not see Axis right there on the... I know he made that rotation through. And now all of Wanted are just waiting for that bomb to go down, and they don't have a reason to go anything. Lighty trying to force their hand. He's going to be able to find 1, 2. He's able to find... Say's able to find 2. Trades come through, and now it's Axis. The middle of the map, the player that was overlooked is going to come through and tie us up. I think that could have changed. If Lighty had found it, I don't know how he brushed right through them. They literally were 5 feet away from each other.
Never mind that. Why is Say's like changing weapons in the middle, reloading in the middle of a fight? Why is he changing weapons in the middle? He did that twice, but he got his teammate killed the first time around in the 2v1, and then goes to the 1v1 and decides to switch weapon. Straight against the. What are we doing? Stop messing around. Just reload your bloody weapon. Anyway, whatever. Exclusive. They win that first engagement. That was the big problem before, is Axis baiting out Lighty. This time around, they've gotten that first blood. They're now in the 5v4. This now needs to be a solid post plant, because that's been the issue for Exclusive thus far.
Let's see if Mute can thread the needle. He has been the man here this one. Champy looking to find something. Mute's out of the equation. Champy's going to on the prowl. He's going to be able to find 1, make it 2 as Say. He's going to be out of the position, not anticipating the hit to come through. Lighty's out. What is happening? Sawo, last man up. Able to find 2. Saucy! Deleted. Got way too close, Brody. Way too close.
That is a 1 versus 3 for Sawo right there towards the end. And again, Exclusive, you got to watch this VOD back and watch these post-plant setups, because they are so poor. Like, I don't understand why we're playing so individually and so erratically, to be frank about it. Like, this is just, it's so weird. Like, Exclusive, they played so well in the first half, and even then it was 5-3 at the half. Ever since then, these rounds have been balanced on a knife's edge. Every single time it feels like Exclusive just want to throw the round away. I don't even know what's happening at this point. Exclusive do, technically speaking, have another path through towards B if they want it. Mute is the one covering the bomb site this time around, although if we're being perfectly honest, I feel like the way that Mute has played through this search and destroy, that might as well be the bomb site locked down. So Exclusive right now just weighing up their options. If you guys want to get yourself any magazines out, take up your feet, read it, because you're going to be waiting around for a while for something to happen.
The strategies here for Exclusive have pretty much just been smash and hit the site, and, you know, that's been 50-50. That last hold, rather questionable. Almost took the Mickey. Smash on through. Smoke's going to clear the path. 2 players are going to be able to clear on out. Saucy on the back foot. They are not anticipating him to be on this off angle, and brother, he has feasted. That's 3, make it 4. Mute has gotten involved. Mute is here, silencing Exclusive here in this round. And even when they drag their feet, Brody, it's certainly even more questionable. I think we may have given Exclusive a lot more credit than they have deserved.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. This offense from Exclusive has been terrible. Like, straight up. The only rounds they've been able to win, the rounds where they kind of get themselves in a kind of a doggy pile on the site. This is going to be the same situation again. If you deal with Mute, you should be fine. There should be a smoke in the play. Mute takes 1 down with him. That's okay, because you trade things out and you're on the site. Now, for the love of everything that is holy in Call of Duty Mobile Esports, Exclusive, just don't have a terrible post plant, okay? This is one of the easiest sites to hold in the entirety of CODM. Just don't mess it up. It's not that difficult.
We've seen...
Oh, come on.
Oh, man, where are the trophies at? What are we doing? Do we have all 5 smokes? Doesn't matter. Say's able to find 1 in the retaliation, but Champy's going to be able to single out. Veer going to be able to wrap the mid, and Buddy finds the 3-piece. Talk about broken shotguns. Have you guys seen the striker lately? I don't even know if that was actually 2 shots or just 1, and then maybe like the first burst of the second one. That was gross.
Yeah, and a good little play from Veer as well on the rewrap through the middle of the map. It's something that Wanted aren't necessarily going to expect in that play. So, again, you know, it's brilliant when you have a little bit of ingenuity in the play, what you can do. Exclusive now just 1 round away from taking this search and destroy, and it is going to be a flat A kit to decide it.
All right, let's gamble. Oh, yeah, Neil. I'll bet on his shots 90 times out of 10. But there's Champy able to get the trade. And Champy able to get 3 right in front of you. Saul finally able to get the trade, but it's down to a 1v2. Axis got to get his gun up. Sorry, it was a 1v3. Saul gonna go out guns blazing. Shots on through for Saucy. Not gonna happen. We're tied up yet again. We're going to overtime, Brody.
That would have been a 1v4 for Sao if you pulled that off, by the way. Teammates died around him. It would have been a 1v4. But alas, it was not to be. As exclusive, we'll have to go to overtime. If Sao loses this, my brother is going to be screaming in the comms. I would be as well, the way that he's played through the search and destroy. Lighty has definitely slowed things down significantly in the second half. He's not winning any of these fights now, though, as they go to overtime and are on the defense once again. What does the defensive set look like? Sao, chill, brother. Like, bring it down a little bit. What? Why? We're in the middle of the map. What are we doing? Just relax.
He said, if we're going to lose this one, I'm going to go out the way I want to go out. Proceeds to die. Mute. Able to take him down. The crossbow, not better than the sniper in that regard. And Lighty back to the old faithful. Good old striker crossbow wombo combo. Veer and crew looking to hold the fort down. A little too aggressive there from Sawo. The floodgates on the backside. Hit marker not going to help. Hits over towards the A site. 2 players to deal with on the back trail too as well. I kind of love this setup. Let's see if it works out. Player number 2 is about to get bodied. Oh my god. What? Veer able to take down 1, but Champy able to take him down on the back line. As he wraps the bomb, or backside rather, the bomb's going to go down in the midst of it action. 35 seconds here, Brody.
And Neil trying to get back in from the other side. It's not going to happen. Leaves Say's left up, and he's already repositioned. So this should be a pretty easy defensive setup coming through from Wanted, and Mute will be the player to close out the round, as he has been. 23 freaking kills through this search and destroy, by the way. Mute is just that guy. And I'm going to be honest, I was praising Sao at the start of the round. He threw that round away. Like, straight up.
Yeah, you got to stop gassing these guys up. Every time you do that, they piss down their leg.
Yeah, no, 100%.
For lack of better words.
Yeah. No. I think that's that's absolutely the right way to do it. Mate, just, I don't know what's going on at this point. It's the same defensive setup that's been the problem. How much can Mute walk away with here? The utility's going through. Nade lands wide. You're going to stun him out of the play, so that's going to get you into the site. But Mute is still here, and he is still an ever-present danger. You have to deal with him. You'll take the trade. You go 1 for 1! And with the snipe, Fear takes Saucy down. I think the crossbow got involved there as well. You surely can't miss this one up.
4v3 here for the hold. Plant's gonna go down. Says insurance man on the back lines. Paid dividends. Now it's all up to Champy. It ain't happening. We got another set of OT rounds. Both teams finding success here on the offensive approach. And brother, let's see if Exclusive got something up their sleeves. I know they kind of threw a wild card the last time around. Sawo's life is more valuable than just taking open, ego chows out in the middle of the map, though. Let's be real. There we go. That's it.
That's much more intelligent. Veer has been also kind of steadily creeping up as Veer through this search and drive. He had a very slow start. Much better go, I think, through the second half, even if Exclusive haven't been as successful as they would like. And now Wanted a man down, are looking for a golden ticket through to the remainder of this overtime. Lighty, do not swing wide. Brother did not need to move. He had like the spidey sense, the force, something was amiss. Recognize that there's someone about. And honestly, if there's one player I do not want to ego child right now, it is Mute. This guy is going ham.
Sniper's going ham there. Mute going beast mode. 24. Neil, massive 2-piece. Gets the call. They're there. Axis able to get 1 in retaliation, but it's not going to be enough. They're absolutely swarmed. Outmanned, outgunned. Sawo going to be able to find his 19th, make it 20th. Advantage Exclusive. We're on that point.
And that, again, we talk about this through the Search and Destroy. Overall, Search and Destroy, not great for Exclusive, but where they excel is in the heads-up play calls. As soon as they get that first or second kill, they're able to effectively collapse on the opposition. That's what happens there towards the end as the re-wrap towards B goes through from Wanted. Exclusive now just 1 round out from closing out this Search and Destroy. Aggressive play through the middle of the map here. And oh my god, they've just gotten through by way of the cover of the smoke. Is the read going to be good from Vuitton? It is for a 1. And that positioning from Saucy is actually a problem here for Exclusive as they are now below the A site. They've got to find a way out.
Oh, Champy thought he's going to be able to get a freebie there. Say's able to wrap and gets the shots in the middle. Saucy going to be dealt with. Champy's out of the equation. It's down to 1. Mute. 24 in a dream. Bomb's going to go down over at the A site. Now he is forced to push these players on out. 45 seconds, looking for the exit. Not going to hit the shots. This one, Brody, might come down to the wire, but Mute's got to be flawless moving forward.
Oh. If anyone is in those 1 versus 2, I would want it to be Mute to save the S&D. Recognizes the players are there. Goes for the chow. Good for the first one. To the sniper for the second.
Oh
Back to the
God.
switchblade, and Mute somehow gets it done. Puts the players on skates.
Brody, I for sure thought that he was losing that round because he couldn't get the exit kill. And what he just did, remarkable. 1v2 clutch, Mute keeping the dream alive. I'm dumbfounded.
Brother.
There's no way you don't get that trade. That's crazy. More OT. Here we go.
Oh no, if I'm the rest of Wanted right now for this game, I'm giving Mute some hella sloppy toppy. Like, this guy is
Hell yeah.
26 frags. Like,
For the boys.
this guy he is insane. One of the best players in Europe at the moment. 90 seconds now left in this round, and Wanted will slow things up a lot. And again, I think it's just looking for some kind of overchow that Mute will take for free. Lighty, it's worth saying, has been in this spot over and over again, and he has kind of thrown a couple of shoulders he probably shouldn't have been over and over again, and that's the anticipation for Mute. Lighty, just stand still. You don't need to move. That nade's going to bounce, gets caught out by the trophy system, so now that's probably confirmation that Mute needed that there is a player there. And the good news, I guess, for exclusive here, they are not giving Wanted anything for free. Like, they're making Wanted work for this one, and that's what you want to see from exclusive. That's where their search and destroy has gone wrong in these last few rounds.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see out of this roster, right? Make them work for it. Don't give them anything for free. Saucy. We've seen him get plenty of kills through this crack. Already through the middle of the map. He's going to be able to spot Veer, but not going to be able to hit shots. Axis opening up with the first blood. Sawo out of the equation. That is a massive one. And the floodgates now, as the calls come through, we are smashing through B. Neil, hold on for dear life.
He's heard it. He heard it. He knows. Neil knows. He just have to sit in a corner. An off angle here. Play from Neil. Are they going to check? They don't check for Neil, and he's able to activate for a couple of kills. Makes Champy weak as well. You're fine with that. Veer taking pot shots through the wall to try and get something going. Not able to do so. So we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. The wraparound from Axis. This could be everything. The wraparound from Axis. It works so well. Both players down, and Lighty left up in the 1v3. The striker to try and save it. It's not to be. And Wanted, in the dead of night, able to transition to the other side, and they are now in the lead.
Man, we've gone back and forth like a football match, brother. This is absolutely crazy. Axis there on the swing was everything. Never anticipate that one. Goes massive. Even with Neil finding those 2 free kills. Could be the last round, exclusive. What do you got in the tank? They're flooding onto the A site.
Oh, no.
Baton! Shuts down Lighty and Sawo. Neil not in the equation to get the trade, and now they're having to tuck their tails, Brody.
Got to run towards the B site, and you got to do it now. That's the play call. Problem is, they don't know that this has been a full commit on towards the A, so they're going to expend time here checking every single corner, every single crevice where potential players from Wanted could be. And they're going to expend time. The good news, though, says, depending on the timing, depending on the positioning that Wanted take here on this rewrap, says could take a couple of players down and at least make it more palatable for Veer and Neil. And as soon as this rock gets planted, everything is on Says. What can Says find on this rewrap?
Well, it's all going to come down to this first
Says.
interaction. Axis. Oh, man, Axis is going to blow it up there. He's in the right place at the right time. Says able to find the first. 4v2 here for the retake. 25 seconds. Got to smash this side. Champy on the entry. Neil tucked away in one. Veer in another. They're all swarming through. Veer can't hit the shots. The follow-ups there. They've done it. Wanted. Able to find the last round here, 22nd to be exact. In a great way to close it out. We said if it was going to be an anything, it had to be starting here in the search and destroy, and boy, did they deliver in the coastal.
Yeah, I mean, bro, we'll get to the scoreboard here in just a moment, but Mute, brother, let's look at Mute. Mute is the guy to look at this year in Europe for sure. We talked about Sawo last year as the new kid on the block, the fresh blood that everyone was looking for. Mute is that guy. The way that he is playing right now, absolutely wild through that search and destroy. That 1 versus 2, like, should never happen. Ever. No. And the fact that he is able to get the strafe speed going. I mean, look, I know the Switchblade right now, everyone's kind of yapping about it, saying that it needs to be kind of dealt with. I think he has shown exactly why through that 1 versus 2. But I think if we're being frank as well, I mean, it's the snipes, right? Mute sniper presence. I think a really kind of alternate strategy from Wanted there on their B defenses was that, generally speaking, I think, Lighty was kind of the guy for exclusive on the defense through the first half of that search and destroy, and he was the reason that they couldn't get through towards B. It's very rare, I think, now in the current kind of shotgun-esque meta that it's a Tundra player that's holding on towards a B, because they're generally speaking more valued by that A long, or perhaps even in the middle of the map. The fact that Mute, I think, was kind of staunchly defending B, and more often than not would walk away at least for a 1-for-1 trade on the defense of that site. It was a problem for exclusive. It really was a problem. 27 freaking frags, even with 4 rounds, I think it was, of overtime, is an insane stat line. Like, I can't even think about the last time I saw a number that high in search and destroy.
Yeah, dude, he was nasty, nastier than your latest FaZe Banks collab. Absolutely gruesome player to deal with head on. Obviously, when you talk about the presence there, I believe that, the threat towards B site had to be dealt with. Axis didn't really have a hot start, so you kind of have to put your pressure point or where you think that hit's going to come from into perspective, and Mute's got to be there on the back line to hold the fort down, because Axis, like I mentioned, won't get the job done. He makes a little bit of a change midway through the map, and you could see his progression through. I think he started with 2 through the first 8. It was not good. Swapped over to the Switchblade. It finished up with 13, which is respectable. On the flip side of things, Sawo, all out, ambush to the middle of the map in one of those overtime rounds, and Mute just finding a freebie. It was pretty much summed up his demise. I don't think he got but 1 kill after that. So brutal search and destroy here for exclusive. A lot to work on, especially on the attacking opportunities. They've got the idea of what it looks like and what it's supposed to be here for defense. There's some foundation there for sure.
What I'll say is I think exclusive search and destroy was pretty poor for the most part. Like, I think overall, I'm just going to call it for what it is. Like, that was a pretty poor showing in search and destroy. I think, when we talked about how positive we were on kind of the best part of exclusive search and destroy right now, is there mid-round adaptations? Like, if you're in a situation where you have to have players going on a flank, they are willing to do that. Like, the heads-up play calls are totally there for exclusive, and that is easily the best part of their search and destroy game plan. Outside of that, really poor. Like, the fact that we were kind of glazing their offense, or their defense, on the first 8 rounds, and they still only finished the half at 5-3. Not a good look for exclusive whatsoever. Well, I mean, I'll call it for what it is. Okay. It was pretty good. It was just so many situations where they shouldn't be losing it. And then on the the flip side, we see them on the offense. They're getting into the site, and their post plant is abysmal. Like, for a team that's so good at heads up play calls, for the post plants to be as bad as they are in search and destroy, that is something that I think, honest to God, takes like 1 VOD session to fix. Like, you watch 1 set of VODs, you watch that search and destroy back, and you're able to easily identify why the post plants were as bad as they were, which is that the team is just way too reactive at times. Like, as someone goes down, and every single player looks at that one guy, and it just leaves lanes open. Like, there has to be a little bit more trust in each team, I think, to get each other trait in the players, and I don't think that's there right now in those post plants. So that's what they need to work on, because that search and destroy, boy, it needs work, because you ain't going to beat some of the best teams in the world if you search and destroy looks like
and that was their struggles in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. They could win the hard points, but couldn't hold their own in any other game mode. So if you're taking a look at this, watch the VOD. All right, exclusive, fix your mistakes. You've got a great foundation in the defense, but that offensive approach ain't it, brother. The post plant setups were brutal. And we are all tied up here as we are geared up for Crossroads Control, ladies and gents. It is a banger of a winners final so far, Brody. It has delivered pretty much on all fronts. We have dynamics in the hardpoint that were great and some bad. And then we had a strike back there from Wanted, able to take it in 22 rounds of search and destroy, leaving us wanting more. And this exclusive roster is beatable. Let's see if Wanted can back it up with another victory here on the swing mode. We talked about them exclusive banning raid, and it was strategic in the regard that maybe you're trying to open up that map pool, right? Is this going to work out for you, though?
I don't know, dude. I mean, I think this is a curveball from exclusive for sure. Again, I'm very sure that raid ban is not a hard veto. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong every so often, you know. But I am, pretty sure that raid ban is kind of a curveball from them. Whether it works is kind of a different story. Again, I think the key difference maker for me here, and ultimately this is just kind of European Call of Duty Mobile. It's very often it's going to come down to the slaying power, and I feel like we go back towards what works in map number 1, and what was it like? Via, Sawo, and Lighty, I think, were the players that was slaying out. If those guys are able to show up again here and just slay out, I think they'll be fine. Like, fundamentally speaking, I think the control of exclusive is okay. Like, it's not anywhere near as good as their hardpoint, but it's fine. It's good enough, and as long as they've got the slaying power to back it up, honest to God, and I don't mean this in any negative way, I just don't think there's enough slaying power on the other side to actually match it. Like, I think if we're being honest with ourselves, like, Mute is an absolute god. Like, this guy is basically Thor. But unfortunately, the rest of the team are just like those regular Asgardians that are just like sort of chilling around, doing nothing. Kind of like I don't know.
Damn, son, really? Is that
what I mean? That's what
we're doing, Champy? He called you a scrub, brother.
I call him an Asgardian. Come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're still pretty good. They're gonna live for a long time, but they're gonna just be like blacksmiths or something.
Wow, just a regular schmegular blacksmith. That's it. You're not gonna be a hero in this category. Gotta give a shout out to exclusive though. If you're looking at picking maps for what they are and trying to play against your opponent, we knew Mute was going to be bodying people in the search and destroy coming into this series. Trying to mitigate that damage was, exactly the kind of train of thought that I would expect out of banning raid. So the fact that we are getting crossroads strikes is a plus for them in that regard, but the snipers can have a little bit more of an impact here on this map than you anticipate. It's definitely going to be on Mute's back to step up, as he is the Grand Wizard of them all, right? He's going to be the one that's trying to put the team on their back, and everybody else are just a bunch of grunts trying to, at the end of the day, just lay down so I can walk over you, so that way we can get this done.
It's it's a more apt description. It's kind of like how in Halo, which is another game. It's owned by Microsoft. I can make a reference here. It's like Mute is Master Chief, and the rest of them are just UNSC soldiers. That's a really good example. You please tell me you played Halo. Don't.
Yeah, that's actually where I got into gaming. Halo was my first FPS title back in the day. We did Xbox like LAN. Back when you can connect in the house by yourself. We'd have like 4 screens set up. We'd have like 15 people over. Brother, we would be playing all day long. All right. I wasn't any good back then, but I enjoyed it. It was a great environment. Good camaraderie.
What do you mean back then?
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not good anymore either. I was never good, so yeah, fair enough.
No, I'm taking the nickname. I mean, it just feels like Mute, and this is the point I was going to make, is you talk about him with a sniper rifle, right? And obviously snipers have been one of these things that it's not even new to the meta anymore in Control. It's been around for a really long time. Like, it was a significant change actually from 2024 champ to 2025 was the difference in Control and how effective sniper rifle players are. It's just something to kind of note, for sure. Is Mute on the sniper rifle is going to be an insane player here. The problem is that I think that Mute kind of simultaneously needs to be a great sniper rifle player and also a great switchblade player. Like, you kind of need to have presence for both, and he can't do both. Like, if he's going to be on that sniper rifle, the rest of the team needs to be applying that SMG pressure. I just don't know if that's going to happen just yet. So just something to bear in mind is that, again, we're kind of saying, we can't have one player. That's the point. It can't just be one player here just play well. Like, everybody has to step it up.
Yep. We're trying to figure things out as we're getting geared up for map number 3, having a little bit of a technical issue on the back end. Players trying to figure things out. We are too as well. Brody, we've already gave the breakdown. We've already taken a look at the maps and everything that's happened. We are tied up at 2 as we head into the Crossroads Control Strike. And just waiting for the go-ahead. I'm sure we're going to be starting here momentarily, chat. So if you're figuring out why we're yapping, we'll go ahead and let you know. It's not us. We want to get into the action just as much as you. And speaking of yapping, the professional yappers in the chat, too. I saw that Bobby overslept. Happy Pappy's Day, brother. Hope you have a great one.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we are going to go to a quick break here while we sort out things. Apparently, there's a tech delay. You know what? I'll call it out. Apparently, there's a battery issue. Players are having battery issues. I don't know in the year of our Lord 2026 what we're doing coming into this tournament with battery issues, but whatever. Regardless, we just don't charge our phones in a professional tournament. We use them as the primary way to play the game. So we're going to take a break. On the other side of this break, we're going to have Crossroads Strike Control. We'll see you there for more CODM.
All right, welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. We are apologizing about that short intermission. We had a player with a battery issue going through. We are hopefully going to be jumping into this Crossroads Strikes here momentarily. If you are just now tuning in, you missed out on a banger series so far. We are still in the winners bracket final. And Brody, this one's gotten thick. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Yeah, swing map coming up. Anything can happen here for either of these teams.
Anything could happen. Like, for example, say the players charging their phones. That could happen, and we could actually get into a crossroads striker. I'm a salty, okay? Like, listen, anyone who knows me, I know I'm a grumpy guy, okay? I get grumpy very easily. I get grumpy at the smallest of things, and that's one of them. Anyway, yeah, we're excited to get towards this map number 3 here. It's been an interesting series so far. If you are just joining us, map number 1 went the way of exclusive. That was pretty much the expected way we expected to go, given the fact that exclusive are a great hardpoint team. Map number 2, though, exclusive search and destroy was doo-doo, and so Wanted were able to take that one away. Mute, by the way, little fun fact of the day, finished that search and destroy with 27 kills. So there is, I think, a lot riding behind this map number 3 verdict, as kind of we expect the map number 4 and 5 to go the exact same way. So exclusive, I don't think you can afford to give up this control.
Absolutely. Talking about control, we've already gotten a little bit of motion towards that B side. I love the approach here on the attack, but Blighty already in your spawn. Brother hadn't even had the reload. He's got 4. 6 is where he ends, as we do see Veton finally in his terror. But it is already a full court press being put on. 5 life lead going in favor of the boys over at exclusive. They're locked and loaded here on the defense so far.
Yeah, going to start coming through from Wanted. No, they are going to get some kills now, and they can get themselves over towards B. And this is actually a pretty good setup, getting players in towards green all the way forward. I like the play being made from Mute as well to get behind enemy lines. He is clearing a lot of space, and that was one of the questions we had, was would Mute come through here with the sniper rifle or the switchblade? It has been the switchblade, and I think, you know, in terms of the role that he's trying to play, he's doing a stellar job at the moment. They did not get that second tick through, though, and that means now they're going to have to fight back for control once again. Oh,
there it is. Second tick locked in. 44 seconds. Champy's in your back line. Nades over the top is going to allow the kill to come through along with it. Second tick locked in. Surely enough, we'll get that third just coming through. Champy's finally going to be dealt with. And that third tick of progress going to be eliminated. Says and crew back to their old shenanigans as they are about to put the forecourt press back on. How will Wanted respond?
Still pretty good here. And even in a 7v10, if they can get that extra 60 seconds, that's huge. However, they've kind of bungled themselves up in towards their own back building. And now they're kind of out of lives and really out of options as far as how to play the remainder of this round. They are, you know, they've got a couple of players left up. One of them is Mute, so everything is still possible. And Mute is actually going to grab B. No, never mind. He swings himself just a little bit too wide, so gets sniped out. So that B capture, it would have been nice to get. You're not going to be able to do so. And now it's up to Veton here, trying to do as much damage as humanly possible. I can't envision he's long for this world. And there you go, finally get shut down. So good effort there from Veton, but not to be. And it really feels like maybe they should have committed a little bit harder towards that B push, because when they were there, they were doing damage. It just never felt like they were able to fully commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, you get one player on, that's great, but you got to have a little bit of reinforcement there to hold the angles. Obviously, getting pushed back in your spawn's not ideal. Let's see how they can apply the pressure here on the defending side. Sawo going to be able to find one in through. He's going to be dealt with now, is looking for a little bit of time on towards that A site. Lighty going to take his own life as he does find one to go along with him. Baton going to be able to pull out the death machine to go along with it. So operators on operators. Wasted Tempest there. And Baton's now all up in your spawn to go along with it. This could be a recipe for disaster. Let's see how exclusive handle it.
Veton, oh, he's been so good with the death machine going back towards that hard point. That was when Veton was showing up, and he gets nada with it there. So the operators for both Wanted and Exclusive have been kind of terrible through these first minute or so, excuse me. But Wanted still with a life advantage here, and Exclusive doing a much worse job as far as getting up the map and getting onto the point is concerned. So just got to try and get out of your spawn at the moment. Get one player behind enemy lines to be a nuisance. They can't do it. Double investment now coming through for the ops.
Oh, Axis. In a moment where you needed to go big, pretty much an operator going to waste you again. So the utilization out of both these teams, not great. Sawo to the middle, going to be cut down. Stays and crew trying to make something happen. And the operator use just hadn't been great. Neil's the only one who's found more than one. And he's going to get quickly traded on through. His Champy expires on his Sparrow. He does find 2 as well, a third to follow up. Back and forth affair we go. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. Not a tick of progress to show for it. And this attacking approach might be dead in the waters. And I'm kind of questioning Veer on this one. I know that he's made some executive decisions before, but that one was not it, Chief.
I think that entire sequence of events was not it from Exclusive. 2 seconds left. They're trying to keep this round alive. It is done. And at this point, you might just want to not give the operators away. And yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking there, right? They were down by about 5 lives towards the end. They had 3 ops on the cards, and I was just thinking, well, they're just going to try and equalize things and save those ops. So it's kind of a dump towards the next round, right? Nope, all 3 come through. Now they're behind on ops. Whatever. It was a bad play from Exclusive, to be honest with you. They're not really finding any value out of ops. I think particularly Neil with the equals went on a flanking play, got 2, and they just immediately died. Like, we got to be getting more value out of these ops right now if we're Exclusive. And again, going back to the point now, they don't have ops to start this round off. So Wanted are going to do what they've tried to do again, which is get in behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, try and clear some space out, because Wanted have been a lot better so far for the first couple of rounds at getting space and actually doing something with it.
Yeah, and of course, you got 2 ticks to show for it that first round. This second go on the attacking approach, again, you got to be able to provide a little bit of support to that objective player. Lighty going to be taken down after finding some kills to the middle of the map. Vatan going to be able to fill the role here of the objective. You got topside control. This is what I was talking about. It's pivotal that you have someone watching over. Lighty through the smoke to try and clear the site is going to be able to get half health there on Vatan. Callouts are going to be made. Callouts? Where are the callouts, brother? Somebody's got to deal with Lighty, and nobody is turning around. Muty's got all the space in the world, but if Lighty's allowed to do things like this, your round's going to explode.
Yeah, just Lighty doing insane things at the moment. He, I think, has been the standout player so far and will clear space. Now, Lighty's advanced positioning is an issue for Wanted. They need to prioritize taking Lighty out of the play if they want to get up the map, because him going down, him getting a Predator missile would be crazy, but they do cut him down. But the problem is for Wanted is that off the back of Lighty's plays, Exclusive have now finally taken map presence. Wanted have to deal with the players inside their own base before getting on toward B.
Yeah, they're going to rush towards the objective. They're going to clear these players out. Sawo going to be gunned down at a distance. Second tick of progress shot again locked in. That's great in the grand scheme of things, but if you're allowing players like Lighty to do things like he's done in here, pretty much blowing up your attacking approach, you're going to have nothing to show for it as we continue throughout. The good thing is, Exclusive really hadn't looked good on their attacking approach. As a matter of fact, I don't think they were able to gather up even 1 tick of progress. You got that going for you if you're Wanted. You're looking better in this control, but now you're on the chopping block. This is a moment of matter. Let's see if Exclusive can turn the gates on, or if Wanted can, shut them down.
Okay, apparently chat is saying that Vatan is Fahim.
Let's go Fahim. Huge fan.
Let's go Fahim. I was a huge fan until you decided to change your name and be a nuisance to us in broadcast. What are we doing? Please stop doing this, guys. For heaven's sake. I hate it when players do this. Anyway, Wanted looking for a way towards this round. This has been a pretty good start. Double investment coming through from the ops. Champy has been pretty good with the Sparrow. Finds 3 before falling. Axis will almost immediately here get the follow-up through with the Anite. And wants to try and clear some space of it, and he has to clear some space of it because now Exclusive are starting to do something that they really weren't able to do back in round number 2 for them, which is actually get on towards the point.
Yep, you looking to clear it out. Oh my god, brother, the J358 in Veer's hands. Electric, first tick of progress locked in. You got a little bit of control inside of your overlook. You got middle of the map taken through. Saucy able to take down Veer. Threats dealt with. We are at a dead even draw here in the life count, and well, Saucy and crew trying to prevent this leak from coming through. Yes, probably the best operator usage we've seen all day. Neil, yeah, again, wasting his. In a back and forth affair, we've seen Exclusive just not really having their footing here on the attack. This is devastating because if we go to an overtime round, they're going to have to find some success in an attacking round. I don't see it happening anytime soon, though.
Yeah, Wanted, I think, is slightly ahead of the ticks right now, so they should get the defense for round number 5, but we'll leave that one for the moment here. We've got 15 seconds left in a 9v13. This is still plausible for Exclusive. They just have to stop playing objective. You can't just keep on pushing up the map. You have to actually start playing objective a little bit more. They're going for the kills before jumping on it, and now Neil is going to be forced. Guys, you got to stop the time. Like, you can't play for kills. That's what Neil's going to try and do here. He's going to get shut down. Now it's all down to Lighty and Sawo. Down they go as well. And that is Wanted with 0 seconds left. Veer is the only reason this round hasn't ticked over just yet. He's looking for something, and he's been left alone, and he will not find anything. So, yeah, Exclusive on their offense, I think not fast enough to actually hop on either objectives. They are a little too slow at times, and that is going to leave them with an offense here for round number 5.
Yeah, very volatile offensive approaches for Exclusive. Not really hyper fixating on that objective or some space to go through. The J358 in his hands. Veer's making it look like a sniper. The ops on through. Claw looking for this A site. Mute's going to be able to take down Sawo. Say's looking to feast into the spawn site. Predator's out. It's going to be able to find nothing, but the call-outs there from Say's going to be lovely. He's found 2. Make it a 3rd? No, not enough. Ball here on the attacking approach, Brody. It's not looking good as the defense is starting to catch their grip.
Good start from Wanted. I will say that much. Defense holding strong here for the moment. Exclusive. Can they actually do anything off the back of the push forward is the big question for me. That's been the problem for them so far, is actually getting forward and then working off the back of it. They've managed to do the first bit. The second bit is always something that's eluded them. Perhaps Sawo here with his Tempest could be the play. You've got players starting to push forward. They now need to deliver on the frag. Sawo needs to do some serious damage and does. That's 3 big kills, but now you need more.
Oh, when you need a player to come through, he has put the team on his back. He's got a Predator to go along with it. And 3 ops popped. And literally no life advantage or any traction or anything to extend this control game. Neil trying to hold the fort down on A by himself. Not going to be enough. They're getting a little bit of time on B. The trophy not going to save Mutant Saucy as the Predator comes down. Now all of a sudden, Exclusive have an opportunity to strike here on the attacking approach. 37 seconds, a tick on both progresses. And a second getting locked in here from Sawo. He is a heated gun.
Just stack. Sawo is doing everything right now. Whatever. Lighty gets a couple of kills now. Exclusive moving forward. They're trying to take some map presence here. And they are now looking to get something going. They've got themselves past a 50% line. But the problem is you're starting to lose some of the gunfights here. You're now finding yourselves in a 6 versus 6. Back to square one they go. They have to fight across the map again.
Gotta roll. 5 players left standing. This is the end of the line. Exclusive. Losing another. Make it 2 more. Operators out. Mutes dropped. Champion crew. They've done it here in the control, and you can attribute their success to the amount of offense that they played in the opening round. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have ourselves a new meta here in this EU region. Exclusive. Fallen victim to the control crossroads strike.
Yeah, again, I don't want to be the negative person here, but that was kind of poor in control. Like, the amount of times that we've asked teams to just stack the point when you've got control, I don't understand why Exclusive refused to do that there towards the end. Like, they could have got an extra 60 seconds on the board. Like, they could have at least tried to kind of draw Wanted towards the B point, but Sauer was the only player on the point. For some godforsaken reason, he was the only player there. The rest of the players were trying to kind of fight in a totally different battle, and I think that lack of focus from Exclusive harmed them 110%. Not only that, also, but for the most part, I think outside of that one equals play that we saw, and Lighty as well had a couple of good moments, the ops were pretty poor from Exclusive as well. I'll say that much. I think just across the board, just nowhere near enough value out of those ops for sure. So, yeah, Exclusive kind of deserved to lose that, and you called it pretty much perfectly there. Like, that round 1 from Wanted was great. Like, we're talking about focus on objectives.
Exactly.
Wanted did it. Like, yeah, they didn't get more than 2 ticks, I think, but like that is enough to get the tick advantage so that you guarantee a defense round number 5. And, you know, again, with the way that Exclusive were playing on offense, I think as soon as we went into that defense, if I'm being frank, it kind of felt like we knew who was going to win it.
Yeah, it was a battle of inches, and obviously Wanted coming out of the gates wanted it more on the offensive approach. You saw the focus almost instantly. They locked on towards that objective. Could have used a little bit of map control to go along with it, or at least another player to stack. Someone to overlook would have probably just been sufficient. So overall, not a bad approach. Fahim leading the pack there with 31 and might have had, you know, possibly one of the better operator usages in this map. I know it was extremely brutal for both of these teams, but towards the end you could see, you know, with that offensive approach, the setup for the defensive rounds, and then the utilization out of Exclusive not really coming through. And with the exception of Sawo in that last round, nobody was hyper fixated on getting on the objective off the rip or creating a little bit of space.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I suppose there is some good news here for exclusive, which is they do have a hard point coming up. But the good news, I think, definitely ends there. Just a quick moment there to shout out, I think, the entirety of the Wanted roster, because it didn't really feel like it was just one player. We went in saying that it can't just be Mute playing well, and it turns out, no, it wasn't just Mute playing well. Everybody was doing their bit in that game to take the dub. So Wanted are now 2-1 up in this series, and if we do our regular theory crafting here, that puts them not just at like kind of the basic advantage in terms of the way that the maps play out. Obviously, they now just need to win one map to take the series and topple exclusive, which is something nobody's been able to do so far through the split. But also, it gives them the advantage in the entire series, the way that we theory craft things here, because we anticipate that exclusive should be able to take this next hard point, because they are easily the best hardpoint team in Europe. It is like a game mode that they are by far and away better at than Search and Destroy and Control. But we go to that Game 5 Search and Destroy down the line. I'm not sure that exclusive can take it. Like, the way that they played Coastal, by the way, just to be clear here, the scoreline in Coastal Search and Destroy, as you can tell, is incorrect. That shouldn't say 2-12. It should say 10-12. Imagine. It's not even how Search and Destroy works. It would be 2-9 if anything. But I'm not convinced that exclusive can win Tunisia Search and Destroy. Like, the way that they played earlier, if that isn't fixed, yeah, they're losing this series.
Yeah, they could be. They got to get there first. We are on to map point Wanted, able to snag a crossroad control. Next up on the agenda, Arsenal Hardpoint. We talked about this team in exclusive, not dropping a series throughout the entirety of the Summer Open qualifiers, not just this event, but the last as well. They were flawless. Only dropped 3 maps up until this point. They've dropped 2 so far in this series. Will it be another one? You know, with that being said, you made a great point. Even if we do make it to that map 5, based off of how they played in the Coastal, there's not a lot of hope. So there is a chance they get sit down to the lower bracket, and there is a chance we see possibly a new crowned champion here in EU. Wanted, able to nip their endeavors in that series against Animus yesterday. Didn't allow the reverse sweep to come through. They shut it down. And right now, they got an opportunity, Brody, to do the impossible, which we just didn't think was, any team was capable of doing here in EU. We had a definitive top 4, and number 1 was leaps and bounds and miles and years ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, things are changing, and here for the better as well, I'll say that much. Like, I am glad that we don't just have a situation where we have a team that's by far and away the best team, and we go into every week thinking, all right, we know that team's going to win. Like, that's boring. That is a boring state of affairs. It was boring back when Complexity did it, back in Black Ops 2. It's boring in Call of Duty Mobile. We want to see competitive games, and that is what we're getting right here, folks, as exclusive are on the back foot. Their backs are against the wall. Wanted win one more map. They win this hard point. They upset exclusive and down to the lower bracket. Exclusive go. We'll be jumping to that lower bracket straight after this matchup. For now, let's get into what could be the final map of this series.
All right. Winners final certainly delivered. We were anticipating, a swift victory here from exclusive. Hell no, says Wanted. This is their map to pick, by the way, too. So they could very much so close this one out. Axis holding down the Thresh gate there on towards the doors. He is untradeable. Somebody turn around. The Bow 27. He's got 6 in the combo. Pretty earned off the rip. And Wanted seemingly make it look like light work. This laboratory has been theirs for the time being, and it doesn't look like anything's going to change.
Well, yeah, this has been an insane start. Lighty will get a couple of kills for exclusive, but that's about it. Wanted have locked down P1, and with 5 seconds left, there's no reason to be hitting this hard point anymore. You might go in for a couple of kills. Axis is actually going to bring that Predator missile out almost immediately, and that's incredibly smart. It delays this push. It gives Wanted an opportunity here to immediately defend on towards the point. However, they've lost the majority of the gunfight. Even with those back spawns locked down, Wanted will be fighting from the back foot on this rotation.
Okay, let's see. They're getting pushed back for the time being. Neil's crew trying to push them back into the blender. Spawn's now wonky. It is a split set, but still the backline's held down in blue. Exclusive still all over this objective, trying to get back into the swing of things. Sawo, last man standing on this side of the map. He's going absolutely crazy. Opsa popped the Tempest too, Brody. This is getting actually a little crazier than you would anticipate. He is at a 1v5 at this time, and he has still managed to hold his own.
Predator missile now coming down. How about this for the turns table? The table's turn, you know what I mean, whatever. Exclusive now starting to really burn through Wanted here in this game. Wanted had an excellent start back in P number 1, but Exclusive off the back of that have been tearing them a new one. Sao and Lighty in particular, dynamic duo of younger players on this roster, are the ones stepping it up a notch. They both have streaks galore. It's Sao with an EMP going in towards the next hard point as well. And Wanted, they've got to put a stop to Sao and Lighty now. And it might be Fahim coming through the death machine to do it.
All right, here we go. Backline saddled up. It was Saucy who got here first and really contributed in the KD department. That's quite all right. You've anchored for your team. Claw in retaliation. Lighty's going to get shut down. First wave of players eliminated. Mute. Next man up with the operator to go along with it. It's Equalizer. They've got a split approach. And right now, Mute not really finding much out of it. Is really in contention, but the nade over the top is going to shut him down. The break comes through. Exclusive back on the point.
Exclusive now looking for it. This is a triple investment coming through from Exclusive as well. Damn, this is a lot for 20 seconds of time, mind you. Exclusive are fully burning through Wanted, and the idea here is in this play is that Wanted are going to continue to spawn towards that backline. If you can pin them in with these ops, if you don't push too far through, which is, by the way, exactly what Sao has just done. The game plan was to try and pin them back so that they could stop them on the rotation. Sao is actually, by pushing through, enabled Axis to be more of a nuisance on the rotation and completely blown the plan up. So it was actually a pretty good play call with Exclusive of the ops. That one little push from Sao completely burned it up, and that means now that Wanted will be the first team to touch on rotation.
Yeah, let's see if they can capitalize on it. They're the first players here. One player left standing in the mix and swing of all that. Neil, get involved. Threat's been dealt with. The Tempest out is going to make it 3. And Lighty and crew, even not being here first, going to be able to capitalize on very much so an uncontested first 20 seconds, it seems. They've got a setup for a lifetime, Brody, and I don't see this coming through at any point for a break. Even without the operators to reinforce, they've really just hold these choke points down and really thoroughly handle this objective to a T.
Yeah, Exclusive now getting kills. It's Lighty burning through everybody. He finds 4 in a row. And now Exclusive are starting to take themselves a step further. A massive advantage being built up for Exclusive here. And I gotta say, it is kind of testament to the gunpowder of Exclusive here as we get into the 5th hardpoint that they are as far ahead as they are, because they have messed up a couple of these rotations where they probably shouldn't have been the first team to touch on them. So fair play that they are at least able to be as far as they are right now. Wanted now starting to look pretty good. It's Champy on a 6 spree, Champy on a 7 spree. Goodness gracious, Champy immediately bringing this pred down. How many kills are you going to get for that? It's 2, and that's going to make things weak here on this reapproach for Exclusive. Champy will not stop for anybody.
Oh man, it's put him in the blender. Did he pop the Sparrow there too? And just, I mean, I think he may have sprayed rather quickly. Nonetheless, it's gone. Exclusive trying to brute force push it through. Vatan. Fahim putting him back in the blender. He's going to get traded out. Only finds 1 off this spawn. They have not been able to find any kind of hope into this objective. Saucy there for the reinforcement with the War Machine too to go along with it. Smashing it through the front. 3rd time's a charm. It should be good. Neil's going to be able to find a double. And now Axis, the last man standing, waiting for the cavalry. They've shown up in troves. And let me just tell you, it has been brutal. Lighty able to find 2 in the back lines. Might be able to open up a little bit of a floodgate, but with only a few seconds left to go, it's all saddled up for new. Exclusive are there. First set of hills down, Brody. 124 to 106.
I'll tell you what, Exclusive are going to be singing the praises of Champy off the back of that hard point, because he is the only reason right now where Exclusive aren't kind of putting them in a hole. They were, what, 50, 60 points up going in towards P5. Champy with that, God knows how many kill spree, is able to get control of the hard point for the team. Now we go back towards P1. This hard point, you can really lock this thing down if you have the players coming through the choke points. Neil able to find 3 with the equalizers before getting shut out. You need players to be watching both kind of the vent side, the window, and of course the push through from the double doors. And that is what Exclusive are doing right now. Only one player getting through, and that is all that Wanted are going to get. Exclusive, they've got this thing on lock.
Oh yeah, Lab. It's theirs. Fahim going to be able to find 1 through the door frame, but as soon as you breach, you are dead. Lighty has been lethal in this one. 29 through the first set of hills and 45 into P1 for a second time around. Exclusive going to be able to continue to run away with it for the time being. Early rotation being made now in blue as they've pretty much been forced. Hands now set. They had the rotation earlier, but couldn't really capitalize on it. Let's see if Exclusive can yet again push them through the front.
Exclusive once again, 60-point advantage. Wanted once again, trying to fight back for it. And they're going to be the first team to touch. One player being a nuisance on the rotation for the spawns says a lot to do. He's going to get shut down, so the spawns will stay in favor for Wanted here. But now you're starting to lose some pressure around the front. And Wanted, despite having those back spawns, they're now going to have to battle back in towards the hard point.
Yeah, they've been pushed back and back and back. It's just not going to be it. Spawns are not. You're not able to capitalize. Sawwo's got a little bit of a line onto the side of your spawn, and he's got you back in the chokehold. Smokes through everything, just going the way of Exclusive. Predator to add insult to injury. You get close to the objective, you are burnt. Fahim, last man standing. He's dealt with. Spawns flip, last 15 seconds. Exclusive doing everything as it is a yellow feed to go along with it. Saucy finally getting involved and finds a two-piece for his own, make it a 3. Break comes through, but 5 seconds, Brody. We're already all new.
Exclusive still maintain that massive advantage here in this game. Wanted have been the first team to touch innumerable times now, and they have lost control. This time, though, they've got 3 ops ready to go. They have to hold. They have to find the kills.
Ops popped. Hold's looking solid. If a team's going to get shut down, the smash through the front, it's too overwhelming, and through the smoke light, he's been able to clear the path. One player to deal with on the objective. He's just going to run and gun through. Sawwo and crew creating a lot of space. Exclusive looking locked and loaded.
Yeah, that is the worst case scenario. Again, you had 3 ops, you needed to hold, and now you're at the mercy of Exclusive. They're in the perfect position. As long as Sawwo doesn't overextend himself, Wanted will continue to spawn towards the backline. Sawwo only going to find one with the Tempest, though, and wasn't watching the back. Wanted starting to poke holes in the defense here.
Got to do it. 20 seconds left to grow. You need all this and more. Split spawns coming through. Exclusive trying to devour. They have done it. 3 kills in the feed. The break imminent. Saucy last man standing. He's going to be able to find a little bit of time, but it's veered there in retaliation as we gather up for a P4. Could be the last. 25 seconds and counting needed to close this one out. Exclusive by a landslide.
Just 24 seconds away from victory. Exclusive once again able to perfectly lock down the rotation. They've got all the players in position here, and there's only one potential path for Wanted to try and hit the hard point from. It is a full send. Everyone tunneling through one area of the map. Champy looking pretty good at the start to find the first couple of kills. It's Champy. The 3. Can Champy streak out again? Surely not. He is shut down. Couple of kills now coming through from Fear. Axis with the claw. Investment. Wanted to puncture the hole in the hard point.
Oh, Sawwo! Gets him by the ear hole. The break comes back through. Only 15 needed to close it out. A big play on the backside as he spawns right in a perfect pivotal spot, ladies and gentlemen. We are map 5 bound. Nobody in sight here for the side of Wanted and Exclusive. Get the break and extend this series. We got another search and destroy on our hands.
Yeah, just brilliant hard point from Exclusive once again. There were so many moments there in that hard point where it feels like Wanted should be in control over and over again, and they lose their footing. I think the most obvious of it is when they're down by 60 points or so. You go to P3 on the second set with 3 ops to your name, and you still somehow lose control. That just shouldn't be happening. And again, I don't think that's anything to do with Wanted playing necessarily badly. It's the fact that Exclusive are just as good at hardpoint as they are. What more can you do? And what more can you do when Sawwo finishes with a 50 bomb to his name and a 2 KD at the end of that game? 44 for Lighty as well. Exclusive, man. The young blood on Exclusive, just going crazy.
Yeah, the freshman and sophomores coming through when it matters the most. Champy, even though he did everything he could in that P5 to really create a lot of space and pop the operator perfectly. Everything looked like it was seemingly right. We get into that second set of hills, and brother, it was in the blender. 29 and 39 with 40 seconds. Was hoping that he was going to have a standout map, but when you got terrors on the other side and guys like Sawwo and Lighty, brother, of course you're not going to be able to make something happen. So we're heading over to Tunisia. This is exactly the series that we wanted. I saw a tweet come through from Bobby, said, EU, low-key, is the most fun region to watch. And shout out Bobby, he's right. This is by far the most fun region out of all of them to watch.
No, 100%, 100%. And it's because of the competitiveness, right? I mean, we've talked a lot about how Exclusive are the #1 team by far. I think this week that has officially changed. Like, Exclusive, they're going toe-to-toe with Wanted here. Like, Wanted are absolutely throwing some slugs their way. And that makes things more interesting. But I think just even outside of the upper echelon, things are interesting in Europe, and that's been the case for the longest time. That's a discussion point we had last year where we talked about Europe, losing a spot in the World Championships. Like last year, for those of you guys who aren't aware, 2025 World Championships, Europe initially was supposed to have one slot down from the two that they had for the previous years because Europe was the most underperforming region. Last year, that changed. Like Europe actually started to look a lot better. We had a lot of new talent coming through. We had a lot of new teams coming through. The Special Suicide Squad roster, those guys are still hanging around here in Europe. Obviously, a lot of the names that you guys see in this lobby, Sawo in particular was like a big name coming through last year. Like there was a lot of fresh blood in Europe last year, and that has carried through to this year, where even outside of the highest level teams in Europe, there is a competitive scene to talk about. Like there is interesting names here. We're not like kind of scrambling for fresh blood to talk about because there is story players that have been around the grounds for the last year or so in Europe that we get to talk about week in, week out. So yeah, Europe's really interesting. There's a lot of storylines. There's a lot of teams to talk about, and I absolutely love that for the region. One of those storylines that we're going to continue to kind of come back to, though, is, in this series exclusive, they might well be a godlike hardpoint team, but Verdict, are they good at anything else?
You know what? We're on it. Wanted. It's ripe for the taking. You see it in these swing map modes as well as in the S&Ds. There are kinks in the armor of this exclusive roster. They have won both hardpoints convincingly, that one more so than the other. And to think that the Hacienda was actually their map pick. They played Arsenal 10 times better, in my opinion. It just, you get to that second stride in the second set of hills, and it was leaps and bounds. You put your opponents in the blender. You find yourself finding massive sprees from Sawo. There's really no answer for those guys. Right now, we've got a chance for you to step up and put on where matters the most. You couldn't win the search and destroy on Coastal in the overtime. You had every advantage necessary. We get to flip. You had a 5-3 lead. You blew it. Now is your chance to step up. On the flip side of things, Wanted, it's your opportunity to guarantee yourself a top 2 seeding. Obviously, they fell shy of where they wanted to finish last event. Animus stole that thunder for them, and there's an opportunity for them to steal some thunder here in this one. They've already done it against Animus. They can potentially do it here against Exclusive. Would be an absolute masterclass to watch.
I will say one thing as we get into this Tunisia is that this map will play slightly differently for the defense. Everything was working well for Coastal in terms of the sniper rifle play from Mute. And on the kind of defense, you can transition from site to site much quicker with the sniper rifle. You can't do that here as well on Tunisia. It takes a little bit longer to go from A to B and vice versa. Something to bear in mind here as we look towards what Mute can do. But it is going to be exclusive. Starting things off on the offense, they immediately get that util over the top, and they have immediately gotten Wanted out of the site. So now it's a case of, yes, you haven't gotten the first blood, but you should be able to get this rock down for free.
Oh, you'd think that. I saw 2 nades come over. One bounced right in front of you, Neil. Out of the equation. You're looking for the first blood. It's not there. Baton and crew trying to pounce while the pot is hot, but it's Lighty and Say's brother. What is going on? Crumbling is the defense. Now it's down to Saucy. This round flipped on its head. What was that?
Wow. Wow, just incredible kills coming through there from Exclusive off the post plant. You get site control so often here on B. I mean, we've played Tunisia for long enough now. We kind of know how this map works. You're kind of hoping for a kind of a nade over the top. And as soon as that nade comes through, I think it was from Fahim to find the kill, you think, yeah, all right, Wanted should be able to collapse on the site. And I just don't think they're able to. Post plants was a big issue for Exclusive on Tunisia, or from Coastal, excuse me. And here on Tunisia, we're hoping for something a little bit better. They are going to change tact in this round, though. It's going to be an A hit coming through. Neil, tip of the spear, quite literally, with the crossbow in his hand. Looking for a way on towards the site. Where is Mute in this engagement? He is very far removed, and he's going to be over here. But Saucy, I mean, he's already doing everything already.
Yeah, quick retaliation, though. 2 for 2 we go. Site control now coming through. Sawo going to go ahead and stick the plant. Veer looking to be the overlook. Clean 3v3. The back line's going to be compromised. Champion Axis. Make it Mute as well. 3 up, 3 down. A swift justice served as Wanted. Strike right back.
Yeah, you just get those first couple of kills through. Exclusive maybe a little bit slow to react there on the retake. Back in towards the site. It's an easy one. Are they on bomb?
Yeah, it's a quick little timeout. You know,
okay.
You gotta. Hey, look.
Little chat on the using the timeouts because we don't have them here. I was like, you guys, can you just like get the defuse, please? What are we doing? Anyway, it was a good play from Wanted, and again, I think it's what Saucy that gets those first couple of kills through with the SKS. As soon as that happens, Exclusive, they don't have the numbers to make that one work. So, yeah, shout out to Saucy, shout out to Wanted. They're able to tie things up here 1-1. Exclusive, I wonder if they do just go back towards B, although that should be the readable play, we'll say.
Should be. We'll see if it happens. You know, the little bit of diversion. Mute. Oh, man. Throws a shoulder in the middle of the map. Damn near catches one, but nades over the top. Going to clear Mute on the back line. They're trying to barrel through the middle of the map, and Say's able to find one. The util has been on point for both teams. As a matter of fact, we've seen nade kills come through in the trove, but it's all on the shoddy. The story of it, oh my god. Brody, a three-piece out of the striker. Axis strikes gold in the third round.
And that right there is what was crazy back on the Coastal Search and Destroy, was how pivotal the striker was, learning a new meta in real time. And it's showing up once again here on Tunisia. Exclusive now have an SKS and a Tundra to work with to win this 2 versus 4. Have to hope for some kind of crazy pick to come out, crazy peak to come out, I should say, from Wanted. If I'm Saucy, I just keep my head down. Could actually get some good timing with a slide out coming through from Via. It's 50 seconds though. Exclusive, they got time to play with here. The gun now peeking out from the player up top. That's Says, and now the information, the rest of the players should react pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can see the wrap there from player 1. Veer going to be able to find the first in Saucy. You're saying keep him tucked and nice and tight, and would have liked to see him play his life a little bit longer. And all of a sudden, you give a little bit of leeway into this round, but lo and behold, it's Axis on the back line. It's Champy with the back wrap. Axis there to clean house. And a round not going to go to waste there for Wanted. They find 3 on Axis's opening 3-piece. That was absolutely brutal. You're on a corner, and it's just damn near impossible to even escape.
Got to be careful of that player position, and you know that he's going to do it again. And this, I would love this from a player from Exclusive, right? This is what worked previously, but there is a slight different kind of alteration here. Champy's been caught out. He should be dead to rights.
Should be. Mute's got his back, though, and we know how Exclusive get with a little bit of a push. Champy's going to be able to find one. Mute's going to be dealt with, so it's a clean 3v3. You got side control. And I'm not quite sure about this call. You're talking about readability, and they're walking right into the hands of a monster. Axis has got the wrap, and the read is there. Veer. Specs 1 doesn't know that he's lurking in the corner. Oh my god, Solo with a challenge.
What a play call!
That?
That is an incredible call to check that corner. There is no reason to, especially with a player checking through in the middle of the map. Like, you'd have thought the presence of Saucy would be enough. Oh, Fakeem taken down as well. And now it's just down to Saucy for the 1v3. Again, they recognize where he was previously. Brother, again, I gotta keep on saying it. Search and Destroy for Exclusives kind of do at times, but there's one thing they get right, which is the heads-up play calls in the middle of the rounds. Exclusive, they do it again. They transition to B. Saucy has read it, but he is too late to stop the plant.
Yeah, you get the graces of some great timing and some shots there from Sawo. I don't know how you peeked that corner. That round should have been blown up. Axis should have found 2. They should have never got this rock down. Saucy gets a turn and burn there on 1. Sawo's out of the equation. We thought the reaction time there was better. Saucy says, hold my cup verdict. Shots up top. Lo and behold, there's still 1 down below. It's Veer. He's got a shotgun and a sniper. Sniper hits different. We're tied back up. Exclusive. Going tit for tat, man. I've liked this search and destroy so far. It was a great read on the wrap, but brother, that should not have gone their way.
Again, I'm watching it back right now. The fact that they find Axis is actually genuinely incredible. I'm very sure that they saw Saucy. So the fact that they even checked that corner, that there's a second player potentially there, is honestly a wild check. Exclusive off the numbers. Again, make the heads-up play call to re-wrap towards A, and it's a round for them. So Wanted now. Trying to make things look rock solid here on the A defense. Axis has been the problem. They back him all the way up. There's a little bit more space that you're going to get here through the middle of the map. But it doesn't really do all that much in terms of getting the rock down just yet. Like, you've still got to work a little bit harder. Like, ideally, you needed to get that frag against Axis because he is still a problem on the transition in towards A. You've got to get a kill here.
Yeah, you got to double him up on those nades. He's been a threat. He's not going to go anywhere. As long as he's there, he's pretty much forced your hand to push to that B site. And the util has been on point. Again, Flak Jacket saving Axis life there in that instance. Right now, they are trying to make something happen through the middle of the map. And a lot of time has passed since Axis was naded. Lighty now trying to create a little bit of space. Still very leery as one should be. That striker is certainly one thing to deal with. We saw the catastrophe there in the third round. And we're dead up the water. 45 seconds left to go. They got to make a hit here soon.
You've already burned through a fair bit of utility as well. How much do you actually have here on this rewrap? I guess the good news here for Wanted on the defense is that Champion's position has been altered ever so slightly. So if he catches these players off guard, it could be everything for them. He has to walk away at least for a 1-for-1. Does so. Good for the first. Oh, not able to get the second. Veer gets the little Klopko and personal snipe off, and the second as well. Veer is snapping. And now at least Mute up in a 1v3. He shouldn't anticipate the position from Says.
Shouldn't. 40 seconds on the clock. If anybody should clutch this, it's Mute. We've seen him do some crazy things here. Much taller ass. He has not been as relevant. And the stun's certainly going to force his pushback. Yeah, they know exactly where this hit's coming from. Veer, or Say's rather, going to be able to get the taps going. As soon as that stun hits, everyone's focus goes towards that site. And the 1v3 dreams out the window. Exclusive taking that one. On the backs of Veer hitting some crazy shots to get control of B.
Yeah, Veer absolutely won that round for Exclusive. Can he do it again? Exclusive here. They've been really good, I think, at exhausting the entire 2 minutes in the round, trying to kind of survey the field before actually making a decision. Wanted have equally, I think, been pretty good at changing their strats ever so slightly. It has been pretty consistent at the very least in that Chumpy and either Mute or Axis are over by B. Mute through the middle of the map will pick off the first blood. And now where do Exclusive go? Because they have easily been more successful on these B hits. They haven't taken anybody out in that direction. And I'm not entirely sure that Lighty can get out here scot-free. He needs to take a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, he's expecting Axis to be in this corner too. So maybe he's waiting for a little bit of an ambush to the middle of the map. Maybe trying to capitalize on a little bit of situational awareness. But stuns out, nades over the top. One player's there, Mute. Not going to back down. He's just going to hold the site. Stuns over the top. His light. He's going to be forced to back down too. So his position's been blown up. Saucy there for the retaliation, but the hit's coming through the middle. Champy trying to collapse. Does not get the kill. Neil able to collapse on the backside too. They've got complete side control, Brody.
All right, well, Exclusive are now going to get this rock down. How quickly the tables have turned here in this round. Wanted everything. Now going to come from the backline. You should check the corner for Neil. Positioning from Lighty, though, might be enough of a distraction that Neil might be able to get away for it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Good play from Lighty. A smoke and mirrors play that allows Neil to get that two-piece. And now at least Saucy left up alive. Saucy might well find Neil. But again, the team play for Exclusive, when it works incredibly well. And it's about doing it consistently.
Yeah, the dynamic here on the offensive approach has just been too electric. Lighty making plays through the middle of the map to open up some space. And surely they capitalized. Champy kind of just throwing himself at him, thinking maybe I can get the drop, but two players there, just too much to handle. And while now they're going to throw a little bit of a curveball, Vatan, Fahim, down here on this A site, everyone's buckled up for an A hit. Player number 2, Saucy's the player to watch, and Fahim, yeah, he's just going to go ahead and find one. Saucy there for the trade. Saucy gets a 3-piece.
Bruh. Saucy has been everything to the defense of the A site, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Exclusive are throwing that over and over again. Like, I don't think Exclusive have gotten a successful A hit once. I don't think that's happened at all. The only time they've actually been able to plant the rock on A was when they went towards B and then transitioned in the 3 versus 1 towards A. I'm very surprised that they keep on trying it. Exclusive, just commit to B over and over again. Crossbow through the middle of the map. Double nade setup is going to fly past Axis. So it is a good double nade. They listened to you this time, Verdict, but unfortunately, Axis is actually in a position where neither of them will connect.
Look at that. He's got a little nade over the top, too. Does get a bit of intel. Lighty's going to be forced to back up, and, well, they're not going to be able to do much off of it. Fahim gets in and gets active. Axis able to take down Lighty. Was thinking maybe he was a little further back, and the striker's out of the equation. The HSO's in. Does wonders finding that first blood, or first shot in to connect. And now Exclusive, you said the B side rotation was where they need to be because they've been successful in it. Now, I just don't know how they can dig themselves out of this hole. It's a minute left to go on the clock, and Brody, they literally have nothing to work with.
Exclusive are trying to play a game. I don't entirely know why at the moment. Here comes the double hit through the middle of the map. Mew actually going to whiff for the first time. And all of a sudden here, Exclusive are finding kills again that they arguably shouldn't get. They've still got to work a little bit harder though. And it's still all down to Says. I don't know how he's alive for that long. The wraparound also being made from Neil here. With 35 seconds left, you don't have time to clear all your corners. You just got to plant this bomb ready for the 2v2.
Yeah, and Axis has got to wait here. Bomb's going to go down 45 seconds. It is basically a one-dimensional flip, or hit rather. And the stun's going to be able to clear some side out. Axis is going to hop the site. Where are these players out? Says is on a wrap. He's in the middle of the map. Shots coming through. Neil going to be dealt with, but are they going to expect Says? Absolutely not.
Now down to the 1v1. Says knows where Champy is going to be. It's just a case of whether he looks, and he has not done so. Might have just got an audio cue because he's dipping towards a sniper rifle, whiffs it. All you got to do is get the hell out of dodge. Champy calling his bluff straight on towards the bomb. It's the right play call because I don't know if Says is going to get back here in time. Champy will not blink.
That is just phenomenal comms from the guys. Phenomenal ability to stay calm and realize the severity of this situation. Champy pushes him back, knows that he can't reach out or he won't. And in that moment, he says, I'm just better than you, brother. I know what you're going to do. The rewrap didn't pan out. Champy forced to hop the side. Time was not on his side. And, well, he just puts things in his own hands, and it pans out perfectly. We are tied at the half. And that was not to say Exclusive had a bad opening approach. It was by far their best offensive rounds. I mean, that one could have gone either way. Wanted absolutely shedding some blood here in this Search and Destroy. We've got ourselves a hell of an upper bracket finals.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So 4-4 right now between Wanted and Exclusive. Exclusive now on the defense. And I was curious to see what their defensive setup would look like here. Very much predicated on Sour being the first point of contact towards B. And Via, who again had been inconsistent back on Coastal with a sniper rifle, has been much better here on Tunisia, maybe being the first point of contact by A. It is going to be a little bit of a peek out. Noise has already been made. They threw a stun inside Winery. So Wanted right now just surveying the land. They haven't fully committed to anything just yet, but I think now with those numbers, with Champion making their way over, this is starting to look more and more like it is going to be an A hit.
They got to go. 38 seconds on the clock. Veer, prime positioning. Hit's got to come through. They got to roll. And all this stuttery stepping not going to pan out. Mute actually going to be able to find the first. Champion able to find one. Veer there quickly for the trade. Veer for a second as well. Fahim going to be able to finally take him out. Bomb's going to go down along with it. Sawo and Says now on the back foot to find this 2v3 retake.
More kills now starting to come through. Trades in favor of Sawo!
Brother!
Oh, goodness gracious. What a perfect transition there. Gets the first one and takes down the second one, flying through the air. And Verdict, that is absolutely one of those kills where you're definitely 100% allowed to shoot bodies.
Yeah, absolutely. Brother came off the top ropes like he was Rey Mysterio or something. Got absolutely clipped. Sawo with a 1v2. Brutal way to end that round. Sawo is him. And a great retaliation and a great step up. The 2v3 retake comes through. Body shots galore. Payoff round. Wanted. Let's see what you got in the tank there. That slow push approach gave you the player advantage as well as site control, as well as a rock down. Just couldn't execute. Let's see what they do in return.
Exclusive. Do you have all players up still here on the defense? Wanted throwing a lot of util. That actually might tag Neil. I don't think it does. It just flies past him. So everything okay here for the moment. Neil's just going to sit chilling under construction. And I do wonder whether Wanted try this again. The bomb is in the spawn, so there is nothing that says they have to hit A still. And I think with the way that Fahim is moving through the middle of the map, if he can perhaps take down Via towards the back of B, It should be interesting to see where we get at here. Exclusive towards the back still. Just holding, waiting for Wanted to blink, and they are going to do it again. It's going to be the exact same play here, Verdict. Straight in towards A. Axis, can he get anything with the HSO?
Got to roll. Trophy's there. Says, not hitting shots, able to finally tag Axis, backs him down. So, hits delayed, but surely coming. Player number 5 on the back line. Fahim's at a 1v1 is crazy. The hop downs come through. Sawo putting you in the blender. He's going to get shut down. Veer able to find one. Says able to fill the role. This one's dead in the waters. On the back line, it's all up to Mute. Mute? What?
Brother. Oh, hang on. Gets a kill. That's going to hit a reset on the plant. Mute's going to have to commit to it. Now it's a sniper v sniper play. Via looking for the exit frag, trying to get the snipe through. It's not going to happen. Towards the snipe he goes and swings wide. Mute just sits on the bomb, and Mute says, hold that.
Brother had 5 coming into this round. Really wasn't a contributing factor, and, you know, they've been able to maintain and hold their weight even without him dropping 27, Brody. Goes massive. Picks the bomb up, sticks. Absolutely annihilates Veer to go along with it. Nasty 2-piece to clear the path, too, so huge play there. The execution favoring the side of Wanted. Well, these delayed pushes have panned out perfectly twice. Obviously not able to execute on the Sawo 1v2, but hell, this could be 2 rounds in a row for Wanted if they had executed. Nonetheless, we're all tied back up. It does appear yet again another slow and steady round. The pacing just trying to set the tone here early, trying to look for anything that's, you know, going to come pop out of you. Let me just tell you, exclusive, they're not giving you even a inch to work with.
All right, well, Sniper's out right now. Veer again has been pivotal to the plays. Did not win that last one versus one, excuse me, and is now on the hunt for redemption. Didn't actually catch Fahim kind of sneaking up to him. And so, Fahim taking him down, this is a classic quintessential play. You've got rid of the sniper at the back of the site. You've now got full site control. But look at Neil. He's being fast.
Oh, that's the timing. Oh, man, if he had gotten that kill, it would have been huge. Bomb's going to go down. 4v5 here for the retake. Saucy's going to be cleared out. Neil has done his damage. Now it's time for the rest of the crew to come through. Axis going to be able to shut down Lighty. Shuts down Says to go along with it. Sawo, guns blazing. And now it's all on Neil. They know exactly where he's at, but he's found one.
Brings us down to a 1v2. 20 seconds on clock. Neil has separated them out. I don't think that's the ideal positioning, though, because he needs to go in 2 different places, and he doesn't really have the time, regardless of what happens here. He needs some freebies. Neil on the hunt, brings it down to a 1v1, has to get the kill quickly, and Fahim says, not on your Nelly, mate. Wanted another round now as they, the ones going into the lead.
Yeah, Fahim blows that plays up. He clears Veer out on the back line. Causes a lot of damage. Axis finds the 2-piece to shut the push down and stall it out. Neil had every right to win that on the back line. The timing and the shot's just not there. Overall, great round for him, but not enough to get the job done. Veer are going to be able to open up with the first blood, and that's huge. He's been able to take down Axis, who has been a threat here in this search and destroy. Won't be dealing with him any longer here in this one. Let's see what Fahim and crew can do. He's already slipped up in the middle of the map, and no one knows that he's here. Let's see what kind of chaos he can cause here for this payback round.
Well, you've lost a man advantage here. That's the good news for exclusive. You just can't afford to lose it even further, and that's a beautiful kill coming through from Says. It's an important play to take down. That's a wide keep coming through from Says, though. Saucy will take that all day long, and that gets wanted onto the site as well. Lighty needs to try and pull off something crazy here, but does not predict Fahim with a flanking play. And honestly, that one wide peek from one player on exclusive blows the entire thing up on defense.
That's crazy. This one's coming down to the wire, and we've got wide peaks that pan out that way. Right now, it's, you know, the timing that could be everything. You see the read. They want to go ahead and clear backside spawn and maybe push on through to that B site, and I think that's the right read. Everybody on the flip side of things, Veer and Sawo, just waiting for that bomb to go down at A, and unsuspecting rotations already came through. They've cleared pretty much everything out. They're going to go ahead and stick it. Fahim blowing up plays left and right. The middle of the map has been his home. able to find perfection here as this second half has been everything for him. 35 seconds here for the 2v2. Brody, this one. We'll see if Veer and crew can gather themselves up now. They got 30 seconds.
Got a brace. Veer, 14 frags. Sour, 8. Champy, 10. Fahim, 9. Who can get this one done? Fahim gets beamed by Veer. Now just down to the last player. Champy in the spot up top. Needs to try and play time, but doesn't even get the shots through fully. Veer is there for the coverage, and Exclusive tie things up.
Great retake. Clinical Veer absolutely reaching peak form here in times where it matters the most. And Chad, if you're expecting a 9-0 or a blowout, this is not the case here. We've got neck and neck all the way through. Wanted find success, Exclusive find success. Players just absolutely tearing through each other. This is what we made for. Now it's a little bit of a Exclusive aggressive approach here on the defense. I don't think that's the play. They immediately recognize the severity of the situation and back up. It might have been a curveball thrown, but hey, that one would have been absolutely left hanging.
All players still up on the board here. Oh, and Fahim gets shut down. And this time, I do not need to see Exclusive go too far out towards the open. I think Lighty kind of slightly did that there. Like, yeah, he finds the first kill because of it, but then also immediately gets traded out. Also, due to that wide open positioning. So, 4 versus 4. Re-hit now being made from Wanted, and Exclusive have got themselves in advanced position.
Oh, Veer, buddy. Let him breathe. 17 on board. He has won this snipe off. And Mute has gone relatively quiet ever since he clutched that 1v2. And this one has probably been the worst attacking round approach since we got a flip here for Wanted. This is hardly doable, but the wraparound might pan out for them. They invested a lot of time to try and get some side control, but immediately get met by Veer and his sniper. But with all this time that they have taken to try to make this wrap on through, a lot of time has passed, and the players on the backline approach could go big. Axis Champy rather, able to open up the floodgates. Really needed Says to hold the line down, but it doesn't happen. Sawo there to clean up, though.
Oh, Sawo. He's surely not going to do it again. Axis weak, and Axis can't do anything. It is once again Sawo to go big. And it feels like Verdict every single time that Sawo and Veer are the ones left up in a 2vx, whether it's an even or whether it's at a bad situation, they're the ones on the back foot. I feel like right now they're the players you want to clutch up because it feels like they're doing it so damn well. And chat, shut your mouths. Do not look at the scoreline. We're all adults here. Exclusive, straight through the middle of the map at the start of this one. You take a 1-for-1 trade. I think Exclusive really starting to get spicy with it now.
I don't like it. I don't think that's the play. I think that's bait. I mean, I know you got a lot of moxie and you got a lot of energy rolling from that last round, but we'll call it OUG style of search and destroy, where you kind of play aggressive and it just kind of hits you right in the face. This could backfire massively, and if Wanted are able to take advantage of this round, you'll look back on those trades to the opening in the middle of the map. Could happen, but Neil, maybe this does work out. Look at this. They're flooding the gates.
Oh, what a call. What a call. What a beautiful call from Exclusive. Wanted, they took their sweet time to hit that rotation. And Exclusive says, all right, cool. We'll hit a wrap just as quickly, and they are more decisive with it. Again, that has been a problem for Exclusive. Sometimes it feels like in the late rounds, they aren't as decisive as you would like. That time, it is perfect, and Exclusive are now just one round away from preventing the upset of the season thus far. Wanted will be the players now in towards B. They've got themselves free site control. You just got to be careful about Veer's positioning.
Nades over the top there. Mute's able to find the first blood. Backline still held down. Oh, Mute. Oh, Mute, the three-piece. An absolute disaster class. When you needed him to step up, he's done it. And now it's all on Says and Veer to try and get the ingress on site. Saucy says, hell no, we want another round.
Well played. Well played from Mute. Again, it feels like every time we need somebody to step up from Wanted, it is always Mute. And he has had a more muted affair here on this Tunisia compared to what was earlier on that Coastal. 27 kills for those of you guys who weren't here earlier in map number 2. Everyone has been contributing here in map number 5, but Mute, when he needs to step up, that's what it'll do. It keeps Wanted alive. And now Exclusive. Back on towards the A defense once again. They're trying to be baited out here. I like the play call from Wanted. They were ready for that aggressive push once again. This time, though, doesn't happen. And so Wanted will have to hit the reset on the play. All of it, unsurprisingly, is going to come down to Veer. Can he win these opening snipes by B? That's the big question.
Yeah, everybody's all on side over at A. Veer's going to have to hold the fort down. He's on an island. First shot's through. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. He's going to be able to take one and go ahead and retreat, and I think that's the right call. They're going to have to play for the retake. Nades over the top there for Axis. He's looking for the bank shot. He's found gold. Solo's going to be forced to back down. That's a clearance to get this bomb down. We've got 45 seconds on the clock.
All right. 5v5. Exclusive. Everything on Lighty. Stun out. It tags. Not quick enough, though, to actually work off the back of it. But maybe Axis going through. No! Axis slides through. Immediate trade. 1 for 1 on the other side. Neil's now coming through for Wanted. Now a 2 versus 3. But it's, again, the last 2 players you want in the situation. Veer and Sawo. We've talked about them being able to clutch before. And they're already starting it. Veer's picked off the first. They're now hunting down the second. But you lose Veer in the play. Sawo needs to go big. A 1 versus 1. Hits the reload on the weapon. Is on the hunt for the final kill. Does he have time for the defuse? Doesn't reach it in time. It would have been a beautiful play, but Wanted will force the overtime.
Get ready for the next round.
I'm at a loss for words right there. Solo so close to putting them out of their misery. We've got more overtime here in the upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. Win conditions. You have to win back-to-back rounds. And, well, as much as this has gone back and forth, we've seen both of these teams do it, but it's been pretty much a smash and grab. Axis, little repeat from third round. Not going to be able to find 3. They flooded the gates through the middle and have found gold here onto this site. Mute's going to be dealt with. It's a 2v4 here for the retake.
It feels like it might be over. Fahim finds 1. Brings it down to a 2v3. Bomb's going to get planted, though. That stun is going to connect. Nade over the top as well, but it's not enough for a frag. And now you've lost Fahim. It's calling. Exclusive. Looking to take advantage here in overtime. Champy trying to land a perfect nade. Instead goes for the slide out, and he is looking at all 3 players through his POV. Exclusive will strike first, and that was a very decisive round.
Yeah, you take down Axis right there, and he doesn't find 2-3 players. You've got yourselves a round going your way. Obviously, it could have fallen flat on its face, but it didn't. You trusted your gunnies, and they paid off. Exclusive, map point. Book your tickets to the grand finals here, or we go another round. Champion crew on their last leg. They've come so far, Brody. It'd be a shame to see it end like this. And, well, with 3 players stacking on the B side and shots coming through, Lighty getting a bit antsy with it. Veer going to be able to thread the needle. Fahim out of the equation. Bombs dropped.
Man advantage now for Exclusive. You are just 4 kills away from making it to the grand finals. And you've backed up. I like this. Exclusive have been known to give away kills for free. Neil is the secret weapon. And here's the nasty surprise. Neil gets the double. And now it's just down to Mute and Champy.
Oh my god, he wants more too. Mute forced to back down. 2v5. Minute on the clock. Bomb has been collected, but they are on the hunt. Can't chase them. Yes, you can. Sawo Veer. Close it out, ladies and gentlemen. Exclusive. Shut down the overtime 10-8. And book their tickets to another grand finals, guaranteeing them another opportunity to win this EU region. But, brother, have they had to work for it so far.
Man, what an amazing winners bracket final. I'm so glad that you and I got to cast that together verdict. That was absolutely phenomenal through the entirety of that series. Absolute cinema. And in the end, Exclusive, even though we doubted them, are able to bring things back in Search and Destroy. That was a significantly cleaner affair than what we saw back in map number 2, where it was stumble and rumble galore. Wanted looked so much better. Mute had 27 kills, and again, I kind of made the pun in the middle of it, but it was significantly more muted this time around, right?
Yeah.
14 and 14 is what Mute will finish with. He was less effective. And again, I mentioned that going into it, that I think Mute was able to find himself in so many great positions back on Tunisia, or back on Coastal, excuse me, because of the fact that you kind of transition from A to B very quickly with the way the defensive kind of backline looks like, right? But for this map, for Tunisia, you can't do that. Mute needs to kind of commit to a position, and if he's not able to do so, not able to find kills on his initial position, he has to transition for kind of a retake play as opposed to actually stopping the bomb from going down, and just not able to be effective there. Shout out to Veer, though. Again, on the flip side of that conversation verdict, Veer did not have a good map number 2. Like, let's be honest, I think he had such a slow start to that search and destroy, and even when he did pop up, it was inconsistent. 21 kills to Veer's name. We got to give that guy his flowers.
Yeah, it's like the polar opposites. You mentioned how Mute wasn't really effective. He wasn't able to hold down a site. Veer was doing that. He was literally the lone wolf on B, right? And when it mattered the most, he played his life. So if he's forced to back down, he's not scared to retreat. He's able to get back involved and back onto those retakes. Granted, some of them didn't pan out. You know, you give your chance and your team the opportunity to do so. And, well, it panned out perfectly as the aggressive approach in that last round put them in the position to close it out after snagging that 9th point on their offensive approach. And they take this series 3-2. We mentioned the swing modes and the S&D weren't perfect, but, Brody, they were good enough.
Man, I don't know what to say, brother. Honestly, what an incredible series there between Exclusive and Wanted. We theory crafted that maybe if that Crossroads strike control went the way of Wanted, that we might have Wanted in the position of actually being in the grand finals for the first time. Exclusive not there. And now it's not the case. But I will say one thing. I think it is important to say here that Wanted are now in the conversation, right? I mean, like, Exclusive,
absolutely.
I think, were indomitable to this tournament. I think week number 1, it felt like Exclusive were by far and away the best team. Wanted seemed like they've actually brought something competitive to the table. And that's going to make the losers finals so damn interesting, because Wanted have already beaten Animus once. They had to go to game 5 to do it. Can they do it again is the big question, because it feels like Animus are going to be hunting for revenge, and Animus are no slouches. It would be crazy if Animus were to force their way back into the grand finals.
Hey, you never know. We'll have to find out. As you mentioned, the losers finals right around the corner. You're wondering why we're not seeing 4 matches today, because that upper bracket finals literally took up 2.5 hours plus of our time. In the midst of all this happening, the lower bracket semis happened, and Animus ran all the way through what was that 117 roster very convincingly. 3-1 victory on their hand. They're awaiting their opponents in the lower bracket finals, where you and Colin are going to pick up on the action. I know I'm going to be tuning in. I'm going to be sitting on the sideline as we wait. That one's going to be coming up here after this break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. On the other side of this short animation, we're going to have another banger to bring you. It's Animus. It is Wanted. Winner of that one moves on to face off Exclusive in our winter finals. You do not want to miss the action. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile 2026 EU qualifiers for the World Championships. My name is Cmoore, joined in with Brody Nfinity. And Brody, it is a crazy day of action because I never expected one of these matches to go as long as that winner's final did. I mean, Wanted, through the old qualifier number 2, they've come to play.
Oh, 100%. This Wanted roster is shaking things up significantly. We were actually just talking before the break about where Wanted were back in week 1, and they weren't that far behind, but I think this is the best shot they've had at the Titans, and, you know, if the conversation point has always been exclusive or at the top of their game, they are the #1 team in Europe by a large margin. I don't think that's true anymore. I think Wanted have shown up, they've shown that gods can bleed, and we are on a much more even playing field than we expected.
Well, we've gone into Qualifier 1 with a definitive 1 and 2. I think Qualifier 2 has really opened up to a definitive 1, 2, 3 now for Europe, which makes things really interesting to how teams will grow once we get to Qualifier 3, once we get to see the later portions of how everything's changing up for the championship qualifiers here in Europe. But for Wanted, their road doesn't end, and they have a team that has been on the grind through the losers bracket that is ready to take them on once more, and we can take a look on how that run has gone for Animus. Through their lower semifinal match. They took on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the previous 117 Not Found squad that's made some changes. And for this squad that's made changes going into Qualifier 2, Brody, we were saying it yesterday that we knew that these changes would take some time to really solidify it. I feel like Qualifier 2 is going to be laying the groundwork in what to expect for this roster in Qualifier 3. But to see them come out and take this Arsenal hardpoint, that is really good to see for the squad.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, I mean, I assume that was their map pick for sure. Yeah, I do like the look of this new 1, 2, 3 roster. I think Lucky and Grizz weren't happy with their previous position, so obviously, you know, they've dipped and kind of gone elsewhere now, and that's brought Sanger and Helios Prime into this team, which I would say is not a like-for-like upgrade, like at least at face value, but it seems to work really well. It seems like this roster is really good, kind of just looking at the chemistry of the team. And, you know, again, I always give a lot of love to Kuda. I think Daytel in particular for being great slayers on that roster. So, really loving the look of this new 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roster, which is not something I don't think any of us actually want to say on broadcast more often than not. But, however, you know, everyone has their limits, and I think Animus was theirs.
100%. I think that they got to think of a new name going into the next qualifier. That's all I got to say if the team's watching. Just give us something that's a little bit easier to say when we're calling your team. But for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's the end of the road. In the lower semifinals, losing to Animus in Game 4 across the Slums, the Raid, and the Summit. Pretty good to see that the Slums Search and Destroy goes all the way to the overtime, but the Raid Control, the Summit Hardpoint go exactly how you would expect for Animus taking this series, and that's where 1, 2, 3 bow out. It's a change up from last week where they got top 3 being in the winners finals versus exclusive, and then having a matchup versus Animus as well, where they also lost in 4. So is it like you said, is it an upgrade? Is it a change? I feel like it's really too soon to tell for this squad. I know you and we've seen lots of roster changes across lots of esports, and you know it's not just one thing to kind of know that it's never straightforward. It's like, you know, some people just work better with others, and it takes time to really see these teams really flesh out. But for the bracket, just in general, Brody, as we push forward with Animus now, they get their rematch versus Wanted. We saw this yesterday in the lower, or in the winners semifinals. It went all the way to a Game 5. Animus nearly reverse swept the Wanted team for the 2 straight weeks in a row. They don't get it done. Wanted takes them down in 5. Animus has to go through the lower bracket run, and they've done well so far, taking down Empire and 1, 2, 3, but now they're looking to see if they can get revenge versus Wanted, as the technical series is tied 1 apiece.
Yeah, these guys have been kind of going back and forth over the last couple of weeks, right? So I think it's interesting to kind of talk about this as, you know, Wanted are not going to be feeling great after losing that upper bracket final. They were so close to taking down exclusive, and that is going to be affecting their mental game ever so slightly. And Animus coming off a victory, they will be feeling a little bit hotter. I still do feel like, even though Wanted have come in and looked pretty good here in week number 2, I do feel pretty good about Animus's chances here. They are a roster that I think, you know, when it comes down to it, they can pretty much always produce the dubs, and they have a lot of talent on side. It's been an interesting year so far for this Animus team. They brought in, I still don't know what the X, you know, when players change the vowels in their name to an X, I don't know what the X is supposed to be in tilts, touts, tilt. I don't know what's going on with the roster. But that guy has come into the roster and really helped them, I think, in a massive way. And I think the players on side, they've got so much talent behind them. Like, Keiru is still one of the most underrated players in the entirety of the year, entirety of Europe. I think it's just kind of a matter of kind of ironing out the kinks for Animus, and they will be perfectly fine. But again, I think this is absolutely a toss-up between these two teams. This is a really competitive matchup, and it absolutely could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to a lot of those clutch scenarios, like what we saw yesterday and the week or the 2 weeks prior, is that this is very evenly matched. It's just when it comes down to an individual making those plays that separate you two, it's just who's going to be the one to step up for either team. Well, that's to be determined as we lay the land for this best of 5. We got Hacienda, Coastal, Crossroads Strikes, Arsenal, Slums. 5 maps that we've seen these teams go to respectively. Yesterday, it was the Hacienda, the Arsenal flipped. We had Raid Control in place of the Crossroads Strike Control, but both times that we've seen these two go head-to-head, no matter what control map it's been, it was Animus that took that head-to-head.
Yeah, and Animus have always been pretty good at control. Like, that's historically been a thing that Animus have been good at. I don't know what it is in particular, whether it's just the team play, whether it's the slaying. That is something they have been good at. I think Crossroads Strike Control is going to be a different beast, though. We actually saw this earlier on today, and I think, honestly, even though Exclusive ended up losing it to Wanted, so Wanted looked better on it, I think neither team played it particularly well. Like, Wanted had one good round on Crossroads Strike Control. It was the first one. Outside of that, I think they were kind of throwing punches, trading punches with Exclusive, and neither team came off looking particularly great. That is something that I think Animus can exploit here in this series. So for my money, I do have Animus winning that control on Crossroads Strike if they're able to play it correctly. What the rest of the series looks like, though, honestly, I have no idea. We talked about what you said, the Search and Destroyers were close yesterday between Wanted and Animus, incredibly so. The hard points were traded even though they weren't close. So again, even looking at this map set, it does still feel like a toss-up.
It does, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to the 2s and the 5s for these two teams. Who can take the Search and Destroys? I think you can argue for both sides that they had so many opportunities yesterday to take the Search and Destroys. Fortunately for Wanted's side, in their kind of revenge match, they got it done both times in overtime. The hard points, yeah, it's going to be a different thing to kind of talk about, because we go to Hacienda for map number 1. We saw it 2 weeks ago where Wanted took the Hacienda, open up the best of 5, but yesterday it was Animus that took the Hacienda. So toss-ups all across this best of 5. I can't stress it enough how equal these two teams are. So let's just see what they have to offer, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot to kind of dissect once we do see it.
Yeah, let's see. As is always the case here on P1, things are going to be mixy. We're in a meta where the smokes dominate absolutely everything. Although, going back towards the last Hacienda hardpoint we saw at the beginning of the day, you can actually get a ton of time off this match. And just for anybody here in the chat, and also for my co-caster, players love to change their names. So Vuitton is not actually Vuitton, it's Fahim. I don't understand. I don't get why Fahim changed his name. But that is actually Fahim. So we learned that in the middle of last series. So just for everyone to be aware. Love it when players change the name.
Hey, I was sitting here, I'm like, I don't know if this guy's just repping some LV. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we like it when people change names. It is very helpful to our jobs on the desk. Animus and Wanted handshaking some early time here. You can see a little bit of posturing going over to the P2 rotation. Spawn up for Vahim is actually going to be there first, but you expect that Animus are going to start to look to the rotations and see if they can surround what looks to be Saucy there, and if Saucy can make some changes, make some damage here.
Looking for those back spawns will be Wanted. Animus have them currently. And one player trying to get through the front would be Source, as you said. Big shutdowns now starting to come through from Animus, though, but they don't have anybody in the back, so wayward spawns might be a bit of an issue. They've got to deal with pressure around the front and from the side to Animus. Are they up to the task?
Well, Vahim taking his time, see if the rest of the team can help him break from the front. Saucy gets in. Vahim drops back down, just playing it through water. See if Champy can help now. 2 players in. Still back spawns for Animus, keeping their lead intact to the break. About time here for Wanted to see if they can take them down, but it's just one after the other, and Animus just continue to keep a foot in this hill, contesting as much as they can, even with Saucy pulling out this war machine. So for Animus, that is a fantastic hill, all things considered, even if you drop the rest of this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talk about kind of the race and operators between teams. Wanted investing an operator for 10 seconds of time. I don't necessarily think that was probably the best play, considering you want to try and keep things even Stevens going in towards the next hard point. Gefilla has one ready to go. But we are pretty much all even here. 37-38, ever so slightly in favor of Animus, as they are going to be the first team to touch in by Nu. But I love the play call being made here from Wanted. They sent a couple of players in towards you to try and catch those Animus players coming off on the rotation. However, that has not worked, and the players now starting to fall.
Animus almost delay this one. They go around it, and you see the Death Machine from Gefilla does a great job at least opening up the gates against Wanted, but it won't last. Wanted still break through. Back spawns for Animus. Route being run by Shark. He looks to be the cutoff man. Fahim not going to be expecting it. And two quick ones from Wanted. Looking to keep this one intact. Mute denying that War Machine away back into the hill. Saucy now going to have to post up and wait inside Tin to see if his teammates can help out. Champy only gets 1, 3-10 in return, and Animus keeping this back and forth affair so equal. And speaking of the equalizers of Mute, one last hurrah. Wanted looking for the scrap time, and they're not even going to get it.
Yeah, this is always a bit of a mixy hard point, so I don't think you can particularly expect a lot of time for either of these two teams, to be honest with you. Battle coming into the meta, by the way, for the first time, I believe, this weekend. I think it was in the meta last weekend. And yeah, it's been really fun. I know you're going to be a big fan of it, but it's been a fun thing, I think, for ARs to have that weapon. It's kind of even things up ever so slightly, considering how powerful the Switchblade has been and continues to be. So it's definitely been fun to see the Battle in conversation. I'd be wary, though, if I'm Wanted here. Coming in this hard point, we see the investment of the Claw from Axis. You kind of want to stop Animus before they get going, because they are great once they stack onto a hill.
It's not just that, it's the Sparrow from Saturn, and that's going to take down one, so double specialist investment from Animus, and that's going to keep your lead up 73-54. 30 seconds here. We're going to have to see Wanted take a couple of routes to try to break it. Champy just in from the front, going to step on for the contest. Immediately taken out by Narc. Saucy flanked out. Axis able to get one. That denies the office control. But for Wanted, the past couple hills, Brody, they've just struggled to break these things. And Animus are slowly growing a lead.
Yeah, this was a big hard point from Animus. Everybody watching all the different points of ingress. Good utilization of all of utility, bringing the Predator missile down pretty much as soon as you get it. Shark burning through 3 players as well. Everybody really stepping things up a notch here for Animus. And if we're going to talk about Wanted, we got to talk about Mute. I mean, Mute has been a phenomenal player for Wanted, and he has not had a good game here whatsoever. Finishes the first set of rotations at 10 kills. Axis, look, I know Axis is phenomenal in Search and Destroy with the shotgun, with the Striker of all things, but those two players right now are lagging behind for Wanted, and considering how much it feels like they've kind of relied on those two players at points, they need to step things up, because if they don't, I feel like things are looking a little bit difficult for Wanted here.
Champy gonna pull that Sparrow at just the wrong time. Kru gets through too. Narc's gonna cut down Axis on the inside, and I totally agree with you. I mean, new hill, new rotation. Do look for hopefully a couple of these players on Wanted to see if they can get going, because even just looking at that kill feed is reflecting Animus, and nothing is being seen from this Wanted squad. Hacienda is on lockdown right now, and with 10 seconds left at old, you have to start to see these blue arrows take some routes to P2.
Yeah, looking over towards their utility as well. There's 3 operators ready to go for Animus toward that rotation too, so this could be really bad for Wanted. They are going to get a rogue spawn through towards the backline, and that's going to be helpful. I don't think that Mute is long for this world. Surviving actually well past the expiry date. He's doing a great job at distracting all those players through, and that's going to pull Kru towards the backline. Kru by on a 6 spree, about to get the EMP. Animus are in position. The smoke is good for Wanted, but is it good enough to get them in, because all of those ops are now starting to come into play?
Yeah, operator galore at P2, and Saturn Sparrows could be the one to separate the difference. Saucy with the War Machine. Back spawns. In trouble. Wanted might be down by about 60, but you can get a good chunk of time off this P2, and that might dig you back in, but the Predator missile is going to be invested, and it looks like Animus want to waste no time to break back in from behind. Mute rushing in with the Switchblade to see if he can save the day, but nothing to be saved. Animus is walking away, walking all over Wanted at the moment. 15 seconds, and even the scrap time's not going to be won. 3 players still standing tall and strong from Animus.
I do wonder how much of what happened to Wanted in that last series has affected them here. That was a 2.5-hour bout for Wanted versus Exclusive in that upper bracket final, and that would tire anybody out. Wanted have had no break here going from game to game. They've gone straight into Animus, and they are facing an Animus that have come in with a ton of momentum. Shout out to Keiru, by the way. He is a young gun. Wasn't actually playing, I believe, for Animus back in week 1. He places Telts here for this team, and he is showing up to play. I gave a lot of love for Keiru. He's warm on the bench of Animus for too long, and it's good to see him play.
Saucy, Bal, good shots in. Wanted desperately needing a break here because this is getting ugly. And here's the death machine from Vahim. 2 kills off the back of this. Will it matter? Not at all. Shark and Gathila inside the smokes, just doing so much to disrupt. Equalizers now from Mute. Gonna be taken down right away. Animus doing a good job at separating the attention of Wanted and walking away with so much. This is not what we got yesterday, Brody. I mean, this is even better from Animus. They do look like they are stepping up so much.
Yeah, and again, it's just a slaying differential. Mute and Axis have kind of dragged it back ever so slightly, but they are still lagging behind. Animus now in this position where previously they managed to get basically a full 60 off the back of this hard point. They are going to be the first to touch, so that will be a little bit different here. But if they get control of this hard point, I'm concerned for what Wanted are going to be able to do so. And there's one player in an off angle. They've dealt with Keiru. That was the guy he needs to take down. And now Champ is going to invest his Sparrow, but that's going to get cut down as well. Saucy with the War Machine too. Wanted starting to lose some of these players.
Saucy's got to get something done with this, and no, it's the Switchblade from Monarchs that actually takes it down, and another misplay off the operators, and Wanted get nothing done. Shark in for the equalizers now. He's looking to hold off that front line, just playing the off angle, the swing out, and it's Shark. Another multi-kill with the equalizers, ripping through Wanted. Nade finally going to take him away, but it is so much more that you have to do right now if you're Wanted. Breaking back into this P4, laying down in the smoke, Axis with the pop chow. Can he get things done? Trying to stay alive. The hip fire connects, and even though you take so much down, it seems like there's 7 more players on Animus at all times.
Yeah, Animus, again, the setup just looks so good. And again, the Bal kind of acts at like an SMG at times. You can really do some serious damage when you're up close. But yeah, it's a point like that with the amount of talent that they have across ARs and SMGs and Animus. Yeah, that's going to be a great hard point for them. 43 right now for Keiru. Shark not that far behind at 39 as well. Animus, a 70-point advantage and continuing to grow. We go towards the next hard point, and Wanted need to get those smokes down, and they need to try and be a nuisance around the kill, because if you don't, Animus will shut you down.
Chipping the smoke. Just looking to stay alive as long as possible. I mean, this is still only a 60-point game, Brody. We've seen Hacienda swing in worse conditions. As long as you can get this P2 rotation at least one time if you're Wanted, just get a good string of kills, you're right back into this game. I wouldn't call this over anytime soon, even though Animus has been in control for pretty much the entirety of this map. It's Hacienda at the end of the day. This is all about fundamentals and rotations, and it really just takes one moment for Wanted to come back into this.
Yeah, one good hard point, but that's what's eluded them. They haven't, I don't think they've locked down a single hard point for a full 60, unlike Animus. And that's been a big issue. Now towards the next one, things are pretty even. 3 operators play 3 operators. Gafilla's going to bring his Predator missile down, and that's going to take a couple of players out of the play. Mute's not going to get anything for the best operator in the game as well, and it all comes down to Fahim, who has been great with the Death Machine, but gets caught down with Death Machine on the other side. Now it's going to be the Claw coming out from Axis. It is operators here inside the hard point, and in the end of that ensemble, Wanted will come out on top, but for how long? Because they just don't have the forces to hold. It's good operators coming through from Wanted, but at the end of the day, if you don't have those close spawns unlocked, you are not going to get the time.
Saturn, I mean, great with the Archer. 2 off the Sparrow, go down, Wanted, break back in, 23 seconds. This is great time, Animus. You're able to break, but you don't necessarily need the rest of this time. You can start to see a couple of these members moving through vineyards to see what they can set up over towards this P3 rotation. Looks like they're just going to give it up, so Wanted, get the rest of that. Not too bad of a hard point to get things going on this comeback, but we got to look to the next hill. We got to look to the rotations, and Saucy, that double would have been huge, but Champy's there for the trade. Only one player to deal with in Tin, and Narxy is racing to try to help out Cairo. We'll at least find one.
Be careful of flanking play here. He'll play against Axis. He's going to get shut down, so all of this pressure from Wanted is going to come from one side of the hard point. and they are going to be ready for said pressure to kind of overwhelm and bubble over, and it's now going to be the SMG starting to pick things up here. Cmoore, Animus, they've broken through. Wanted now spawning out on the other side. There is going to be a contest coming through here, but make no mistake, it is Animus now in control of the hard point.
It always is Animus in control. Axis won't get through the smokes. It just continues to be Animus winning these fights in the contest. Athela finally going to go down. Narcs drops from top plat. Good shots from Saucy, and he's got the War Machine. Here we go. Ready to make a boom. A major boom in this rotation. 13 seconds of scrap time here. And everybody from Animus is still trying to steal it away. Nobody on rotation just yet, so it's an absolute bloodbath at old. And looks like Animus, with 20 seconds remaining, is going to get the remainder of this time. And everybody trying to get over, but the kills on transition still going to Animus.
Yeah, things at the very least here not solidified for Animus. Big opportunity for Saucy, and oh, that's a player that really needs to stay alive, because now for Wanted, this becomes much more of a 50-50 play. They have to win the gunfights towards the point, or this one's over.
10 seconds left. Cathela and Narcs both going to invest their ops. It's the Death Machine and the Claw looking to call game, and everybody spawning so far away. Will you even get here in time? No. Animus, 250, 166, answering back against what has been fantastic map ones from this Wanted team for the past 2 weeks. Every time we see these two squads match up, this time around, we get a different story. No need for reverse sweeps for Animus. The Hacienda goes their way.
Yeah, just one of those classic cases of a team outslaying the other, and you'll see that here. 57 kills for Keiru, by the way. I was getting a lot of to Shark. He was actually not that far behind Keiru at one point in that game. Did slow down towards the end, and actually Gefilla also picked things up at 53 kills respectively. What is that? Quick maths, 110 kills between two players. Absolutely insane from those boys. And on the other side, albeit I think Mute and Axis did pick things up towards the end. Axis in particular, just way too slow of a start, and I think that really affected them. I think particularly on that P4 hardpoint, we saw one full 60 hold from either of those two teams in that game, and that was that P4 hold back on the first set of rotations. Animus slaying out everybody, and when you've got two players not finding a single frag, it is incredibly frustrating, and also you're just not going to be able to win off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, it is just difficult for Wanted. Maybe it's you lose this map 5 to exclusive. It brings you down a little bit as a team. You're not able to bounce back right away. Animus on the other side, I mean, they win theirs in force. They're feeling good. So two separate sides of the coin going into this best of 5, and Animus look like they're still riding off of that high. You don't expect Wanted to kind of stay down, though, as this is a team that has just continued to surprise a lot of people across this qualifier. So looking forward to this search and destroy. I think that's always where Wanted can really hold their heads high. And being as the searches have looked like Wanted's bread and butter every time that we see them in series, I think you go to this Coastal, you just try to wipe your memory of that map 1 and see if you can equalize this and tie things up.
Yeah. The big thing for me in this search and destroy is, again, we go back towards the last time these two teams faced off yesterday, and again, it was pretty close. We went to overtime, I believe, in that matchup. And then we, of course, go back towards what Wanted were able to do earlier on today, literally in the last series they played on Coastal Search and Destroy. And, so much of that came down to two players, right? Mute, obviously, hitting 27 frags on Coastal Search and Destroy was an insane stat line. And it was, so interesting to see him be the player on defense with the sniper rifle, which is something that, again, teams have done before, but it isn't something I think that teams wholly rely on. Like, generally speaking, you'll have your shotgun player be the person that's watching that B cut, and the sniper rifle player playing a little bit further back so that they can transition appropriately from B or to the middle of the map if they need to, wherever they're at. But at no point in Mute's kind of defensive holdover exclusive on Coastal Search and Destroy did he walk away with anything less than the 1-for-1 trade. And that, I think, is so crucial. Like, Mute's presence over B basically makes B hits more often than not untenable, because you either walk away not either getting into the site, or you do get into the site, but you're going into the site with a man disadvantage. And that, I think, is a big problem here for Animus. I wonder how they're going to tackle it, because if I'm looking at like-for-like sniper battles, I don't know if you've got a way to match Mute.
No, and that was the big story yesterday when we were watching this Wanted team, was just Mute's impact that he has through the middle of the map with that Tundra. Not just that, Saucy with the SKS, I think on Coastal especially, still can make some big impact plays. We see it a lot over towards A. He's so good at just locking those long lines of sight down with that marksman rifle. So together, I mean, they've been quite the troublesome duo to deal with. Animus on the other end, I mean, they've had their shows against Wanted, where I think that, you know, you play against the team so much, you start to learn their tendencies, you start to learn how to take them down. And I mean, going to Coastal, I mean, they have so many reps head-to-head on this map that you know that Animus is going to be ready for things like that for Mute. So it's just, you know, how does Kru match up with that SKS? How do you kind of step up to match against Mute on those snipers? Those are questions to kind of answer when we do kind of look at it through Animus's point of view, where they're trying to look to go 2-0 up in this series. And a lot of it yesterday really came down to Gothila trying to break in through A and get some major either lurk plays down over onto that bomb site, or kind of lead the charge in to see if you can get a quick plant on your attacking side. I think Gothila was huge when it came down to really being that difference maker for this Animus team, and that's been the story whenever I watch Animus on Search and Destroy. Gothila is really big in those clutch moments.
Yeah, for sure. Gothila, I mean, again, you know, he played a kind of pivotal role towards the back half of that hard point, right? So, like, 100%, Gothila has been him for a while now. He's been a player that for the last couple of years has been hanging about. One of the best players in Europe for sure, and one of the best players on this French powerhouse to line up as well. So yeah, absolutely, I think that's a good call. I think Gothila is going to be a guy we're going to watch for. Kru as well, you mentioned him there in that ensemble. I think him kind of slaying out, he's going to have a lot of momentum off the back of that map #1 victory. For me, though, on the other side, I mean, again, we give a lot of love to Mute. I wonder how much Axis is going to get involved here, because his, you know, shotgun plays, we talk about it already with the kind of the switch of roles in a way that, you know, you have Mute being the player to defend B site. Well, where is Axis going to get involved with a shotgun? I think that's going to be a pivotal question that we're going to have answered here, as it is going to be Animus starting things off on the offense. They're immediately going to leave that bomb in spawn, just play things a little bit more cautiously for now. And I had questions about what the Wanted defense would look like, or the Animus defense would look like, excuse me. They are the ones here having a double setup, Shark and Saturn towards the B site, and that crossbow is in play once again.
I'm trying to look to see if Axis is using the striker too. That's the one thing that I'm curious about, because he's been known to break that out most likely on the defensive side than the attacking side, so I don't expect it just yet. And opening up the first 40 seconds of this round, no first bloods from either team. Bomb's still down in spawn, so nothing is concrete yet for where Wanted want to go with this attack. And you can imagine that they're just looking to see if any mistake shows from Animus, and then try to pierce through that side, whether it's going to be rotating in from A or B to grab that bomb.
Just kind of surveying the land at the moment, are Wanted. Trying to get an idea for what the defensive setup looks like here for Animus. Nade out. That's going to get caught by the trophy system. Trophy's gone, though. And that's fine. Now you're in a 5 versus 5 still, and Wanted haven't really made much in the way of progress. You're going to have to make a decision pretty quickly here. And it looks like it might be a B by the way that Champion Axis are playing.
Yeah, it looks like they're really toying with both sides at the moment. Just trophies down, Mute. Look for that shot. No wallbang onto Gothila. And Narcs will actually win that battle, so it looks like the door is going to be closed right away. Narcs with the contact, and a second one's going to be taken down. Gothila swings out. So much damage from Animus. And Wanted get nothing off that first round. What a stall.
Yeah, you kind of call it perfectly, right? Gothila needs to be the guy getting involved, and albeit Narcs is the guy that finishes with 3 kills in that round, Gothila was the one that was stopping them inside connector. They could not get through. So massive shout out to a duo that's been together for pretty much as long as I can remember casting them. Gothila and Narcs have played together for goddamn years. Animus now on the defense, looking for something to work with here down that A long. Wanted have definitely chosen their site of attack for sure. They have committed to this one. At the very least, Axis and Fahim have done.
Wanted slowly looking to break A. Late rotation cell, but it seems like Animus are just leaving it open for your team just in case there's a late rotation, and supporting with lethals and tacticals over the buildings. Set nade in, but it's Mute to drop first blood. Kru drops back staircase. Still Gothila down low. Trying to keep Shark steady. And with a minute 11, yeah, this isn't a bad call from Wanted. I don't hate this whatsoever. Draw so much over to A and then hit that quick wrap to B.
Not a bad play. You just got to get past Narcs. Oh, that's a great smoke. That's going to make Narcs more or less ineffective. He's going to try and keep this to a B. Yeah, this is a really good play call. I don't think Filler and Shark are going to be ready for this one whatsoever. Shark will see this. Now going to play his life. Shark peeks up, but you've got to be careful here. Gefiller's probably going to play it, but never mind. Moot takes his head off, and now you've got sight control.
It's not even Shark. Shark's going to take a different route. Taking down Axis at least gives you a chance. Vuitton on the drop, and he's not going to get the second one. Shark, second of the round. Giving Saturn a chance here. SKS. Off the wall bangs. Good damage on the Saucy. Still 2 versus 3. Not an easy retake, but it gets a little easier when Shark just does it himself. Flawless on the retake. Shark with 5. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, not really much you can do about that, is it? When Shark just gets him lined up like that and knocks him down just as damn easily. And I was about to give Wanted praise, right? Because in that round, they were making such incredible play calls, right? You know, switching from bomb site to bomb site, really toying with Animus. And yet still, when Shark does something like that, it completely blows the round up. Beautiful plays from Animus here through the first couple of defensive efforts. Wanted, once again, will take things slow, and they have been kind of known for doing this, right? Surveying before actually making the commitment through. Oh, you really need to hit that. We've seen Mute hit some great snipes. That one would have been beautiful, and it would have been a big player to take out. Instead, it's first blood. Keiru, why are we wide peeking? You don't need to do that. Just get back towards the stairwell.
Well, for Mute, he's not going to let you peek twice. And Vuitton underneath A is really making things difficult for Animus to have a full setup over towards this B site. Look how deep he is behind enemy lines. That is separating, you know, Cathila from the rest of the squad. Here's the wrap back. You leave Vuitton on an island. And Axis is playing 4 exits out of B in case Animus want to re-wrap forward through the spawn of Wanted. Cathila is going to have a lot of work to do over here. Well, Axis takes care of everybody else back over towards this B side. Cathila not able to find anything, and Axis closes the door to everything else. Wanted finally putting a round on the board.
Yeah, that was crucial for them. What happens when Animus don't clutch up? And yeah, you're right, they needed to put a round on the board there. I wonder whether Wanted will continue with this exact strategy that they have been doing so far, playing this one relatively slow before collapsing on towards Animus. And if I'm honest, through 3 rounds, I need to see Keiru and Satins get involved, because that hasn't been the case so far for those 2 players. They've been relatively muted on their approach towards this search and destroy. But welcome back to 2-minute search and destroy rounds, folks. Satins just taking pot shots with a crossroad.
A deep won't be interrupted, but doesn't land on anybody's doorstep. Shark in such a cheeky angle here. And as soon as Narcs is going to hit that green light, Shark tries to take advantage of it and fly. Saucy stops it, and Mute will find a second follow-up kill. That is all the way over towards A, so it leaves Keiru alone, and Narcs is going to get downed by a nade car bomb, leaving Keiru definitely without a paddle up creek here on the A site. See if he can swim his way to safety, but no, Champy slides right through. Bomb is open for a plant, and it is all down to Saturn, and he's got a sniper in his back pocket. But it does not matter. Wanted tie things up.
Just another great round for Wanted. They systematically take out Animus one by one. I think the only play I could criticize in that one was that first blood goes Animus's way, and Shark just wide peeks it almost immediately, as if there wasn't going to be people on the other side of the middle of the map. I don't fully understand the play call from Shark. I think he might be overheating somewhat after his huge 3-piece, but Wanted will be able to tie things up here in Search and Destroy, and this is a much more decisive round coming through from Wanted. There is one player to hold them off, and it's not going to be a shotgun, it's not going to be a sniper, it's just Saturn.
Crossbow and a switchblade. Doesn't even get a hipfire off. Saturn good for 1. The pre-fire looking for 2. Only settles for the 1 kill on the Champy. Bomb's getting planted, and it's going to have to be a retake. Vuitton looks for a little bit more, but giving up his life.
We'll take the trades all day long. One player removed from this position will be Gefiller. And you lose him, so everything now becomes a lot more one-dimensional here on this retake for Animus. I'm kind of surprised that Gefiller didn't try to play his life a little bit better, and now Mute's taking the freebies as well. Things going very wrong for Animus.
2v3. Narcs still holding on to the sniper, so it's going to have to be down to Sharks, but Axis, I mean, it's just like before. He is so good at waiting in the shadows for the right time to strike, and Wanted are going to love to take this one away. I mean, that could have been something different with finding Vuitton on the exit, having numbers for the retake, but Wanted do a great job at pushing their lanes.
Wanted able to get onto site there. I'm kind of surprised that Animus don't seemingly have a shotgun player here on the defense. It's very peculiar, especially for what is a pretty standard approach on the defensive setup towards B. Like, you either have a sniper or you have a shotgun watching it, and Animus don't have either. Like, Narcs is the player down A long.
And it's something they did have yesterday, too. I mean, Saturn was running that shotgun.
It just feels like you kind of need it, to be honest with you. Like, we've literally seen what the Striker can do today. Like, yeah, you don't have the R9, but, like, the KRM... And clearly, the Striker can do the same thing, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. It's also worth saying, to be fair, Wanted aren't exactly using it too, but still, it would help Animus, I think, on the defensive B at the very least here, as I Wanted still trying to figure things out. They've lost Mute in the round, and it feels like maybe the best chance at equalizing things would be Vuitton versus Shark here in the middle of the map. If this doesn't go Wanted's way, though, they're in trouble here in this round.
I totally expect Axis to swap to the Striker once he hits defense. Like, that is 100% certain. It's been so good for Wanted, so... Decisions for Animus to think about. Still only down by 1, and Sharks has followed up on Narcs' first blood for a second one through mid. Wanted are completely shut out of this round so far, so they're going to have to dig deep into their playbook to see if they can create any sort of way back in. What a shot from Narcs on the slide out. Still doing damage off the Sniper, the Tundra, or sorry, the Locust. Putting in so much in round number 6. Animus cruise into a tie game yet again.
Yeah, again, you get that first blood. Wanted didn't really know how to work back from it. If they would have won the one in the middle of the map, maybe they would have been able to find something, but it just nothing to work with there. And I'll say, I'm kind of surprised by the lack of reactivity from Wanted. Like, generally speaking, if you're in a 4v5, you kind of see teams commit to a bomb site push as a 4-man. They didn't do that there. Animus will be happy they didn't have to contend with that one. Wanted starting to teeter closer towards a B, but you get that first blood by way of Mute. Narcs will trade things out. And you're okay if you're Animus. Yes, the pressure's coming over here, but I wouldn't fully commit to this one like they seemingly have done, despite they've got a man disadvantage.
Saturn finds a route. Oh, he finds a timing onto Saucy. 3v3, and everything that Wanted have fought for off the initial engagements has completely been drained. Through the kitchen sink. Smoke down through mid. There is a route open into B, but Saturn's going to be watching it. Full lockdown on B, and it looks like Wanted, they know this is an A hit at the end of the day. See what you can do against the Locust in Narc's hands. You found your way through, but Keiru comes to the assistance, and Narcs hits his shots, so it's all down to just one. Champy in a 1 versus 3, now a 1v2.
Goes to the audio cue on the plate. This is not bad position whatsoever. He's going to commit to this one and should get it down. It's about the post plant. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape. He has to commit to these kills.
He goes in for one, but Saturn is right there. I think you expect somebody to go for the flank. You need to try to isolate a 1v, but Animus set themselves up so good, Brody, in that retake. Just play together, trade things out. I mean, the fact that Saturn gets that timing through mid to take down Saucy completely stumps Wanted in that round when they had the 4v3. That could have been way worse for Animus.
That was a 3v4, by the way, from Animus. Well played in round number 7. They actually triple commit on B defense here. They were expecting a fast B. That hasn't happened even once, really, from what outside of that one round. It was a late one. They are garnering information early on in this round, though, if you're Wanted. You're just kind of getting an idea for feel for what Animus have done. And it's worth saying, on that little wide peek coming through from Axis, they only saw Shark. They did not see Saturn as well. So as far as they're concerned, it's just one player in towards bar. They shouldn't necessarily expect a double commit.
Smoke down mid, and everything's funneling into Sharks. Quick trade by Saucy, and Saturn gets overwhelmed. You still got Cathila here, so at least a little bit of a change in the strategy is giving Animus a chance, and Cathila once again has slowed this push down from Wanted. They're still going to be committing, though. Cathila, a second on the site, leaves this into a 2v1.
Perfect read on towards Narcs on that flank there in that plate. He's Keiru, but he gets the kill. Oh, goodness, your feet are hanging out, mate. You got to get away, and now Keiru can just run. He's just going to wait. It's a perfect play from Keiru. He is baiting out Vuitton pretty much perfectly here. Vuitton just having none of it. He's going to get that rock down. It is absolutely the right play call. It will reset the play, and it will force Keiru to not be having to run away. He now needs to get actively involved.
Shock it at your feet, and you just take the chow. Keiru, I think you expected him to hold the site, but no. You take the fight to Animus, and you tie things up as you switch sides. And that was a big one for Animus, because yesterday on this map, Wanted definitely looked like they had the slight edge on their defense, so you would have loved to be up by 2 at the end of the half.
Yeah, it would have been nice there. That would have been huge as well. Well played from Keiru, at least on the initial, but even better played from Vuitton, I think, off the back of it. So, 4-4 now, as you said. All even Stevens. Animus now have to be the players to make the first move forward, and this is where Mute really started to go ham last time around. And that's going to be, I think, Animus' concern here, is they know what Mute's capable of. He's already had a good start. You called it as well. Axis is now on towards that shotgun on defense, and that's something that Animus didn't have. So they're going to have close around 8, but can they get past everything here? They're going to get that first blood. Domino's now starting to fall.
No mid-control, but it's going to be a quick wrap back to see if he can support this one. No support to champion. The site has fallen 5v3, and so might have the round. Yeah, at this point, I don't know what you could do if you're wanted to come back from this. Hoping a wallbang can land if you're saucy, but I mean, yeah, that is just hoping for a miracle. There's no way that you win this.
You've not got the numbers to make this one happen. You're hoping that Saucy can be the player on the off angle to make something work here. They will pinch all 3 players into towards the bar. That cannot work out at times, but as that first kill comes through, there's really no way that this is going to go anything but round for Animus. You think for a second maybe Mute's going to line up a couple of players, but even then, the flank through connector is good enough. And interesting there on the defense, actually, wanted double stack players in towards B. That's something they haven't been doing, even versus exclusive earlier on. It was just Mute that was in B. Axis was in a totally different spot. Both players in towards B meant that you kind of had none of your power weapons, per se, inside the A site, and that definitely weakened things. That has now been rectified here in towards this round. It is now going to be Mute on the A site to help things out.
Axis. Oh, it's going to be Saucy inside of B. Axis has the striker. He's got 4 players here. How much more can he get out of this one? Almost makes it a double. But Cathila's going to hold strong there. 3 versus 4 in the post plan at B. Oh, no.
Oh, shots through the bookcase. Nicely done from Saucy. That's going to make things incredibly difficult here because you haven't even got the rock down just yet. You're down your last couple of men. And Wanted, they will swarm you. Nice nade from Goodfellow. That'll make it more manageable.
Yeah, 3v2. Fortunate part, though, is that Wanted don't really need to jump the gun here. Without the bomb being down, I mean, you have so much time to just sit here and wait. You just don't want to get spammed through the wall by Keiru with this SKS. Because things like that'll then just turn into a 2v2. Champion versus Mute. Or Champion Mute. And you got the Tundra on Mute, so it's really just Champy who needs to make the play off of Ingress. Keiru takes the first one on the Chow. And he truly is giving a chance here to Animus. Wanted are throwing it in the bin. Swing out from Mute. He's got the Switchblade recovered. Tundra goes for the quick scope. Not going to land. Mute needs something, but for Animus now, the tides have turned and they don't have to take the Chow here. All they got to do is wait for Mute to swing wide and chow it together. Mute down low. Gathila's gonna run him down. And that is one we will look back certainly and say, what the hell did you just do?
Yeah, the shots through the wall were great. Also, great play there in that little 2 versus 1 to actually, or 2v2 I should say, to actually just go for the audio cue on the bomb plant, right? Because, again, in COD Mobile, you hear it. So, you go for the audio cue, that forces one of the other 2 players in the 2v2 out and brings it down to the 2v1 that we saw there at the end at Mute. But that is a 2 versus 4 for Animus. That is a huge round. They will be very confident now, and you are seeing that confidence really starting to exude in this round because look where Shark is, behind enemy lines. Wanted shouldn't expect this play.
Shark is getting so much information. The unfortunate thing is that the information isn't really the right call here for players that can deal with this one. The only thing is nobody deals with Shark. He turns it into a triple kill, looking for 4. Vuitton hiding, cowering behind the bomb, and Shark does not care. He is in hunting season. And it's all down to Axis with the striker. Gonna spot onto Narcs, and with a nade in his hand, he doesn't even get it off. 7 rounds for Animus on their attack, and no respect being shown.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play from Shark, and I'm surprised that the middle of the map was as open as it was. Shark's going to take that play all day long, nobody aware of it, and also, I'll be honest as well, I'm surprised that Mute didn't kill him much quicker. He probably definitely could have ace prevented the second kill from going in, let alone the kill against him. Mute 100% should have traded things out there, and that would have looked like a very different round. But shout out to Shark, 2 massive rounds from him so far in this search and destroy between that and the 3k that we had earlier on. And now Animus are well and truly in the lead. They are making strides. First blood now going Animus' way. Keiru, he's awoken.
It's not even Narcs with the focus. That was the SKS that got that done. Striker over towards B. That is going to open up a route now for Axis to start pushing forward. Cathila, no way. Everybody tries to get aggressive in through books, and Cathila's just going to line things up. Axis has the switchblade. The read comes out, and it's Cathila. Another one for the round. He's on 13 for the map. And it's all down to Saucy. Got the SKS. He's in position. Well, he had the right read, but it doesn't look like it was the confidence there that you were looking for, and he's going to re-wrap, make sure that they can't push through mid.
There's time to play with here. Animus should have a free bomb plant pickup. That stun might well be heard, even with Saucy positioning on the other side of the map. And the longer that Animus take to make this play, the more likely that Wanted might get something going here. There's a lot of shots being taken from Gafilla saying, come over here. This is where we are. Come take this shot on the 1v2. And he is taking it.
It's actually masked the rotation. I think Saucy was able to cut a little bit of distance off those shots and finds himself into books. As soon as you pop chow this, Keiru is watching you. So on the peak, slides out behind the bomb. Keiru misses his shot. Switchblade swaps over. He gets his one, but Keiru quick to trade. 8 rounds for Animus as they are dominating the series this go around.
Things just looking so much better for Animus now. Way, way better. Everybody's firing on all cylinders. The teamwork is exemplary. They get the first blood and they waste no time making good on it. Wanted have really struggled to get anything going here. It's just been a matter of not getting Mute and Axis. Despite the fact that they're the leading fraggers for Wanted into these effective positions, they could do so much more. And they are trying. It's a 4 stack in towards A once again. But even this, I mean, it's such a good example of it, right? Mute is now in the middle of the map. He's looking for some opening bloods, and Animus just aren't giving him anything. They know how to avoid these players.
I was saying, I mean, they have so many reps against each other. Eventually, Animus is going to figure it out. This is a very capable team who's been at the top of Europe for so long. So adaptations coming through. And Wanted, off of their loss to exclusive in Game 5, just haven't been able to pick them up. And it's kind of funny that you talk about Mute and Axis having such a good game, because in Game 1 on the Hasi, they were almost pain points for this squad. Opening trades go the way of Wanted, and everything is funneling over towards Axis with the striker. You should expect this one, and they're still going to push into it. They trade it out, and the B side is fallen.
You'll take that trade. And now you'll take another one as well. I don't entirely think Mute should have been as quick to that as he was. But still, it's a big player to take down, because you've got Satins with that striker in sight. That's going to be everything. It's going to make things so difficult for Champion Saucy to get anywhere near the site, because that thing has been firing on all cylinders all day long. Champion Saucy have to check so many different corners for where that striker could possibly be.
Maybe looking for a wallbang here from Saucy, but he's taking his time. Switchblade going to be recovered. Champy, a little bit of damage in. Arc's backed up. Focus. Misses its shot. Here they go. Striker not going to make any impact. And Champy shuts down Saturn. Everything now going into Narcs. And it's the quick scope for 2 that calls game. Ridiculous. Oh my god. I can't believe it. That is insane.
Bruh, the striker, I thought the striker was going to do everything there. It gets bullied out of the round so damn quickly, and then knocks for the 1v2 with a sniper rifle. Honestly, insane to pull it off like that. What is that like? That is literally a flawless offense from Animus. We went to the half at 4-4. Animus do not lose a single round. They win 5 on the bounce to make sure that they take map number 2. And see, we were talking yesterday about Search and Destroy being close. Well, today, absolutely not. That's an insane performance from them.
To be fair, none of it's been close. The hardpoint, the search and destroy have both just been Animus and Animus alone. Wanted, I don't know what is going on with this team right now, because it is night and day from what we saw even just earlier against Exclusive. I mean, you fought so hard to put yourself in a position to join the big three of EU. And now Animus is saying it's not a big three, it's just me right now. And they are making some great adaptations against this squad, learning exactly how Wanted tick. You got Cathila on the bow, just looking unbreakable. Narcs, his Locust, is just... that last play was insane mechanically. I thought Mute was the best sniper that we had in EU after what he was doing yesterday, but Narcs is definitely giving him a run for his money today. Shark as well. I mean, you talk about that 5-piece he had back in round number 2, and how many times you saw Shark just confidently walking down mid, looking for those timings and really getting paid out for those timings. It is unbelievable work here from Animus, and for Wanted, man, I don't know what to say. I think there's just a lot of rounds where they did not look confident.
Yeah, the thing I'll say about Wanted and Search and Destroy, and this was true even though they were able to beat Exclusive earlier on that very map, is that I think so much of their Search and Destroy is predicated on Mute and Axis. And I know that they're like the power weapons, right? Again, I'm making that term up. That's not a weapon it's not a term that exists in COD Mobile, but we do need to talk about the importance of having a good Tundra player and having a good shotgun player, be it the Striker, not the R9 anymore, or the KRM. And it feels like everything is predicated by what they're able to find with those two weapons. If they don't find anything, they're not going to win rounds. And that was exactly what Animus played with there, is just they find a way to either avoid or eliminate those players in those rounds, even though they are the top fraggers. As soon as those two go down, everything falls apart for Wanted. And I think that's concerning. Even on a map like Coastal, which is fundamentally, I think, so heavily based around those two roles, it is concerning to not have anything off the back of that.
Let me just say, too, I gotta give Axis some grace, because he had a really bad map number 1 on that Hacienda. On Coastal, with the Striker in his hand, and not even the Striker, the HS2 at times, is like, I think Axis did exactly what he needed to do. I think Mute did exactly what he needed to do in that round as well. I think it's just, for Animus, or for Wanted just in total, I haven't seen all 5 of them on the same page. It's like, it's either, like, it's 1 or 2 players making some hero plays, some miraculous clutches. It's never a comfortable round in that Search and Destroy. It's never a comfortable break on that Hacienda hardpoint. And now you're going to do a Crossroads Strike, where this is very attacker-sided for a control map. So you need to have all 5 players on the same page, whether it be attack or defense, if you want to take these rounds. And Animus should be full poised to sweep you under the rug.
Yeah, and again, we go back to what we talked about at the beginning of this series. Animus are a good control team. They have historically been a good control team. It's been their best mode, I think, stretching as far back as like 2024, whenever Animus would play. They were a really good team in control. So just something to bear in mind for sure is that I think going into this one, Wanted are going to be up against it. And the other thing we mentioned is we saw Wanted in control in their last series on this map versus Exclusive. Wanted won it, but honestly, again, not trying to take anything away from Wanted. They deserve that win for sure. Exclusive played this map pretty badly. And I just don't think the same kind of, ever is in the gameplay, the same Swiss cheese control is what we'll call it, is going to work against Animus. I just don't see that being the case. I think when Animus find kills, they are going to stack on points. That's what they do incredibly well. Maybe you can come back off this map and you'll be like, oh god, what the hell was I talking about? But like, it does feel like they're going to be up against it, and they cannot play the same way they played in that game versus Exclusive, because even though they won it, I don't think it was fully down to the fact that they played well.
I hope that Wanted can kind of put your money where your mouth is right there, Brody. I want to see them come up and show out on this Crossroads. But it really begs the question now for Animus, is like, last week they looked like they were deserving of a grand final spot. I mean, you meet in winners round 2 against the Exclusive. You get bounced into the losers bracket a little bit earlier than you were expecting. You make the full losers bracket run all the way back to the grand finals, and then Exclusive just looked like they were leaps and bounds better than you in that grand finals position. Exclusive now in week number 2, they look like they look like they bleed. And for Animus, I think they're hitting some good strides here in week 2. I mean, we saw them yesterday have some struggles versus Wanted for sure, but they've made some changes day to day already, and they look completely different than what we saw just yesterday alone. So it really begs the question for Animus is really how high is their ceiling right now on the day? Is this enough to take down this exclusive team from what you're seeing just on paper right now?
Oh man, I feel like there's a chance. I do feel like there's a chance. I think this could be an opportunity here because we talked about exclusive being so far ahead in week 1. I think there is now a chance, given what we saw from exclusive in the upper bracket final, that Animus can win this series and then go all the way to win the entire thing. They do go into the grand finals being 1-0 down, and that will affect them ever so slightly, but still, like, they're playing really well. Like, they're playing so damn well on the hard point. I think that's going to be their biggest battle, though, for sure. It's going to be the hard points. I think, you know, Exclusive are such a good hard point team. I don't envision them beating Exclusive in hard point. What they're able to do in Search and Destroy and Control, though, totally different story. Beautiful nades, though, off the start here from Wanted, and kills as well. This is exactly what you wanted to see from this team.
You don't want to take your foot off the gas anytime soon. Axis is the XM4 out, and with bridge control, this is some good progress over towards B. At least one tick of progression. See the rest of Animus going to try to re-clear through A, take the right side of the minimap, and overwhelm the spawn of Wanted. However, Wanted are getting so much progress off of this B zone. And nobody from Animus has even made a move to shut this one down. Finally, Gothila is going to be taking a look out there, but Champy turns around, takes him down, and yet Saturn's the one to break, shut that third progress down.
Here we go. I mean, this is a roster actually starting to get something going. Also in round number 1, again, where Wanted have gotten the kills and are immediately just jumping onto an opportunity to capture the point. Now the big issue, though, is you've got Animus pushed all the way forward in towards your home base. Narcs is absolutely shredding through everybody, and now they can't get back towards that B zone where they made so much of a pressure point. But
yeah.
Problem is, for now, for Animus, is that Wanted are now coming through on the other side. Animus have pressured one side of the map so much, they left the other one open, and Wanted have now escaped that spawn trap.
Just quick decisions from Wanted. See if they can put some kills behind it, though. Moving over towards A, they're in for a second. Time was going to be stopped, but Gothila immediately, with the stun, Bal takes down 2. Gothila for 3, moving down to the tank, and that is going to drop Wanted to 6 lives now versus the 11 of Animus. And what was a fantastic start is actually going to bring them right back over towards B. So at least trying to get this B zone capped.
You're at a 10v5. B is gone. That's it. Wanted have done everything they need. 60 seconds on the board now. They've just got to win some fights to even things up. And how about 3 in a row? That is one way to do it. Animus have now been kind of centered back in towards A. And it's going to have to be Wanted down to the last 3 players. They have time to play with. They don't need to be too over-aggressive here.
No, they don't. But it's 6v2, so what can you do if you're Wanted? Take your progress and go? Most likely, Narcs. Leaving Champy alone, 1v6. What an unbelievable round this would be, but Animus will not let that happen. The defense coming out with the first round on Crossroads, and I mean, Wanted, you get the 1 tick of progression, or the 1 zone capped, but I don't know if that's going to be enough against Animus, especially with them coming up on some ops.
Yeah, there's a couple of ops here straight in towards the second round. I wonder if Animus popped them straight away. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, just to kind of grant us some aggression. Animus have already picked their site of attack. And the longer they stay in the back pocket, the longer they leave it where Wanted can get some ops of their own. But now they're on B. If Saturn could find more value, that would be great. But Gothila is now going to pop it. And here we go. Ops invested. Animus, they want this A zone.
Yeah, and this is par for the course from what we would expect from a team like Animus. Death Machine up top now. Another double for Gothila. Looking for the spawners, and it is as easy as could be. Pred missile right away, going to be invested. Looking for a little bit extra. Double off the back of it. Gothila, Shark, Kairu, all shutting the doors on A. 26v14. Spawn trap is so hard to break, and now it's Saturn with the Sparrow to do even more. In the Annie from Narcs, everything's being invested here from Animus. They want this attacking round, and really, I think they already have it.
Yeah, this is a quintessential round of control, and it feels like the first one, honestly, that I've watched in Europe, and I'm not surprised that it's coming from Animus. You have ops at the start of the round, your opposition doesn't, just invest them, because at this point, you're going to basically guarantee the round win. I don't see Wanted clawing back a 7v18, even with 5 ops on side. And that is a question I think Wanted will be asking themselves at the moment is, with this massive life disadvantage, with our backs pushed as far back as against the wall as we have them, do we invest 1 or 2 operators to try and claw back this round? As that double comes from Mute, and another one from Saucy, that question might become more plausible.
It's just how much is Animus going to give up before they start making some moves over towards B?
There it is.
So here's the Sparrow. Death Machine from Vuitton. 2 ops already going to be invested. by Wanted, but they haven't been able to turn it into anything. Finally, Mute's going to take down Gathila, but all of the ops that were invested find absolutely nothing, and it's a 2v9, a 1v9 for Wanted. They get a little bit going off of that defense finally, but it won't matter in the end, Brody. And yeah, that is such a hard thing to kind of guess, because you start to whittle down Animus, you start to have a chance, and you're just like, okay, with the ops, maybe we can blow this chance out of proportion, but instead now you're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 with even less ops to use.
I wonder if you're just going to do the exact same thing. I expect that from 1 to 2. You've still got 3. Yeah, here's the double investment. They're trying to do exactly what Animus just did to them. They've already got some kills without those operators, but that's a shutdown on towards the equals, and the shutdown on towards the Annihilator as well. Unlike Animus, they are nowhere near as effective. They've got zilch map control, and they get nothing off those operators. It could not be worse for Wanted at the moment.
Yeah, you pop those ops, but you don't take anything off of it. You don't take any map control. You cower in the corner, and you give Shark the timing to fight back in. 23v18, so best case scenario is you're not out of this just yet if you're Wanted. And you're doing a great job, at least in the neutral, without these ops, finding the kills to take over A. First segment, already going to be a lock. 2 players in for the stack, and you got Vuitton locking down the top side of A. He's going to do a lot of damage. No kills, but it will back Animus down for a little bit longer. All 4 players, 5 players from Animus looking to break back in towards A and at least stop this progression, but it's Champion on the outside. A double kill allows this one back in for Wanted. 18v9. They've doubled the lives and 2 caps on both zones.
Yeah, and now this is a round for Animus that they should probably be considering done. Like, if you can claw back a 7v18, great. But I don't see them investing anything into this play whatsoever. They're just going to hold their ops, and that is the smart play call. Again, Animus are a story team in European CODM. They just want to get this round done as quickly as humanly possible. And with 1 minute 40 on the clock, it's worth saying Wanted won't do this. Like, they will now, with 2 players left, they will not play for these kills. Or at the very least, they shouldn't. Yeah, Saturn's the last one left alive. And this is where we're going to see them try to cycle through now. Saturn's will be on the hunt for these kills. Now looking for it. He has to make a choice. Does he go on the hunt for these kills? Or does he try to stop the capture through? And it's going to be the former for sure. He's just looking for these kills over and over again.
I mean, this is bad too if you give up the Pred missile. Like, that is a huge tool in the pocket of Animus. Yep. So, like, you're making some decisions here right now. You need to start thinking about taking Saturn down. I mean, how much closer to these ops do you think you really can get? Because he's got the Pred missile now. Like, that is a huge thing to give up.
Well, I think having the ops is way better than the Pred missile, right? So, like, you can get way more value out of, like, charging into these ops, especially considering, like, if you're to kind of weigh a Pred missile and 2 hunter-killer drones fence, all of this utility for Saturn, it's not great, mind you, but, like, yeah, it's not great, mind you, but, like, it's still better to have at least 2 ops now versus the 4. Like, those ops are so powerful that I do think they made the right decision there, but I do wonder how much this EMP is going to hurt, because honest to God, if I'm Saturn, as soon as I'm able, this EMP comes in, Wanted can't use those ops, and Animus should just dump.
I'd rush A, drop the EMP, get inside, and drop that Pred missile right away, but Champy, right off the draw with Vuitton. Here's the ops to close out that initial push over towards A. Thiela's going to shut down that death machine, and it doesn't look like Saturn's getting too much done with this Sparrow either. Lots of map control over towards the B zone, but still Animus have found their way into A and stopped the clock at a minute 8.
Yeah, this also hasn't been that great. Gafilla, though, I think is doing everything with the DM. This is the position where he was such a nuisance before, knows exactly where these spawns are going to be. I've been saying for the longest time that these spawns on Crossroad Strike are hella predictable. It is not going to be long before a team figures them out, and it doesn't surprise me that the first team to do so is going to be Animus. They are now up by 5. A couple of ops have been invested, and that EMP is already through as well. So Animus now is a 4-life advantage, and a 3 versus 3 op situation also good enough for where you're at.
All 5 players bunkered into A, and you invest the Pred missile from Wanted. It finds absolutely nothing. It keeps them pinned inside of A, to be fair, and the exit kills have whittled down this life lead just to 1. Equalizer now for Mute. See if you can get into the spawn of Animus. Nobody's going to be chasing him down, and Axis is going to invest the Annies as well. Mute finds nothing with the equalizer, and Cairo may have just opened up a route to B. 13v12. I mean, this is desperation from Wanted. They cannot allow Animus to get to the zone.
I mean, at the same time, right, you've got a life advantage. I'm kind of surprised that Animus haven't invested their last couple of operators here, because you're waiting. You're allowing Wanted to cycle back in towards theirs, but it's going to be a 3-kill swing now in favor of Animus, as now they look to try and get on towards the point. They've got players up the map. They are going to slowly make this progress, and there goes the equals, but they amount to nothing.
Saturn's going to jump up the cliffside, and he's in position with just the Switchblade. He doesn't need anything more than that. It's a 9v5. And Saturn's in the off angle for anybody who drops down this cliff. Champy is going to fall. 9v4, 9v3. As Animus are clawing their way to victory. K-Roo on the flank is going to leave it just down to Axis and Vuitton. 2v5. This would be incredible. But it's so difficult. Animus are ready to move back into the grand finals. A second chance at exclusive. They're going to get it in even a better fashion than what we saw last time these two met up. No game 5, no reverse sweeps needed. Animus have made those changes. A sweep against Wanted, and that is definitive on what our top 2 will look like.
In the end, they are going to win those operator battles in that final round. I have to give Wanted some credit, all right? I think especially with the way that they played round number 3 to try and get around on the board, and then obviously like 15v1 or something. Again, you asked that question, is it going to be an effective kind of play call to take the trade-off on allowing Saturn to have the Predator missile and the EMP versus the Ops? It would have been had Wanted actually got anything off the back of those operators. And I think that's the key difference there, is that, you know, time and time again, we saw Wanted try and bring those Ops in. I don't think there was any point at which those Ops were actually that effective. Maybe the beginning of round number 3, but outside of that, Wanted were behind in the operator race every single time. And a big reason for that is Gafilla, who's 32 and 21. I would love to know how many of those kills came by way of Death Machine, because there were 2 unique Death Machine plays there on the offense from Gafilla that did so much damage to Wanted. He is absolutely the MVP of that game.
And it's just a lot of decisions there for Wanted. I think they're going to look back and just be like, all right, you know, maybe we change like a few things. Like that Crossroads definitely goes differently in that last round. But I think Animus today in this lower final looked through and through the better team, and they deserved their chance to get back to the grand finals. Another lower bracket run. You see this time around is a 3-0 sweep versus Wanted. 250 to 166 on the Hacienda. 9-4 Coastal Search and Destroy. 3-1 Crossroads Strike Control. They get it done. They move forward, and they got a second chance to take down this exclusive team. We saw them in the grand finals last week. They weren't able to get it done. But Brody, I asked you the question before the control, and I think both of us are in agreement that this Animus team looks like they have made some serious changes this week.
Yeah, they just look really good. And I wonder how much of this is obviously Wanted being extremely tired off of what was a 2.5-hour series, thanks to one of the players not charging their phones. I wonder how much of that has contributed to this 3-0, but I have to give Animus credit. I think, you know, at various points, we've given them a lot of love. I think particularly in their operator, kind of the usage of the operator economy in Crossroads Strike Control, in Coastal Search and Destroy. Those 5 rounds back-to-back were absolutely insane. And then obviously in the Hacienda hardpoint, we saw a couple of massive hardpoints from them where it just felt like they were in full control. Like, I think we can point to all of these 3 maps in this series that they won and say Animus were in the driver's seat the entire time. And I do think, you know, that gives them a lot of momentum moving forward towards a grand finals. Again, I don't think Animus can take a hardpoint off of exclusive. I still feel pretty confident that exclusive will win the hardpoints. But the Search and Destroys and the Control, that's fair game. I think that could absolutely go either way.
Well, it's to be determined when we go look at these two in the grand finals, Brody. It's going to be all said and done for our lower final match. We got one more on the day for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026 Week 2 Elite Qualifier or European Qualifiers coming on. We got exclusive versus Animus up next. We'll see you there. Elite Quals. What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Call of Duty World Championships of COD Mobile 2026 European Qualifiers, week number 2. Verdict, we got to figure out a new name for that because it is a mouthful every single time I'm trying to say that on intro. But regardless, we've gone through the entire path of week 1, the entire path of week number 2, all the way up to the week 2 grand finals. Exclusive versus Animus once again. But I posed the question to Brody just before we went to break. Is this the Animus we've been waiting for?
Oh, it's definitely has been. You take a look at it from what we just saw. I was expecting wanted to like kick it into an extra gear. They took it to a map 5 that damn near beat the best of the best in EU. And then they get sent down to the lower bracket and they stall out at 3 maps in a row, and they weren't relatively close. Animus just seemed to be, I don't think it's just so much of a peak as just they figured it out and they're progressively getting better throughout this event. And now's a chance for them to strike. This is absolute prime time for them. Wanted was able to beat that Animus roster yesterday. Today, not the case. We've got ourselves a new Animus roster coming through.
Animus are kind of staring down the end, and they're like, I understand it now. I get it. We can take them down. We can take down Exclusive in the grand finals, and I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table to make it happen, because Exclusive looked like they got knocked down a peg when they were playing up against Wanted just earlier today. However, just to preface going into this grand final, it is technically a best of 7. However, because of winner's final advantage, Exclusive are going to be beginning this grand final up 1-0 over Animus. So Animus will need to start off on the right foot if they want to knock that advantage down. We got Combine to open things up in this best of 7. Slums up next. Standoff, takeoff, control, strike, or crossroads, strike, control. Meltdown, search and destroy if this does go all the way to the distance. Verdict. And we've kind of laid out the land for Animus to see if they can take down Exclusive.
Yeah, they got to do it here. Obviously, that one map advantage is going to be key. It's going to be huge. If you're looking at it from this perspective, they got to find a way to win a hardpoint. They were able to do so last event, right? Open Qualifier 1 led them to take the opening map on hardpoint. But it was a takeoff, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was another map. It doesn't matter. At this particular point, they are capable perfectly well-being of grabbing this Exclusive roster by the horns. If they are able to do that, there might be a chance for them to take this grand finals altogether. You start looking at the crossroads strikes down the road. If they can make it that far, hell, if they can take the first 4 maps, that'd be ideal. But you got to prepare yourselves for a long grand finals. Crossroads strikes is massive for them. You saw what they did to Wanted in a lower bracket. Just absolutely brutal. And made it look easy to go along with that. A 3-1 victory, and a very convincing one too.
And I mean, I feel like everybody's been avoiding Takeoff versus Animus all weekend long, and like there's good reason. So I feel like if Animus can take one of these first 3 maps, like the Takeoff, Crossroad, Meltdown, in a row, is going to be exactly where Animus are looking to take their lead towards the end of this final. But for Exclusive, I mean, we're starting off on Combine, and you and I got to cast over this Exclusive team back in week number 1 on Combine Hardpoint, and it is not a map that I think anybody wants to match up against Exclusive on. And I'm really surprised that Animus actually banned out the Hacienda, because they were looking good on the Hacienda earlier today.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning how that one made it through the poll. This wasn't even a map that you see Exclusive pick or play. Usually it's either Summit that's banned, and you know they're trying to play the long form maps. They're looking at Hacienda, they're looking at Takeoff, they're looking at Arsenal. But then you see them on Combine. It's like, brother, how is this not in the poll either? With that being said, I was kind of questioning Exclusive as well. They kind of left Tunisia out on the tables to be grabbed too as well. Maybe they're not expecting it, to be a map that they're strong against. I know they were able to strong against Animus. I know they were able to handle business against Wanted. We see this Animus roster. There's something to be afraid of in that regard. So they opt to take the slums in map number 2. This is a very interesting play by Exclusive. I'm hoping it pans out for them. It's all got to start here off the rip in a Combine hardpoint that, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Animus that they played against in the first opener and just completely devoured them. No, I wasn't. It was wanted. Never mind. Just kidding. But still, we're about to find out who's going to be best of best. It's the grand finals, Colin.
Yeah, it is.
Game number 1 is underway. Let's get it on.
Grand finals of our European qualifiers, week number 2 for who's going to get the most points and the most prize money off of this one. Exclusive week 1. They were the victors. Animus this time looking for revenge and out for the initial trades. It's a contestant for Animus early, but Exclusive will break.
Oh, yeah. He's there. Looking at the map pressure, too, as well. Quick flip going through for the boys over Exclusive. They've got time off the hill. They've got the perfect setup here for this one. Still a lot of time to roll through. All over the objective it is. Saturn's trying to piece around the backside. Flipping in yet. This is one of those maps that if you do not take it by the horns, you are going to be tossed around. And, well, for the time being, you got a little bit of a cushion if you're Exclusive. You're not threatening to get this flip here early.
Now, you still got lots of time. So no need to worry. Animus going to battle their way back, though, off this P1 hill, getting lots off the initial 20 that Exclusive had. Nobody in to really contest this, so it's been wipes on the board for both ends. Beautiful nade from Sawo, but now we look to the rotation anew, and it looks like Exclusive are trying to barrel their way down mid. Close spawns for Animus, so they will meet them there. It's just who's going to walk away with the kills, and as Cmoore Shark shuts them down, and initial time will be on Animus' side.
Oh, let's see if they can do it and make the most of it. Saturn's to the front. He's going to be able to hold off the threat, make it 2. Shark on the outskirts. First wave through. Dusted. Off the respawn. Exclusive. Need to find a little bit of hope. Cmoore, he's putting him in the blender early. He's finally going to get traded out. They're looking for the wing traffic, and that's going to be Says there for the trade. Narc's trying to fill the slew of kills on the outskirts. And all of a sudden, you got a little bit of a flood gap. Here comes some operators to get this break.
Yeah, DM could be popped. Here's the Tempest from Sawo, so double up investing from Exclusive to break this P2 hill and flip these spawns out for the remainder 21, where you can flip this lead and take a considerable advantage heading into the opposite side of the map, but Animus, they're not going to give it up for free. Narc's one more chance at the break. He's going to slide in, see what he can do. Absolutely nothing as Exclusive get the rest of this time off P2.
Yep. Tucker tells head new. Saturn and crew, they're looking to play the cutoff. They're looking for these transitional kills. They got choke points set up. Where's the hit going to come from? It's going to be Gathilla with the first initial opener. The backline's going to be saddled up. Saturn now looking for the wrap. Hills open up for business, doing a great job of playing it through the front, but it's the bodies that prevail. Claw's going to get shut down. Kills coming through. It's Gathilla. I know we said a lot of his name in that last series, and it was for a reason. He had been popping off, but right now, not going to find max value. Same there for Neil as he pops his equals.
Spawns in the back still for Animus, so you can just continue to flood this hill and see if you can get a setup looking for a double, a multi-kill of any chance to put Exclusive to rest, but it is the War Machine that's invested, immediately going to be shut down lightly, still contesting. But for 2 before dropping, so lots of damage on Exclusive side. Just keeping time out of the hands of Animus. One more shot here. It's the Sparrow that's actually going to be shut down by Saturn and only finds one. Gathilla and Shark needing to go big, and I'm not sure what just happened there with the player models, but it is going to be Animus leading into 4.
Oh, that's a bug. Sometimes you can kill a player and he'll just straight up stand there. Body's already
scary.
cold on the floor. Oh, very scary. Right now, it's very scary setup for Exclusive. Sawo and crew looking to buckle up. Veer, he's found 2 on the feed as well, and the Predator missile's not going to hit. The good thing is the gunnies are hot, and they're able to do the work. Cmoore through the front, going to be able to find a little bit of contest time, but they are instantly wiped. Exclusive all over P4. Kind of bitter about the P3 rotation. They got absolutely handled. The backline's just not going their way, and well, they're getting their fair share of it off the rip. Let's see if they can continue to hold on through.
Another Tempest from Sawo. That's a second one in one rotation, and he's going to get a Fury kill off the back of it. Incredible stuff coming out from Exclusive on this P4 rotation, and Sawo is going to take kill number 5 in a row. 6 before he drops. And Exclusive getting a whole lot of time off this 4th hill just to continue to buffer a small lead into the second set of rotations. So see what Animus can put together as we go back to the middle of the map. It looks like the Pred missile from Sawo already being invested to get Exclusive first ones in on the new hill.
Oh. All right, first set of hills through. 20-point advantage. Exclusive in command. Cool, calm, and collective. We see point games plus wide open. These second set of hills have been everything to them Animus need to rise up to the occasion right now. They're getting bodied off the respawn. Veer and crew got him in a little bit of a leg lock. Some kills going to come through for Shark and Saturn. Shark going to be there for the contest. Going to be able to find one to go. The slide out from Sage is just too much as he's found 3. K-Roo trying to fill his shoes. Back to the spawn they go. Colin, this one's getting a little bit out of hands here in the P1. You can't get time. You can't contest. They have just been absolutely griefed.
Absolutely griefed. However, though, still lots of time off this first hill. I mean, you can handshake 20 seconds and maybe still be down 20 into the P2 rotation, but Exclusive have been posturing on the left side of the map for so long. You can finally see Saturn going on a route. He's immediately going to be caught by Neil, who not only is on 18 kills, but he's stacked up on streaks as well. So Exclusive, man, catching fire on Combine, and Animus need to be careful about their next moves. They are falling behind. Shark, no chance to pop those equalizers. Everybody trying to group up to break from the front. DM from Gathila. Is it going to be enough? Nice shots coming through. And the claw from Narcs. Together, they break. And together, they're looking to hold this initial.
And look at Gathila. I like that. He's aggressive off the rip and is able to play his life to the fullest. Nade just comes through at a crucial time. Able to get the frag on in. Veer, last man standing. The backline's compromised for the time being. We got a little bit of a split situation. Animus able to play it through the front for the time being. They might have done God's work trying to get this flip in, but Sawo and Exclusive not going to let you get to the way for free. 30 seconds still left to fight for. Animus have found their way back into this objective. They got that flip under control, and it looks like they might be able to capitalize on a little bit of a time.
Animus just continue to slowly whittle this lead down, back into a 20 lead. 4 players in the back. Spawn still here for Animus. Exclusive trying to keep as much time away as possibly can. So sliding in through the side door. 3 go down. Last couple of seconds to Animus, but they got to hit the immediate rotation to New. And you can already see mid-map is on lock for Lightly. He's going to be on the crossfire, and he's going to make it impossible for you to hit this one together. He takes down 1. Sawo the next up. He almost gets 3, but here comes Animus. Gathila around the back. See what he can do.
Oh, he's got a battle in a dream. Shot's not going to be able to get good enough for the kill. The break going to get shut down for the time being. Exclusive on their backlines held down. Spawns locked in. You can play this one through the front, but you got to have a close spawn to reallocate. As the equalizer does come out, it is going to apply a little bit of pressure and pin them back. Veer trying to call some Hail Marys as the hill's cleaned out. Split spawn for a little bit, but it's back into the hill they go. Back into the lead they climb. Exclusive all over this P3 site. Last 15 seconds might be a little questionable, but hey, they've got a little bit of a lead. They might get a setup there for P4 to go along with it.
I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting from Exclusive. When you look at Combine Says, he's on 42 kills into what is the 8th hill of the map. 175 to 132. Sawo not too far behind, 32. Every other hill, he's got his Tempest, but Says with the Death Machine, he's right there with you. Another triple kill for Exclusive. Gathila's going to get traded out, and it's still going to be Exclusive on the hill, and Lightly now with the claw going to be popped, nearly doing the utmost to keep Animus behind. Sawo's Tempest is going to be shut down, and Saturn's going to hop in to contest.
Oh, this is exactly where you need to be at. Just contest. You haven't been able to capitalize on any time. Wait for the cavalry to come through, and, well, Sawo's cleared in the house. Narc's able to pop the claw, able to find 2 for himself. K-Roo finds a 3rd there with his War Machine to go along with it. This is the most time they found off of P3, or P4, rather. And it's just going to go in vain. You might have popped the ops. You might have had a little bit of time, but Exclusive just has their keys to this locked down. P4s. They've traded hills all throughout the progression of these maps, and in the second set, the P4 is the only consistent. Exclusive locking it in 209 to 148 as we gather up for our last set.
$60-point lead. Animus, they need to start putting together strings of hills. However, it just comes down to the slaying, and that's been the biggest difference right now for Exclusive. Who's going to step up? Who's going to be the difference maker? Saturn on 32, making 33 kills. Try to push out these spawns, see what he can do. and meet exclusive for the battle. Another 3 go down as Guthila's right there with you. Saturn's on 4 in a row. He's got the Pred missile, actually, so starting to get some streaks behind this. That's a good chunk of time for Animus. It's just now keeping exclusive out of this hill so you can hold on to this comeback as best as possible.
Yeah, you got to take out Says, man. He is just literally piecing you off of your respawn, and as long as he's there cutting you in half, you are not going to be able to find any kind of peace and serenity. Now, the rotation's being made over to P2. 5 seconds left to go for this rotation. And Narcs and crew going to play it through the front. They got 3 off the respawn to go. Narcs and Gothilla have to play their lives. Gothilla falls. Narcs still alive and well. Let's see this buckle up. Here comes the hit.
Neil. See if you can deny this death machine. Gothilla not going to let that happen. However, Veer with the war machine keeping Animus on the back foot now. Saturn, Sparrow only good for 1. Sawo slides in. The Switchblade's going to collect a quick double, and that allows Lightly with the claw to remain intact for the hill. Lockdown, 20 seconds is all exclusive need, and they are in position to put it away. Still lots of time to win this map here.
10 seconds and counting. Shark's got to go. Shark's dead. K-Roo from a distance. Going to be able to find 1, make it 2. No, it's not enough. Backline's compromised. 5 seconds still left for exclusive to shut this one out. They're not going to be able to get it off this initial. Buckle up for one last hit as Says on the wing is going to be able to find one at a distance. Lighty and Says, they combine for 3. We've got ourselves another hill potentially. Kates comes through. Godzilla keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, but look who's over there. It's exclusive already set up on this new hill. No chance for Animus to get here, even with the buffer of time. So exclusive are going to walk away with the Combine. No chance for Animus to contest that third hill. And that is a crazy map number 1 that we expected exclusive to walk away with. So a 1-0 lead off that winner's final advantage verdict. It's going to move into a 2-0 lead for exclusive in the grand finals. And Animus, after what has been a campaign through the lower bracket to make their way back up to the grand finals spots, they're going to have to do a little bit more work to take this team down.
And honestly, it wasn't a bad try either. You take a look at that map and you kind of look at it. Maybe there was a few advantages going in favor of exclusive in trading the money hills. The biggest constant, though, for them were the P4s. If there was any time that you needed, you know, some breaks to come through for Animus, it needed to be there, and it just wasn't. Maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 seconds at a time there for Animus to come through and contest, or maybe gather some time, but it was exclusive the whole 9 through. First set of hills, second set of hills alike. The constant was P4 was locked down. You sure can trade the P2s and the P3s. And of course, exclusive gathering a lot of time off P1s to go along with it. Crucial. Says 58 and 35. He said his name a lot earlier in that one. He was the money man. Brother was cutting him in half with that bow. Lighty right there with 50 kills to go along with it. Minute 49 on the hills to go to. Sawo, that electric duo, just something different in Lighty and Sawo, who just come through with, I mean, such a nasty punch.
Oh, yeah. And even towards the end, and the back couple of rotations there, you had Sawo with the Tempest. Every other hill, it seemed like he had that op out. Neil, even without his operator, just with that Switchblade in hand, was denying so much from Animus on those rotations, who started to bring themselves back a little bit. I think it can give Animus a little bit of a grace there for what they were able to bring to the end of that map. But the way that things began for exclusive, they were able to just ride that wave until the end. And that brings us forward into our next map now between these two teams. That Search and Destroy is going to be a lot of fun to watch as we head to Slums for map number 2 of this grand final. Technically would be map number 3, considering the scoreline for exclusive. But yeah, Slums here. Exclusive, we got to see them, or no, sorry, Animus, we got to see them yesterday take on Wanted for this map mode combo. It went to overtime. They lost it 11-9. But even still, being able to look back, make some changes, I'm excited to see what Animus can bring.
Absolutely. I'm kind of trying to figure out what the map rotations were here. I'm assuming Combine was picked by Animus. Slums picked by exclusive. Maybe they watched a little bit of VOD and they were, no, it's got to be, this rotation's got to be map picked by exclusive Animus, and then exclusive again. It's got to be what it is, because I'm trying to make sense of it, and it's just not computing properly in my head. The slums has been a staple for this Animus roster, so based off of that, you'd like to think that they have the advantage, but again, you mentioned it. Wanted was able to take this map off of them, right, to close out that best of 5 in overtime. If there's a chance that exclusive have done their homework. It's only time will tell if we find out.
It's the same time, though. Animus just went in and slammed the door on Wanted, so you know that Animus has kind of gone into today with a new look, a new idea, and so far that idea has been kind of put on display quite well. Even across that Combine hardpoint, I mean, that is an exclusive map through and through, so to see Animus kind of push that the distance, to take a lot off of exclusive, I mean, that is technically a good look for the opening map out of Animus. It just leaves you to look a little bit further down the map set if you want to take this grand final through and through. So, I mean, going to slums, I mean, we could put a lot of focus onto, what we saw just earlier on Coastal and just how good the attacking side of Animus looked on Coastal. If you can bring that to slums, if you can start getting some quick plants off, open up with these first bloods, deny that sniper of opening up with those first bloods here, Verdict. I think that's what I'm looking at, and that's what they did so well versus Wanted, is just deny those opening battles, draw out the rounds as long as possible, avoid those shotguns, and get these plants down. Post plants are where Animus looked so good versus Wanted.
All right, let's go ahead and dive in it. 2-0 lead in favor of exclusive. Animus, where you at? Need to strike back. Looking like we're going to buckle up for a quick hit to the middle. Narc says, not today, my friend. He's going to be able to find the first blood. Sawwell there for the quick trade. Kairu getting involved for a 2-piece. They've cleared side out perfectly, and this is a catastrophe for exclusive. Get hit by a Mack truck here in the first round. Nothing to show for it.
No, and I mean, setting tempo really early. Animus come out. You see Narcs, not just with one, but one important opening to allow Kairu and Shark into position. And they're going to go for this again. Trophies down. Shark right onto the bomb site. Here comes exclusive to see if they can battle their way back. Lightly trades out with Cairo. But even still, Gothila looking for the angle around. Big win for Neil. He's on the bomb. He's going for the plant.
3v4 here, the retake if it is stuck. Cairo trying to get something going, looking for the exit. Oh, yeah, you peek your head, Neil. You are obliterated. Player advantage quickly gathered. Saturn on the wrap, too. He's going to be able to clean Veer without a trace. And now it's down to Sawo, and it's down to Lighty on the back end.
Oh, Cairo. What a shot. Here comes Saturn lightly. Doesn't know where he's going to be coming from. All the way around, and Saturn hits the flank. As quick as ever, he thought he was going to re-wrap the front, but no, Animus. This time down to the wire, down to the 1v1, and Saturn has 3 on the search and destroy so far, keeping them in the lead.
Oh, man, that was certainly a round that you could have seen go exclusive's way, but I don't know how you get lost in the translation. Saturn wraps through backside of your mid. You've got to be anticipating that he's either going to come from grave or your spawn site, and just the awareness, or maybe the comm's just not there. A big miss drop ball for exclusive. And we've gone back-to-back rounds where we smash on through the middle of the map, or we smash on through that B lane. Right now we slow things down. Exclusive trying to get their footing.
Lightly. Oh, what a win from Saturn. How does he get 2? I mean, you had 2 people watching it like a hawk, and he gets in, and now it's smooth criminal. Saturn looking for his 6th. That is as easy as it gets for Animus.
I was wondering when Neil was going to turn around, dude. They've got you cornered. Shark intel comes through. I don't think it's be for much. That's a clean round for Animus. 3 up, 3 down. Holy hell. Oh, my days. It's about time we see Animus step up, and they are really outclassing exclusive.
Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Kuthile hasn't even had to lift a finger in the map so far. So starting off strong on the defense, we look towards exclusive. What can they do? Say's quick to trade things out. Neil's looking for the aggression through mid, and after the dust settles on the smokes, it's a 2-on-2. So bomb site's open for the plants. It's can you keep your head intact with Kairu watching you? Saturn through mid. What a shutdown there. And Kairu actually goes down. So here comes exclusive, knocking on the door, putting themselves on the board.
Much needed round. Slow down the bleeding. And you finally get a point on board. We've questioned this roster about how, the attacking sides of any Search and Destroy maps are going to go. And boy, did they answer this one. It took them 4 rounds to do so. Quick smash over towards the A side. This is rather unorthodox. Shark, unbewildering. Doesn't even realize it. He is going to get ambushed. Lighty's going to be able to find a second. And all of a sudden, a crazy A-side smash pans out for a bomb to go down. Veer's going to be able to seal the deal on another. And now it's up to Narcs and Kru to find the 2v5. This one's looking absolutely impossible.
"20 seconds in, exclusive. Full post plant pays off. Back-to-back rounds, and the quick start from Animus is starting to slow down. Exclusive building their way back into this map too. Slow and steady. And starts to worry about Gathila, Narcs, and Shark, who, although have been playing off the success of their teammates, needs to start finding some answers if they want to keep this advantage.
They're allowing Sawo to just take up so much free space. He's found 2. No retaliation. Kru's last player standing on this side. And just like that, 20 seconds in the round, it is pretty much over. 1v3 to grab. Bomb's going to go down along with it. And now Kru's left to pick up the pieces. What was a 3-0 lead. I said they were getting outclassed. Animus just stumbling here in this round as well as many others before it. Not going to change anything either. Kru is going to be eliminated. We are tied up, Colin.
3-3. And immediately, where Exclusive just weren't getting anything going off those first couple of rounds. Animus, you could say the same about them. 11 kills for Kru, 6 rounds in. Saturn hasn't found a big kills in a few, and since then, it has been answerless. On that side of the map, another first blood from Veer. It's the stun check on the Sharks that takes him out, and Sawo immediately follows it up. So you need to take something here. Saturn's going to get aggressive, but he's lost space and he's lost teammates. 1v2 Narcs against the odds.
We got the bomb.
And look at the Ravs. Oh my God, Narcs. Neil, yeah, he's not missing very many of those. He's got the heady, and that always prevails. And man, you blink your eye, these rounds are going so quickly. What was once a 3-0 lead in favor of Animus, Exclusive blowing up the whole script. They have a chance to make this a 5-3 opportunity. Animus really needs to step it up. Lack of coordination, or maybe they're just giving up too much space. They're getting smashed through the front. They really haven't had an answer since that 3rd round.
They have no answers. So far, Exclusive guaranteeing at least a 4-4 half. See if they can bring it to 5-3. Animus looking for a shutdown, and they have full mid-map on Rain, but Fear and Angle on the wallbang, and Narcs goes down.
Oof. Run, Sawo, run! Gets tagged and see the player creeping in the corner. Shark. Very persistent. Able to finally take him down. Player advantage. Equalized. Say's looking for the retaliation. Wallbangs. Oh, yeah, he's got him. Shark. You move a muscle, buddy. You are going to get your head clean off. And he's through 2 walls. That'll just tell you how paper thin this one's going to be. An Exclusive now trying to press the agenda. No map control for the time being. Player advantage literally at an even draw. They got the clear Saturns if they're going to get this bomb down over at B.
Saturn. Oh, what a swing out from Neil. Makes it a 2-piece. All down the Shark. 1v1. Can he do it again this time? In place of Saturn, Neil trapped inside the B bomb site. He's going to plant that bomb. Shark gives him the chance. But it's going to come down from a straight-up gunfight. What can Neil do? Spots him, knows he's still in the fountain, and here comes Shark around the swing. Ring around the Rosie, and Neil doesn't expect the aggression for Shark to keep this one tied up. Swapping sides at the half.
Yo, we got to study Kru here. 13 through the first 8. Spy or Shark obviously getting the clutch there. They've managed to tie this up, Colin, and Cathilla still has not even spawned into the map. I don't know how they're doing it. On the flip side of things, it's a pretty even contribution. Say's kind of lagging behind. You know, it kind of happens, but your sniper has put his best foot forward. Narc's trying to put his. Able to find Neil. Takes him out of the equation here in this round. And well, on the flip, Lighty, the only man on this side of the map to stop this B-side hit. As we see Veer, yeah, again, drop. Stays there for the trade. Finally, 2 for 1.
So time's going to dwindle down, and Animus have cracked into the B sites. Exclusive going to play for the retake. But who's going to be the first one? Says is just looking for a toe, but nothing's going to land. And the bomb plants, big question is, how do you get through Kru? As he is locking down any opportunities for a rotation on the streets. What? And Lightly is just going to get past him for free. So 3v3, 28 seconds. Animus going to flip the map.
Oh, good read, Says. And he's able to get out alive? Oh, Sawo. The PKM, you ain't got to reload that, buddy. Still had 5 in the drum, and Buddy is giving him some body shots to go along with it. The retake. 3v4? Yikes.
I mean, that is insane stuff from Exclusive. The fact that Kru pretty much had that on lock. You expected Animus to take the lead, swapping sides, but Exclusive are not going to give up that easy verdict. They're going to push you to the very distance, and we know that this is a reason why this team is the #1 in Europe.
Oof. Beer cleared on out. Sawo able to slip the gap, but I don't think he realizes player number 5. Yeah, Shark. He's on his trail. Sawo, the turn, gets burned. 1 player left standing. Neil, bomb's going to go down along with it. 45 seconds. And he is piped. We're dropped dead even yet again. 5-5. Could have been 2 in a row. Kru could have been everything to shut down that last round. Gets bodied. And now they're doing the bodying themselves. So back and forth we go. The #1 team in Europe holding their weight here in the Search and Destroy. The more questionable game mode for themselves. Shark really able to over the first blood to go along with that.
Really, really hard to talk bad about Kru right now when he's got 16 kills.
Yeah, very true.
Quite literally carrying the team on his back. But Salwa's got a timing. Nobody's going to be watching this one, but it does get caught by Cathila last second. Still traded lightly. Pushes through Mechanic, and that is going to funnel everybody down into blue. Says on the other side. Saturn with the big win. That leaves Lightly alone. They know exactly where he is. As Animus are looking to put their second one in a row on the board. 6-5, they take their lead. Desperately pushing to see if they can take a map in this grand final.
It's going to happen. It's got to be here. You got to start it now because you're on match point if you're Exclusive if you take this one. Animus could very well so be 7-4 in this scenario. Able to take those past 2 rounds. The wallbang's there for Sawo. Actually, just headshots, bro. With the PKM, that's kind of nasty work. And this is a map that you can get away with stuff like that on. Veer gonna be caught flat-footed. Shark on the pounce. Able to get some shots in, not able to land. Now is gonna be executed. So, Blighty there for the trades. Not happening. Neil and Say's getting involved. It's a clean sweep. That is gonna do it. The break is gonna come through, and Exclusive quickly on this retake.
Quickly keeping this one tied up, 6-6. I mean, do you really want it any other way when you go to a grand final? As even as could be in the Search and Destroys, and we know this for Animus, is that they are used to going the distance against many teams. Wanted has pushed them so many times. So what's the difference with Exclusive when you get pushed to the edge? How do you answer back? Well, for Narcs, it's not going to be a first blood. Veer makes it a double. Incredible 1-2 punch through blue, and the sniper tees up Lightly over the corner. 7 for Lightly, and Says brings it down to a 1v5 for Shark. Good luck. Have fun, my friend.
See if he can gather some kills to go along with it. Shoulder being thrown over the top. Shark gonna get the backdrop. Not able to get the flicks. We've got two back in favor of Exclusive. They're back in the driver's seat. This one's gone back and forth, Colin.
Back and forth, but Exclusive take their lead to the back end of this S&D, and it's just off of some incredible plays between Veer and Neil. Over to blue, PKM, Sawo with the wall bangs and the damage. Oh my god, Sawo! Everything is starting to look pretty dark for Animus now. Map point for Exclusive. And how the tables have turned so quickly, Verdict.
Animus, you just got to slow this down. Obviously, that last round, you slide peek on the outskirts of that B site, and, whoa, you get hit by a complete Mack truck. That PKM gets a thumping. It is a problem, and look at it. They don't even want to throw a shoulder at it. Gothilla, quite the contraire, and it does pay off. They've given this site away for free. Lightly there to creep. Say's able to find the first bloods as he's got the Car 9 out. Interesting play.
Is that the Car 98?
Hey, we love the K9 around here. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Animus, what do you got left in the gas tank? Is it all for nothing? Is it just a bait? Gothilla finally putting his third on the board. And maybe the most important time of the map, 4v4. And looking at Shark here, he's in a great spot to deny anything through mid. Trade onto Veer from K-Roo, but he's got to get this plant down, and I'm still looking at Shark. He's down, holding through mid. Needing to get some kills.
Say's is a damn problem, brother. Prevented that bomb from going down instantly, and it really just makes you leery about trying to execute and getting the rock in. Shark's still playing his life through the middle of the map. He has been the cutoff man here on this objective. As bomb's been planted, 23 seconds, smokes through, stuns coming through. Neil's clearing house, it's down to one. Narcs able to find one in return. He's nowhere in sight to prevent this defuse from coming through. He's got to run.
Oh, and he misses the first couple shots. Neil sticks it out. Pros don't fake. Absolute madman in the slums. As soon as you clear things out, as soon as the smokes go down and you find two, you hop it, you trust your teammates, and you don't let go. 3-0 for Exclusive in the grand finals. Verdict. Who would have thought this is where we're sitting?
Definitely not me, especially off of how steaming hot Animus was off of that lower bracket run. They little broed wanted only to put up this kind of fight. I'm questioning what's going on. Obviously, Narcs not able to get there in time. He didn't miss a shot up until he got the Neil, and the machine pistol couldn't get the job done. Speaking of Neil, he is going to be a top frag of your lobby. 14-7 was a damn nuisance. Sawo, man, we gotta get slums out of the map. Well, I'm sorry, but I am so tired of seeing the wallbang cheese. I know Sawo wasn't doing too much of it, but that PKM on this map is just a nasty combination.
It's tough. It's really hard to deal with. And for Animus, I think that you can really stack it up to a lot of things, but I don't think the PKM is really what kept you behind here. Gothilla, I mean, Brody and I talked about it in our losers finals matchup, but how much of a difference maker Gothilla can be with the playmaking that he has in Search and Destroy. He is absolutely silent in this map. And I mean, hats off to K-Roo. He was really, truly doing everything he could off that first half to bring them to 4. But he go into the second half, and K-Roo is not finding as much on attack as he was on defense. And without your playmakers making plays, it's just all Exclusive. No fear, no doubt, just confidence coming off the board from this team. 3-0 up, and I don't think there's anything that can stop this boat from rolling on forward. Verdict. We move into now what is going to be the control, and this is where things get a little bit different when we're talking about Animus, because I mean, we talked that Animus is one of the best control teams, period, but Exclusive on the other side, half it looked like they've been batting an eye to this team, And even going to a standoff control, I wouldn't really take it away from Exclusive to feel like they're capable of putting away 4-0 here.
Yeah, you know, they're brimming with aura right now. You got a lot of confidence rolling in off the combine. You roll it into into a slums search and destroy where you take 3 rounds in a row to close it out. I would not be afraid, or I would not be scared to say that this is going to be a 4-0. And I would not even be, you know, I'm not even scared to say that this could be a complete sweep in the control too. Animus just seemed to have gotten punched in the jaw, and the lights are just way too bright in this moment. They are woozy. They have literally been put on the ropes. I think this might be the kill shot. I think this might be the dagger. I think we might see this one done rather quickly.
Okay, I think that this is going to be a chance for Exclusive to do what we would expect Exclusive to do. There's a lot of questions coming out from me, especially between you and Brody, just asking if Animus have reached that next level. And it looked like they did. Like you said, I mean, versus Wanted, they looked unbelievable. They looked like they were ready to take on Exclusive, and there was nothing standing in their way. At the end of the day, Exclusive's always going to be right there. And when you talk about distinct 1-2s in Europe, it seems like Exclusive just is a different beast when it comes to these grand finals. Experience alone. They're here to play. They're here to take it all. And they are one map away of sweeping Animus 4-0 as we go to standoff control.
I for sure thought we were going to see more out of this grand finals based off of the 2.5 hour upper bracket finals matchup we've had. This series has taken, and last series has taken less time to unravel what could be the last map here for Animus, the last footing. We've got Exclusive on the attack off the rip, and well, they're going to be able to take a lot of map control as well as 2 ticks of progress. Lighty right here in a prime spot to continue to do work, and Veer, he's already got the floodgates open onto the B site. Does find one, but is dropped.
So over towards A, the progress is going to be stopped. Striker for Saturn now pushing into Butcher Shop. Spawn Trap is definitely on the table. And you can see that reflected in the minimap. How does Exclusive break their way out? Well, it's flooding through Tractor, getting over towards B, and having double progress now getting worked on, forcing a decision to be made by Animus. And it looks like Saturn's going to go back in. Striker's going to clear out the A zone. Still some bodies to be worried about. Inside Brown and Sawo in the flank with Neil. They pinch back into A to get this under wraps.
Minute 11 going to be pushed up to 2 minutes and 11. First attempt over towards that A site continues to live on. Second tick of progress looking to get locked in at B. And right now it's 11v14. Shark trying to put him in the pit of despair. This could be problematic. Let's see how quickly he's dealt with. He slipped the net. Okay. Doesn't quite get the clean kill that he wants onto Lighty, but nonetheless, he's still alive and lurking here in Butcher. They've cleared the back lines out. They've evened the life count out as well. First ticks gonna go in vain if Exclusive can't get their act together.
Cathila, big double kill. 7v7, and Cathila has a chance to maybe wield it on a couple more lives, but he just doesn't connect on the shots. Turns around and still catches Sawo, though. So 6 for Cathila in the round, looking for number 7. Says shuts you down. Here comes Exclusive. And they got a flank being developed from number 3 on Neil. He is all the way behind in the warehouse, and he's going to be the first one to touch down. You can see his teammates winning some big gunfights. VR shuts down Narcs. What could have been with Narcs in a position there, and nobody's now here from Animus to stop the play towards B. It's a 2v4. Shark's not able to get in, and the objective is going to get captured. Exclusive? Excuse me. How?
Yeah, you know, K-Roo's not in a position to contest. You throw your last body on, it's very damning. You allow them to get that full 5 on the hill, that time goes quickly. And at this point, you might as well concede. Animus get bodied off the rip there. Got close until it wasn't. Exclusive continuing to take advantage of the situation. They've got the defensive approach. They got operators to pop here off the rip. Nobody has decided to make anything happen amongst it, but really questioning this Animus roster. They really haven't rose up and shown us anything here in this series at all.
Maybe it's a little bit of scarcity in what can be offered to the Grand Finals positioning, but it's a double stack over towards B. You're getting a lot of progress here, not losing lives in the meantime, and doesn't seem like Exclusive are really going to deal with that pressure over towards B. Instead, it's just try to pull some lives off the spawn trap that you have. And time or not, you are confident right now Exclusive could just win this from kills alone. So you give up B. You are kind of being pinched out now from those two players that have left the B zone. They're going to hop onto A and see what more they can do.
Shark's been on the back line for a minute. Really hadn't had too much of an impact. He's going to be cornered and dealt with. What was looking like a promising little setup in the back alley, now going to be sent back to the spawn. Your player there on the objective, deleted. 15v8. Narc's going to be able to get out of the spawn trap himself. Does clear Butcher, does clear back alley. Now it's the time to press the issue. You've got mid-map control. You've got B captured. You got a minute and 30 to work with. 7 lives, make it 6. You're down to your last stand. This could be it.
10 lives. I mean, good news is you got plenty of time here. See what you can do with that time. And Lightly shut down inside Butcher Shop. 4 lives up. Here's the DM from Gathila, looking to see if he can trade out on rounds. Say he's going to invest that Pred Missile in Veer. All he has to do is stay alive. You know the Pred Missile will whittle these lives down even more. And the ops just continue to get invested. Shark still sitting in the warehouse. Here comes another one from the Annie. 2v5, 1v5. It's just Narcs. It's just Shark now with the SKS and Exclusive. Will quickly put this round to rest. 2-0 up in the control. This is something else. This is a different beast.
This is not the Animus that we expected to show up here in the Grand Finals. And I'm sure they're just as upset, but this is your last stand. You got to find a way to claw your way back into this. Still a chance to do so. I know you burned a lot of utility operators to kind of extend that last round, but you have nothing to show for it. Still, you got to press on. Exclusive. Looking to put them out of their misery. Some kills going to come through as Gathila and Shark going to be able to combine for 3, but Gathila's going to be dealt with. Shark still now 1 shot on the back alley. Could be an opportunity for them to strike him as well.
Silent in the search and destroy, but maybe more alive than ever at the darkest hour for Animus in qualifier number 2. Gathila on 17. Everybody for this team. Double-digit kills. Will it be enough, though, to claw your way back? Gathila over the wall. 20 kills now, and here's the Tempest from Keiru. Other side. It's shockingly delicious when you see the snaps. Keiru, what a play. And he's got you trapped now in your spawn. 9 lives left. Welcome back to the Grand Finals, Animus. We've been missing you.
Second thing of progress locked in. 35 seconds. Only 6 players left standing. Exclusive. Finally getting contested here in this Grand Finals. That's what we're saying. Yes. Animus, it's never too late. I might have called a 3-0 before we started this game. It looked like it was going to be the case. Keiru reeling back in and pulling it out from the depths. Lighty last man up. And if you're Animus, you just let him cap this point. Let him do his thing. You get as much time, as much operators as you need to continue this game. It is certainly going to get another round indeed.
Yeah. It's the question, though, too, that I had for Animus back on that crossroads. I mean, you don't want to give up things like the Hunter-Killer Drone, Predator Missile, even still that you're getting operators. And for standoff even more than ever, because there's not a lot of natural cover to hide in. I mean, you got the buildings for sure, but it gives up space for Exclusive on their attacks. So swap over to defense. Animus on the attack. What can they do? Can they push us to 5?
Operator out for Lighty. Ooh, Moles gets shut down. Gathila able to take down Vera on the cross trade there.
Triple
You got spawn
A.
control.
And it might be enough here. I mean, this is good progress. You got the double stack now onto the A zone, all down to Saturn. You can see that trying to push forward will be Narcs. So see what you can get off the entry. You got that striker into position. Now the Pred Missile to see if you can lay this hurt down even more in terms of kills. Pred Missile finds nothing and over towards A. Lightly breaks back into the zone, denies the cap.
Yeah, that's huge. You take down the operator to go along with that. The break comes through. A minute 10 still on the clock. Live's relatively close. Everything that you worked for, as far as operators go, gone. You only got Shark, who's alive and well for his operator. On the flip side of things, you might be getting put into blenders. Neil pops his. Let's see if they can reel it back in. Oh my God.
With the equalizers, there's nothing equal about this match. He's going to be shut down. 7 life difference. Veer, Claw, other side. Still damage being done, and 8 lives left. You're down by 10. Veer has you where you want him, and this might be it. This might be where Exclusive puts the final nail in the coffin.
Last 5 standing. Animus boxed out there. Sawo's going to be out of the equation. The Tempest going to waste. 3 dead. You've got time to extend this one. You've got the time on the hill. Shark trying to get an extension. Hold the phones. This is possible.
Double progress. A-Zone gets captured, and suddenly we start thinking that if K-Roo can turn up with the Tempest, that maybe this is your chance. Cathela on the follow-up in a double stack. 3v8. Late pinch happening, but can you shut the door on the front side? Sawo trying to get in. Progress being moved. Veer with the nade. Neil on the flank, and everything falls away. Exclusive take it all. 3-1 in the standoff. An absolutely unbelievable grand final presence. And there is no doubt what the undisputed #1 in Europe is right now. It is Exclusive. And it's a spot that not many can step up to.
Absolutely. They have been flawless through yet to drop a series in any of these open qualifiers and have really stepped up when it matters the most. You go back to the winners finals, we saw, hell of a lot better, competition back and forth. Is wanted this Exclusive roster's kryptonite, because I have yet to really see Animus contest at all. Not a single map this time, only one last go around. I think collectively they have 2 maps between the 3 series that they played together. And you can't really call it a rivalry when Exclusive have been undefeated. So, it's a clear, very, very clear #1 team here in Europe. And then it is a complete drop off after that.
Yeah, you can see Animus at times. We've seen them give quite a spark towards Exclusive and step up in areas that, you need to see from Animus when it comes to consistently playing against Exclusive. That's where that drop-off shows, and maybe it's experience, maybe it's the confidence behind the experience, but no matter what, it is an exclusive position to be in, #1 in Europe. 4-0 in the grand finals, another qualifier goes their way, and when it comes to qualifying for the World Championships, we can expect to see Exclusive there, representing Europe. No doubt at all that this team is going to see themselves to the world stage.
Yeah, with EU getting a second slot this year, there's no question that they should be a top 2 team guaranteed. Regardless, right now, they are the definitive #1. Animus, second week in a row where they have come and tried to test the Giants that are Exclusive, and 2 times in a row they fail. We talked about the keys to success here for Animus. In order to extend this series and actually have a chance, we were hoping it would start in the Combine hardpoint, but hell, you getting those second set of hills with Exclusive. It is like going in the ring with Prime Mike Tyson, brother. You have a better shot at knocking him out. And Slum Search and Destroy the same. You thought that we had back and forths. We get into the latter portion of it too, and Exclusive hit their stride. They take 3 rounds in a row. Damn near had a 3-0 in their hands there in the standoff control to go along with it. And well, we'll never know what those takeoff or that crossroads or meltdown would have looked like. Would have loved to see an answer out of Animus here early. And a little bit of a disappointment and upset there for Animus. Obviously,
so.
Exclusive are happy, but if you're looking at it from a competitive perspective, this was just not an enjoyable grand finals.
No, it may be in the reading between the lines. You can see some moments where Animus did give you quite the fight through these maps, Combine, Slums. There were moments, but in the grand scheme of things, no. And for Animus, yes, you're making some moves, making some changes to improve and look better in week #2, and you showed that versus Wanted, but Gotta see what you can bring to week number 3. Exclusive right now, the monster in your closet, the shadow that just never leaves your back. And it is going to be a tough one to get over, and only one more opportunity before Worlds to get it done. And I'm not sure what it looks like for Worlds in terms of the math that it takes to qualify through these points, but you got to think that with Animus and Exclusive being top 2 back-to-back and our top 3 teams changing from one week to the other, I'm not sure if any team can dethrone these guys through points alone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that there's a possibility. Obviously, we still got one more open qualifier, and then on top of that, we've got the major that is going to be happening every weekend in July too. There is still plenty of time for everyone to bounce back and make something happen. Obviously, it is, not a shoe-in. As I'm taking a look at it, does look like we do have our interview ready. We are going to be jumping in with Veer, Colin. I think we should be good to go.
Yeah, we got Veer coming in, so we can pull him into the caster booth. We can talk about exactly what makes this exclusive team kind of tick. So once he's ready, once he's in, we can start asking some questions here. And not sure, do we pull him into our channel? Do we get to hear him in the vMix?
I think we can hop down there with him. I think that'd probably be the best.
All right, let's jump down and see what he gets. All right, we got Veer in for the desk, and we can kind of hear exactly what he's got to say as well, Verdict. So, Veer, welcome. I mean, congratulations. It doesn't get better than that for you guys. Back-to-back qualifiers going to your team, and this one with a 4-0 statement. I got to hear from you guys. What makes Exclusive so good? Like, what makes you so much better than these other teams?
First of all, thank you for having me, and appreciate every support and everything. But one thing I could say is our team this time around is way better than last time. Especially everyone got the drive to like actually improve on like S&D control. Even though we focus a lot on communication, like there's just for us, we just want to improve one thing every day. So that's what we're doing, and for sure, like S&D is like one thing we definitely focus on.
Absolutely, man. Hey, congratulations, Verdict here, Veer. Congratulations on back-to-back open qualifiers. You guys look leaps and bounds ahead of competition. But there's one thing I got to address. That first series took over 2.5 hours. The next 2 series combined didn't even combine for that amount of time. Talk to me. What happened in through is wanted the kryptonite to you guys, because it seems like that's the only time we've seen you like sweat through the entirety of both of these qualifiers.
I think not really. I don't think they're a kryptonite, but I gotta give them the props. Like they're actually a hardworking team, and I do think like Wanted is gonna pull some upsets in the future as well. But it's just like they caught us right-handed. Like we weren't like fully focused, I'd say. Like we did some mistakes here and there. Like we shouldn't have maybe not done, like maybe pause plans or anything, or like some setups in control or S&D per se. But I'd say like this is really good. There's nothing I can say much about it. They give us a run for our money. Let's say like that.
Absolutely, man. They made you sweat for it. Absolutely. Had us sweating too, bro. I was out of breath. Getting geared up. I know you were just talking about the search and destroy. I kind of want to pinpoint it because Brody made some comments about you guys being doo-doo on some of your, and I say that doo-doo. I try to be as professional as I can. I wanted to say shite, but I didn't think that was a proper word either. Not very good on some of the attacking approaches in Coastal. Obviously, you cleaned things up and you made it close. You lost that. Is that still a map that you guys want to pursue? Do you kind of want to spin a block on Coastal to move forward? Is that a map that you guys can lean on?
I think, yeah, Coastal, like when we do practice Coastal, like it looks good. Like even like our postpones and everything, but at the same time it's like practice. Like it's not the same on tournament. But
Absolutely.
Like maybe we would get rid of Coastal in the future. I'm not quite sure. We have to figure that out yet. But yeah, it looks rough. Like Coastal does look rough. I have to agree. Like you guys are right, and we definitely will work on that going forward.
I didn't mean to give you a hard time. I just wanted to, call Brody out for saying you guys suck at offensive approaches on Coastal.
Nice guys, right?
And Yeah, I mean, aside from that one, I mean, with back-to-back qualifier wins, you guys are most likely a shoo-in at the world stage to represent Europe. Is there anything that you guys are looking at in the grand scheme of things and kind of moving from just your region alone to take on other regions that may be different from other years of the World Championships? Like, what is going to be exclusives, like, big thing that you think that is going to be different this year for the World Champs?
I do think what's gonna be different is our SNDs for sure. Like, as our controls are getting there, but we do play SND like properly this time around. We want to learn the foundation, everything. Like, we want to make sure that we have a shot against like the best teams on SND. And I think like going around to champs this year, it will be more refined. It will be more tuned. Like, we'll be better like this time around.
Perfect. I mean, you can't ask for much more than an improvement year to year, and you guys are showing that with just an unbelievable run through your qualifiers so far. But no, Veer, we appreciate you for jumping in for the interview. As always, congratulations, another week of being victors. Is there anybody that you kind of want to give a shout out to, show some love to before we let you go?
I mean, I want to give a shout out to like my team, obviously, and like some friends watching, but also like the enemies we're playing. Like this time around, they're like shot way harder back. Like, for example, like Mute, he shot really good on the coastal. Like, I gotta give props to that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Shout out to our coach, our manager, and for you guys watching, everyone.
Well, we appreciate you. Congratulations. Another week of being a victor, Veer. We'll see you another time.
Thank you for having me.
Love you, brother.
Love you too.
And verdict. That kind of closes things out for the European qualifiers for week number 2, and it's been a wild ride. I think that for the two of us, we were kind of expecting a little bit more from this Animus team, and especially after that lower finals, definitely had some expectations that weren't met. But all in all, I'd say, you know, you got Wanted on the rise, you got Animus making adjustments week to week. Europe is in a great spot.
No, absolutely. It's, you know, clearly been Exclusive who have been running things around here, and then the two below them just kind of scrapping it out to see where they fit in. Obviously, we had a better matchup with Wanted and Exclusive, but we got down to, you know, the nitty gritty, and when it mattered the most, they didn't show up and challenge that Animus roster that we desperately wanted to see. I wanted to see at least a map 4, okay? If you're going to lose, you know, at least go out in fashion. Obviously, they spent everything they had in the series against Exclusive to get there. Just not enough in the tank there to put anything on the board for the matchup against Animus. So we'll be tracking their progress as the weeks go along. They're surely a top 3 team. And then everybody else, it's all about where you fit in on the outskirts.
Yeah.
So great competition here in EU, Colin. We still have a lot of work to go, and I'm looking forward to the next Summer Open qualifier as well as the major that's going to be happening in July.
Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of homework for these teams. For you guys at home, we appreciate you for tuning in week to week for all that we have for these open qualifiers going on from region to region. And don't forget to subscribe, like, follow along. Next week, we have North America yet again. The week prior, we will be seeing the final qualifiers for Europe going on. So thank you all for tuning in and showing up, and we'll see you next time for some more COD Mobile.